Dang it. Brr, 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 brr. Okay, boom, boom, boom. I denounce you. Oh, come on. Bam, bam. Hold on, hold on, hold on. What's up, 501? You like turtles? Yeah, yeah. I'm a big fan of turtles myself. All right, let's see if I can find out why this ain't working. How to find and activate. That's crazy. That's nuts. That's nuttier than squirrel turds. All right, let's try this again. Let's try this again. I denounce you. What is this thing talking about? Oh, what if the server's down? Hold on, hold on. Nope, definitely broken. Definitely broken. That figures. All right, let's go to chat. Chat documentation. What's up, Sumnon? You know, that's my middle name. That's my grandfather's name, too. Chuck. Charles. Muted, unmuted, muted, unmuted. Let's try this. Find. That's crazy. Huh, interesting. What up, Sam? How are you, my brother? My brethren. All right, I'm still trying to set up my wackadoo thing. It's broken. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Chuck roll. Pin. Top chat. All live chat. Off. Bang. 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 There we go. We're in. And bam. Bam. All right, we good. How are the oath boats? Man, can you guys hear that guy outside mowing the lawn? It's my neighbor. It sounds like he's edging, and I can hear it like rubbing against the between like the grass and the concrete. I don't know. Hopefully, my mic is directional enough. Okay, let's see here. Where are we at? Where are we at, everybody? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Good, 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 good. All right, did a bunch of flooring in here today. There we go. Okay, let's see what's going on the internet, shall we? Let's see what my feed looks like. I denounce you. Alright. Okay, they're melting out. Killed 100 patients in their sleep. One wasn't asleep. That's 99 patients. Texas Instruments screwed up the NE55332. Banned mail-in voting. Oh man, arcade games, electrolysis. If you ever wanted cheap steaks, ask for rump cap. Either have cut it into or cut it into steaks. So another really good steak, that you can get is called chuck eye. So it's the end of the chuck and the end of the rib eye where you have like, and it's usually like just a butcher cut. Like they take it home or whatever because it's not a ribeye and it's not a chuck. It's where the ribeye ends and the chuck, and it's so freaking good. It's really good. What up, ND? All right, let's see. Some of my best indie game ever, Fate of Atlantis. Oh, One jar changed my life. Spencer Pratt remains in lead. Enraged protesters use dumpster as a battering ram against police. Where? Over what? That's in Britain. Yeah, people used to not know about those. Now they're expensive. But chuck eyes, they're good. I get a bunch of meat all at once. Cheek meat and tongue meat. Yeah, I know a lot of people that like cheek meat, like especially off of fish. Fish have like really good cheek meat. Tongue, I've tried it once. I can't do it again. A lot of people like oxtail. What's up? Dial up. Glenn Levy, all steaks and Moya ribs. Watch outside Bosch Mind. Watch outside by Bosch Mind. What's up, cat? I don't even know what outside by Bosch Mind is. It's probably something wackadoodle, so let's see. Oh, it's a freaking copyrighted song. We can't listen to that wackadoodle. How are you, cat? All right, let's see what else we got going on. Egypt, 100% made of garbage. Guns, the Genesis. Total idiots at work. Why roads get washboard. Men aren't lonely enough. She said the loneliest generation of women. They're rigging the election. Go figure. Yo, wifey. Only thing I won't eat again is pickled pig's feet. Yeah, I cannot do that either, grumpy brother. I probably should have had Taco Bell for dinner, but damn, those chalupas are good. Oh, you probably shouldn't have had it. Yeah, you shouldn't have. Jesus loves you, Anna. Thank you. I'm very familiar with Romans. Very familiar with the Bible. I'm a big fan, Anna. Okay, tomato soup cake, throughput versus latency. We aren't voting our way out about this one. Yeah, sure. Not these days. All right, let's see. This is going viral. Real stories of women with the 7-second memory. Oh, that sounds interesting. Why no clicks? Hey, look who it is. Lovely lamb lunch. I like mook. Moose, elk, caribou, sheep, goat, meat. Wild meat's the best. I'm a big fan of straight up, like, home, hunted. What do you call those things? What do you call it when you... game animals. Yeah, I ordered a burrito and 2 tacos, and they were good. My stomach hurts. Bison's good. I've had bison a bunch of times. I would totally try moose and caribou. What's up, John? I've had bison and elk. Got so sick of it, though. Does anyone ever see the underlayment and have so much water damage just disintegrated? I could swipe it all the way back to the room like butter. My underlayment won't be, but I've seen that lots of times. I've got concrete here. I'm on a slab. But yes, I've done lots and lots of repair and renovation jobs where they've used OBS, which is oriented strand board. It's like flake board that's like pushed together, like heat pressure and glue. And yeah, that stuff, if it gets wet, it'll start to disintegrate. Absolutely. Richard, have you ever had duck? I've had duck meat. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, big game. Venison, on the other hand, you don't like. I've had good and bad venison. Like I've had venison jerky that was real good. I had venison sausage that was real good. But like venison steaks, not a big fan of either. ND loves duck, Peking duck. Are you learning? 7 years of game dev, weapon systems. Pollsters' faces, they realize how much it just got worse for the Democrats. Why the interviewer takeover is a joke. Pretend to work, loophole in China. Wow. Order from chaos. Idiots with chainsaws. God is real, devil is real. Debate me, I'm crazy. Death, world lies. Wow. I just was on this guy's live stream, actually. Legalized, streamfish, Colorado river toad, cane toad, yopo, vilega iboga, erythrooxylin, coca, peyote, San Pedro, kratom, ayahuasca, cannabis, hemp, magic mushroom, salvia, all holy medicines. Agreed. I think you have to soak in milk and vinegar to get rid of the gamey taste. Yeah, like that's a big thing also for tenderization and like removing like that gamey taste using milk or buttermilk too. That's what happened. They put plywood right down on a slab. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. Yeah, no. And if that happened like within like a month of when the concrete was poured, the concrete off gases and puts off humidity as it cures, and so that will cause issues. That's why usually you have to put down a vapor barrier first before putting down like other stuff. But yeah, so if they didn't let the concrete cure fully for like a good 60 days before they did the flooring, that it'll absolutely have a problem. My phone auto-corrected to Tatas. I'm glad I got that. Tatas, you say. Have you had wild chickens and rabbit? Canada. I've had goose. I've had rabbit. I've never had no, I've never had wild chicken. But I don't mean to say Tatas. It's Tatas. It's Tatas. I don't know you. Cured concrete is still a giant sponge, constantly breathing every day and every. Yep. No, yeah. I'm just talking about the biggest problem. The biggest problem is putting down wood on top of concrete before it cures. Like there's a curing period where it will off gas and it will release a lot of humidity during the drying process, the curing process, not drying process. Actually, maybe it was a Freudian slip. Earlier today, I joked with my friend about the idea of fake boobs and to shoot liquid guns. Have you ever heard of sham boobs, Kat? Sham boobs are fake boobs that hang in your, they actually can suction cup to the wall in your shower, and you squeeze one and it squirts out shampoo, and the other one it squirts out conditioner. Well, whatever you fill them with, but that's the deal. No more talk of eating rabbits. God bless guys and girls. Rich, you know anything about ordering prefab lumber cuts? Yeah, a lot. I used to do it all the time, especially for CNC orders and stuff. But yeah, you can if you lay out your designs, it's very easy to do in CAD software. If you lay out your designs, you can, when you sheet the design, putting the plywood over top of the 2x4s or studs, whatever you're using, 2x4, 2x6s or whatever, you can get those pre-cut and delivered. And sometimes that's a very efficient way to do it, especially if you're building a neighborhood and you want to get a bunch of houses done. You can get it one delivery, and it saves on site cutting. I had a boat once. Husband, watch Send Help, and there's a scene where Rachel McAdams kills a boar, boobs with guns inside. For the biz I was talking about. So there's going to be, especially like where I live, there's going to be a lot of construction done, because I live in the country, and a lot of the area, like the city part areas, like the suburb areas, closing in around the urban area. So a lot of houses are going to be built, and that might be a good, anything in this area, especially to support the construction industry, would be a moneymaker. Showdown at the old Knipple. What would be a very good idea, and what always is a very good idea, is if you can obtain a CNC machine that will cut 4 foot by 8 foot pieces of whatever you want. You can do a lot of work down here, especially with the movie industry, because they like a lot of times when they're building spaceships and whatnot, they need the ribs done. So they'll have that done out of 3/4 inch plywood, so that they can just get a bunch of the parts, piece it together to make like round shapes and whatnot. And there's a lot of other people that can use the service. One other great thing is hot wire for foam. So they have CNC machines that just run a hot wire through big old hunks of foam, and then CNC to like carve in. Then you spray it with concrete, so it looks like a big. I'll show you. I'll show you what it looked like. Foam. Hold on. Concrete covered foam entry signs. So stuff like all these, like this, you see that like right there? That's all cut out of one big hunk of foam, and you can put smaller hunks together and then CNC it to make it look like rock and everything, and then have someone, have a painter spray it or whatever. And all of these are, and it's all just foam, and then you spray concrete over it and it paint it. You don't even have to be talented with the paint. But all of these signs, that's what they are. And wherever there's going to be a lot of communities and stuff put in, it's so inexpensive to do because it's cheap. Like even your bits for your CNC machine, you're cutting styrofoam, so they ain't gonna go dull anytime soon. So it's not like you're cutting wood or stone or whatever where it's gonna wear out. So it's very inexpensive, and you make your money back very, very quickly. It's not as funny as what I said though. Katy Perry had boob guns in a video. Oh yeah, I remember that. Dave Attell, he was a funny comedian. What fish do you like to get? I like red snapper a lot. Austin Powers, boob guns. Yep, Austin Powers. I bet you did remember the fembots and Austin Powers. Yep, the fembots, that's right. Sometime I said at the same time as me. Those boots were made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. That was some outstanding, good physical comedy. I'm actually going to leave the stream for a minute to watch a scene. Go watch it, cat. You have to try black Alaska cod. That's a staple. There is a fish that has black Alaska cod's made of. Black Alaska cod. Oh yeah, that looks good. That looks like a big old freaking meaty fish. Wow. Looks almost like a salmon. Big old steak. Yeah, boy. Yeah. Red snapper's delicious. My is my go-to saltwater catfish for fresh. Yeah, I mean, if I can catch it, I'd eat it absolutely. But if I'm ordering it at a restaurant, if we're at home, I eat a lot of cod, tilapia. I like whitefish like that I can, like anything that I can get that's got like thick and steaky. Steaky, baby. Steaky, baby. Bam. Vitamin D, baby. Lucas loves femboys. I'm going to make a restaurant called Random Birds. You can order only one thing, and it's a random bird. I had a grouper sandwich in Florida once. That's still a dream. Yeah, I had. Okay, so there's a place right near me where when I go, I get red snapper. Well, there's a place a couple doors down, a Mexican place, and they've got grouper. When they do, I get it there too. It's really good. All right, how was it, Kat? Why do mosquitoes exist? Dude, do you know that Google is releasing like 30 million genetically modified mosquitoes to help lower the mosquito population? But this is typically what happens. Because when you genetically modify them, they get weaker. And the female mosquitoes that aren't genetically modified don't end up mating with these genetically modified. Like they just understand that they're weaker. They don't fly as strong, and they want their their offspring to be strong. So then they ended up just mating with the regular males anyway. So you're releasing a bunch more mosquitoes, but male mosquitoes don't bite. Crabs on the beach, I was thinking might be a peg leg Pete. Baba Ooka Baba, tell me about a wish you'd like to someday come true. A wish that I'd like to someday come true. I would like to see people to start to understand that it's not a bad thing to have differences with different countries, and to help secure and keep the greatness of other countries intact so that we can visit each other's communities and visit each other to see each other's cultures, rather than thinking it's a good idea to mix them all in. Why would anyone want to eat there? I need to get a version of AutoCAD then. So you can get AutoCAD, but there's free CAD. There's a lot of free CAD software. FreeCAD is one of the most powerful, and it's free. Yeah, but yeah, you can do any of those. And there's so many now also because of 3D printing. Like what you made of, man, like what if you made me eat a swan or a flamingo? I'd be pissed too. You seem like a snapper guy. What kind is a snapper woman? Red snapper's pretty good. Salmon or sea bass. What up, Sylvia? Flamingos get their color from the shrimp. That's right. Well, right. The not krill. What is it called? Yes, but it's not right. That's right. If you have them in captivity and you feed them like grains and stuff, they don't turn pink. And Dover Sole. I like Sole. Epstein. I don't care about other countries anymore. I used to until I learned how they're taking advantage of us with inflation. Yeah, it's pretty bad. That's the best thing I've heard today. God bless you. God bless you, Baba. Baba, my wish is to live in Greece because you will get a random bird each time. That's the experience. Yeah, grouper's a good fish. Grouper's a good fish. All right, let's see. Bam. Okay. Grouper. And from a business perspective, it's smart because you can just give out the birds that you have laying around so you never run out of stock. Have you tried blonde snapper or brunette snapper? I know, never have. Greece, let me get a gyro with a shite lotus tzatziki. Yeah, she's a fan of tzatziki. Hold on one second. She's a big fan of tzatziki. All right, I need to grab some water here too real quick. So let's do this. Let's find a video on grouper. Massive Warsaw grouper.
Watch us catch this massive Warsaw grouper. To catch this fish, we had to travel 140 miles off Florida's Gulf Coast. I was fishing with my buddy Jason Boyle, who's an expert at catching these sea monsters. These fish live in very deep springs, basically a giant bottomless pit that our sonar technology cannot read. Jason and I dropped 2 baits on our 130 size reels to the bottom of the ocean, and in less than 5 minutes, Jason started getting a bite.
You got him, Jason? Warsaw on? No, no, you do not. Jason, get him, get him, get him, get him, dude, get him, get him.
This fish was incredibly powerful. It was so strong that Jason and I had to take turns fighting it.
Ready? All right, you ready? Yeah. Step in. Go, 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 go.
After an intense 15-minute battle, we got our first glimpse of this sea monster.
That's what they look like right there!
There he goes. Get it. Get it, buddy. Get that fish. Jeez. Man, that's freaking... Jeez. 240 pounds. Imagine how many sandwiches that makes. Well, Kat, I just believe in yourself and you will be in Greece. Oh, she's working on it. Absolutely. Who's not a big fan of tzatziki? I don't trust you if you don't like tzatziki. My mom makes really good tzatziki. Just the right amount of it on mine. Thanks. I do, Baba, and thanks. My creative powers will take me. That's correct. That is correct. All right, let's see what else we got going on here. At least one sandwich in that fish. At least one. Yes, at least one. At least one. Okay, let's see what else it's got going on. The Yanomami tribe blew this into my nose. Saw God. Uh-oh. It sounds like the government is paying for some U.S. military veterans to move different places. No one else should be able to move on taxpayer money, especially Hollywood. Well, I mean, that absolutely needs to change. The people that are willing to die to protect us absolutely should have first grab at everything. Period. They're amazing. Greek fishermen still tell 2,000-year-old fish stories. Hey, well, you see what those guys just did? They'll be talking about that until they die. Absolutely. A bunch of guys out in the middle of the ocean somewhere, a 240-pound fish. 240-pound grouper on 10-pound test. All right, behind Osaka's prisons. People with terrible credit trying to buy luxury cars. 5 months of exposing Karen Bass, Africa's most dangerous roads. Why water boils in tall cups. All right, let's watch that. It's water.
Hey everyone, I'm at the top of
the
a parking structure to see if it's possible to boil water just by lifting it up a little bit in the air. So we've all seen the trick or even done the trick
This
where
is
if you have a cup
supposedly
of water,
why you can't like have a straw that's too tall. Because when you suck on a straw, it lowers the pressure so that it'll bring the water up to a certain point. But once that pressure reaches a certain point, the water just boils rather than Keir Starmer in the UK says anybody talking about the anti-white racism is just insulting the memory of the guys that was killed. Two-tier Keir. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that guy's nuts. He's on his way out. Absolutely, dude. Starmer said Farage was inciting violence by mentioning the issue. Yeah, he's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. Listen, he's not handling this well. He's not handling this well. He's absolutely not. He's afraid of what he created. And that's the problem with evil. When you dance with evil, you will ultimately lose. And that's what you're seeing here at the end of his story. He invited in evil to his environment, and he's seeing it happen, but he doesn't want to believe it. So he just says, just say it, just don't talk about it, and it doesn't exist. It doesn't work that way. As far as not mixing earlier, Muslims don't want us to mix with us. Their goal is to overwrite, just a fact, which is why you're correct. The military veterans I saw today were living not far from San Antonio, Texas, in a very large group home and mansion basketball home community where the ball players live in rent mansions. Trump should put sanctions on Keir Starmer and labor. Yeah, hey, that would be great, but this is the problem. The people of England need help. The problem is the governments have too much control over the people. The problem is the governments can think completely different than the populace. And then we say, screw the UK, but we're talking about the UK government, not screw the people of the UK, right? And that's a big problem. So you can't, and Keir Starmer knows this. So that's why he knows that he won't feel any issues from this, because anything to stop that would affect the people as a whole.
Merged under the water and then lifted up above the surface, the water actually stays inside the cup. The reason this happens is because the water can't fall out of the cup because it needs something to replace that volume of water with. And there's no inlet of air, so the water can't fall out. So basically, the air pressure of the water around it is keeping the water up inside the cup.
That's right.
So let's look at the pressures inside this experiment. You can see that the pressure outside of the cup must be atmospheric pressure. So inside of the cup, at the level of the surface of water outside the cup, you know that that point is atmospheric pressure.
Right.
If you go down, it's going to increase in pressure, but that means that if you go up, it's going to decrease in pressure. So that means the higher you go inside the cup, the lower pressure it is. So by turning the cup upside down and lifting it above water, you've created a little bit of a vacuum in there. And that vacuum is what's holding the water up in there, as if you had sucked it up. And the taller your cup is, the higher that water can get in there. But the question is there a theoretical limit to how tall your cup could get? Instead of a cup, I'm just going to use a tube, but it's the same thing as a cup. It's just flexible and easier to maneuver. So I'm going to fill the tube completely with water and then plug up one end of it. So one end's going to be submerged and the other end is plugged up. So it's completely filled with water. And then I'm just going to lift it up. And as I lift it up, that's basically lengthening my cup. So let's see how high we can actually...
He should just, I wonder if he's going to do it with a drone.
Lift this water up above the surface and see what happens.
Why would he do that, Tenlight? Why would Trump put sanctions on Elon Musk and his companies? Elon Musk's companies is what's keeping our space program going, our communications going, our GPS satellites, our communications satellites. Like what would sanctions against Elon Musk do? And for what? How many, like almost 200,000 jobs this one man has created. Jobs for about 200,000 people across many, many states. It's like, why would you want to destroy that much of the economy? And for what reason?
Okay, now I'm going to clamp it shut right here. Now, before we continue, I want to thank the sponsor for this video, Mel Science. If you like my channel and other experiments you've seen me do on my channel, then you'll love Mel Science kits. One of the best ways to learn something is by doing it yourself. Their science kits bring that experience to your home. Mel Science kits are a subscription kit that's sent to your home monthly. They have a lot of different kits available under the chemistry section or physics.
What jobs has Elon Musk created? Everybody that works for Tesla and builds Teslas and everything that Teslas need, the battery systems, the tire companies, all the SpaceX stuff, the spaces, the Boring Company systems and surrounding companies that have been created. and the food that those people eat when they work in those jobs, everything, lots and lots of jobs. Let's see if we can get a number on that. How many people work for Elon Musk's companies? Let's see if we can get a general. 150,000 people work directly for Elon Musk's major active companies, with the vast employed by Tesla. 125,000 people for Tesla, 22,000 people for SpaceX, 1,500 to 2,800 for X, 1,200 for XAI, the Boring Company and Neuralink, a few hundred each. So a lot. Everything with Elon Musk is out. No, it's here. It's all here. It's all here. I mean, he does have Tesla factories in other countries, but the headquarters of all of those companies are in the United States. Yeah, Neuralink. Yeah, you don't want to hurt the economy just because you don't like somebody. Elon Musk is putting up satellites for foreign countries, right? Because he's not a government. He owns businesses and he wants to make money for those businesses. Yeah, what and by doing that, he can make the company bigger and have more launches, and then need more people to support those launches and whatnot. I think it's very important that happens, because most manufacturing in America is. I mean, let's see, what percentage of United States manufacturing does Elon Musk take part in? Okay, automotive, aerospace, energy, and automation. Elon Musk recently announced a surprising $16.5 billion deal that could help jumpstart the return of United States manufacturing dominance. So he's showing that manufacturing can be profitable in America, which means other companies, other people will do the same. Trump didn't care that he hurt YouTube gig economy for all of us outside of Wall Street. How did he hurt the gig economy? I don't know. I'm not aware of that. How many people does he employ? It's at about 150,000 people. Elon Musk has a Tesla company in Shanghai. Right. But and in a bunch of other countries. But the headquarters is in America, which means when they sell stuff and do stuff, that goes back to the tax base in America, because the headquarters is here. So it's an American company. Right, absolutely. So does Kraft, and so does every other company. Like, look, Amazon and every other, because he has the ability to make a good product that people want to buy. If people didn't buy his products, he would be a failure. Yeah, but I mean, what you don't think he's not a government official? He's an entrepreneur, right? So why should he not do what he wants to do? If they pay taxes, right. I'm talking about the people. I'm talking about sales taxes and stuff like that. I'm not talking about the owners of the companies. But Elon Musk does hold the record for the largest check ever written to the U.S. government for taxes. If someone else was not taking care of you, Richard, would you know that independent small businesses were put out by dictator Trump? I don't think you know what you're talking about, Ten Light. I don't think you have any clue what you're talking about. I think you're repeating what you've heard somewhere, and you don't know what you're talking about. Walmart has destroyed most small businesses in America. COVID-19 and local governments have destroyed most restaurants in America. I don't think you understand. I don't think you know what you're talking about. Mr. Chip in your brain, Elon, right?
Section, or even the kids section. This is one of their kids boxes. My kids love them, and they make great Christmas presents too.
I mean, Elon Musk's Tesla showed that electric cars can work. And then other people said, I want to do what that guy's doing. And then other car companies in America making electric cars have started up to help them out, create more jobs and more economic boom in those sectors. Now, listen, if people didn't buy his products, he wouldn't be wealthy. He doesn't have the money because he created a company. He has money because people buy his products. That's it. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. If his products didn't get bought, the company would fail. Trump has destroyed the U.S. Okay. Jim, that's what Neuralink is. Yep, chips in the brain. Are you getting shares in SpaceX IPO? I can't afford any, but I would like to, absolutely. Not the car in space. Yeah, that was a pretty good idea, though. And because you can actually see it. You can actually log into the live stream right now. SpaceX orbiting car live stream. I don't care, whatever. Where is it in space? Oh, it's going to come back to space January 1st or closing. Oh, it's going to approach Mars. So let's see. Well, I thought we could see the Starman live stream. Ah, its battery died. Okay. Oh, okay. Its battery died. Man, I own a TACS device. Check it out. A TACS device. Tax? Would the tires not pop for the pressure difference? Yeah, I'm sure they were flat. Do you fill out your own 1099 form or do you submit your expenses to your parent company? I 1099. It's definitely wackadoodle technology because I don't even know what it is. Yep. But, there's no air for the heat transfer to go anywhere. Let's see. Transcranial alternating current stimulation, non-invasive brain stimulation technique. Okay, so is this the same thing as the figure 8 butterfly magnetic pulses, which the consistent direct current applies. So there's direct and then alternating, TDCS and ACS, alternating sinusoid, mimics the brain's natural rhythm influence. Interesting, I ought to look into that. DARPA. All right, Kat. What up, AJ? See you later. That was Rain. Welcome back, AJ. What's up, Tiny? This is different. Tax. Do you know AI agent can talk independently telepathically? I did not know that. Bye, love. I'm spamming the button for you, Rich. Thank you, Tiny. All right, let's take a look at these guys here. I believe Larry Page, Jack Dorsey, Mark Zuckerberg all sent balloons to foreign nations to link them up to internet services, which is USA money. Listen, I have no idea what you're talking about, but they are not government agencies. They are companies. They can do whatever they want in the free market to try to make more money for themselves and their shareholders. I got no idea about that. I'm sure they all want to rule the world. I'm sure they're trying to spread their products everywhere around the world. Did they take government money to do it? I don't know. I don't even know what the balloon thing is. I don't know. If you want to tell me about it, I'm happy to hear about it. Okay. DARPA's tax transcranial is a closed-loop targeted memory reactivation developed by HRL Laboratories in the University of New Mexico. Protocol uses scalp electrodes to deliver low current synchronizes with the brain's natural slow wave oscillations during REM sleep. It's DARPA-funded framework. Accelerates skill acquisition and memory consolidation. That's pretty interesting. A 75th of a cycle. Wow. Various amplitude densities, clearly about 0.75 milliamps to 1.5 milliamps, depending on the study. Overnight, typically an 8-hour sleep period or a 90-minute daytime nap. Elon Musk took an additional $250 million, I think, in the billing in 2026. Took it for what, though? What? For what? For what? Did they just give him money, or did he offer a service or a product? I like, that's what companies do. That's what companies do. They take money to do things, to offer a product or a service. I mean, I think most people only think money is for spending, and they don't understand that money can be used for a lot of things, and especially to build wealth above and beyond was given. I mean, Biden administration gave Tesla $400 million for cars. If you want a stable internet in foreign nations, those nations would need to invest in their own money and their own infrastructure. Right. That you're talking governments. These companies want the people in those countries to use their products, and they can't use their internet products without internet. And they've got so much extra cash that they're going to build internet in those countries so people, it's just like back in the day, the reason we have roads in America was because the car industries needed roads so they could sell people cars to use. So the government built the roads so that the car companies could employ people to work. Then the tax base would go up from income taxes and whatnot. It's the same thing with internet. We've got all these things to sell, all these services to sell on the internet, and you have people that can't use them because they don't have the internet. If you want to sell people cars, then you go and you talk to the governments in areas that don't have roads, and you get roads paved, and then you sell people cars to use those roads. It's the same thing. They need to help people get internet in order to sell them those products. So they get an investment to build that infrastructure, and then they sell them things and they make that money back plus profit. That's a business deal. I'm not kidding. AI agents can communicate telepathically. Research paper from Stanford said. Federal Elections Commission filings revealed that Musk poured at least $250 million into allied political groups during the 2024 election. Right. I don't. Yeah. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? If you had $1 trillion? What's up, according to John? How about fix the dang roads? I agree. We need to fix the dang roads. I absolutely agree. But this is what happens when in people's minds they mix up government and private citizens. The government needs to fix the roads. The government needs to fix the roads. Companies are making money, but governments just spend money, and they're not spending it in the right place. That's what the big issue is with most people, is that our tax money has been mishandled. Going good, brother. What up, Cheryl? Maybe. All right, let's see. What was I going to look up? I forgot what it was. Martian said something. AI agents telepathically communicating. Okay, let's see. All right, latent state communication. When people discuss telepathic communications, they are usually referring latent state communication or machine telepathy. Instead of translating internal reasoning to text and asking another agent to read it, they share their raw mathematical thoughts directly. That's funny. That's awesome. Right, because they don't speak English, right? So they're just speaking computer language, straight math. Instead of saying, hey, you other agent, can you do this for me? It's saying, just whatever the, yeah, that makes sense. But telepathically sounds like wirelessly. So yeah, they're just not using English. They're not using the LLM chunk the way, because LLMs are so AI can communicate to humans. If you're not talking to a human, you don't need to speak English. All right, let's see if we can find out something on
Summarize. Welcome back to Summarize Science. Today, we are looking at a fascinating breakthrough.
Hold on. Would you rather have internet in foreign countries that fixed roads? The government needs to do that. Elon Musk isn't the government. Elon Musk's just a dude. He's not a senator or a president or anything. I would like fixed roads. These companies are doing this. They don't care about you. They want money. They're not the government. The government should do that. This is why so many people were mad at the Biden administration, because the government gave money to people, to other countries, to teach them things and to do things there that didn't, and while our stuff was falling apart. That was the problem with USAID, and that's why Doge was brought in. But right, these companies aren't worried about you and your state and your issues. They're worried about how much money their companies are bringing in. Yeah, I mean, I agree, but you're conflating two things: government and private industry. Maybe the potholes are intentional to keep mechanic puts. And here's the problem: if Elon Musk was going to say, I'm going to repair all the roads, and then something went on, he could get sued or be charged for manslaughter or something down the line if something failed. If the government does it, you can't sue them like that. You just end up giving money. So that's why private citizens don't step over government. Who is my profile picture like? I don't know. I do not know, Galaxy. The potholes are for the deceased. 110011101110. Careful, man. Ted Light might put it on you. Elon Musk's relationship with the government is highly interdependent with business by heavily relying on federal contracts. Right. Sure. Right. If you own a business, that's what you want. You want a government contract because they'll overpay and they'll give you hundreds of millions of dollars. That's what you could do that too. And then you could do whatever you want. You have to offer something, a service or a value to people that they'll pay money for. And then you can do whatever you want. The government has to worry about the infrastructure, not the private citizens. Why would Elon give a F about fixing roads? He sells more cars because road problems, cars more wear and tear, leading to people to replace their vehicles more often. Right. It's the bottom. And it's illegal. They have a fiduciary duty to their shareholders. He can't just spend the company's money on whatever he wants. He's got to go to his shareholders because remember, he doesn't have that money in the bank. They're in shares. So he's got to say, I want to take some of this money out of the shares. Is that okay, everybody shareholder? He's not doing it on his personal own self. Elon's selling 700,000 cars. Who cares? Who cares? He's not the government. It's not freaking Trump or Obama doing it with government money. It's his money. It's his money. What do you care? Why do you care? You should be worrying about yourself and getting yourself in a position where you can sell things in China. Okay, what were we looking at?
And how artificial intelligence systems work together. Usually, when multiple AI agents collaborate, they talk to each other using text, just like humans do. The researchers behind this paper argue that text is actually a very slow and inefficient way for two neural networks to communicate. On this page, you can see the clear difference between traditional text-based systems and their new method called ThoughtFlow, or TFLOW. Instead of writing long messages that the other agent has to read and process, one AI agent sends a tiny update.
I'm not in the interest of scamming the government, the taxpayers, but it seems if you are, Richard, a solid fraud, waste, and abuse, why is it scamming? Why is it scamming? I'm not telling you to scam anybody. I told you how you can start a legitimate business, help legitimate people that need help, and have your own company to do it. I'm not telling you to scam anybody. You think it's scamming because so many people do it and don't help anybody, and that's the scam. If you actually do it to help people, and you do help people, that's called a business. You're crazy.
To the other's weights. This is called weight-based communication, and it acts like a temporary software patch for the AI's brain. By doing this, they eliminate the need for costly pre-filling and reduce the memory footprint of the system. This shift is significant because it skips the step where the AI has to turn its
Oh wow,
internal
Laura
thoughts into human
here.
words. And
Laura, it's I don't know if they're gonna talk about it, but that's low power radio. Long range, low power wireless radio. LO is long, RA range. Okay, right. Low power wireless radio technology. Yeah, I think she's just mad. I don't know why she's mad. All I'm trying to do is answer her questions, and she thinks I don't know why she went to scamming. That's not what I said to do. I told her how she could help herself, and she doesn't want to help herself. She
the researchers explain
self-sabotages.
that natural language
apparently.
is a human-centric interface, but it might be an awkward way for machines to think together. By communicating through internal states, the agents can share complex reasoning signals almost instantly. This approach helps solve the compatibility problem where different agents need to understand one another without sharing the exact same architecture. The technical process involves a special parameter generator that translates a sender's internal state into a temporary modification. As shown in this diagram, the sender agent performs a single pass
this
on
is
the
crazy. I
question
don't
and
understand what's going on
extracts hidden states. The generator
Thought
then
flow,
maps the
low rank, adaptation, weight generation. Yeah, she's kind of slow and wackadoodle on that. With telepathy speak. Terra logic. All right, let's see what else we got going on.
Bolt like this would have come in useful on my can you blow your own cell experiment. I use Mel Science Kits all the time in my home, especially with my kids. They make a great Christmas present for kids, especially because it's a subscription box, so it's the gift that just keeps giving through the year. So if you want to check out Mel Science Kits, click the link in my description and type in the code ActionLab for 50% off your
Why
first
can't
month.
they have female
Now let's get back
kits?
to our experiment. Okay, so I'm going to start it here, and then I'll hook it on here, attach it, and then walk up to the next level. So each time I attach it, that's an extra 5 feet. Okay, up the next level.
It's only 5 feet.
Still don't see any boiling. Up to the next level.
What are you doing?
Still don't see any
Science.
boiling.
Hmm. It seems like more than 5 feet.
Okay, so watch me lift it up here. Oh, look at all that boiling.
Oh, wow. So the vacuum's so
I
strong.
just hit the boiling point here.
No, I ain't got no money like that, dude. I have one solar panel for my chicken coop, so that if it gets too hot in there, it can blow some air out. But yeah, no, I don't have anything. I don't understand if someone is willing to invest their own money to build a business, but does not contribute to fixing public roads. What does that have anything to do with scamming? It doesn't have anything to do with scamming. It has nothing to do with it, brother. Listen, it has absolutely zero to do with it. And she wants to play the victim. She wants to say, I told her a way that she could help herself, how to start a company and how to get government money to do something to help the people around her. And she thinks that that's scamming because she doesn't want to just do it and get herself out of her own situation. So instead, she's saying, no, I'm better than you. I'm better than you. You don't have any morals. I'm better than you. So I'm just going to sit back in my own filth and just rot because I'm not going to do that because that's scamming, even though it absolutely is not scamming. The government offers grants and money to people and nonprofits that are willing to do things for their communities. Especially there's billions of dollars given away every year to help the homeless. So she could absolutely say, okay, there's 50 homeless people around me. Let me sign up there. Let me get their names and see what they need. Then I'll go to, and I told her to go to the government websites and get all the information, fill it all out, and say what you're going to do with the money. And she's like, you're a scammer. Okay, cool. It's cool because that's what it's for. The scam is when people just steal the money. then that's the scam. If you actually do the work, you can absolutely get yourself a place to work out of. That's absolutely legal and not a scam. You can absolutely pay yourself. That's legal and not a scam. You can absolutely help people. That's legal and not a scam. The scam is people are saying that they're helping people, but they're not. They're just stealing the money. What up, Neo? But she doesn't want to do everything. She thinks everything that she has going on, everything that's wrong in her life is someone else's fault. Like her lawyer screwed up her divorce because her lawyer was crazy. And then her husband screwed up the marriage because the husband was crazy. And then the people that screw up her living conditions, it's because they're crazy. What up, Lord Alcatraz? Robert Thompson. What's up, brother? And there's billions and billions
So
of
this is as high
dollars
as it goes.
that are available to people. And if you've got nothing to do all day, why not do that? The money's there to be available, but she doesn't want to do it, probably because she's afraid to fail at it. But the thing that's interesting about that is you don't have to do it. It doesn't hurt you if you fail at it. If you actually do what you say you're going to do and they give you money to do it and you buy people food and you pay for people to have places to stay and whatever, you did what you were supposed to do and they'll give you money to run that organization. Yeah, so let's say I build a company and get funded by the government. Does that mean I have to contribute to fixing everything in the community just because I receive funding? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because the contract would say the government is giving you money for this service or product, and then you give them that service or product. Then it's done. Then you can make another contract and get more money and provide a service or product. What happens is when you spend that money in order to create that product or service, and the people that you employ to do that, they pay taxes, and those taxes would go to help the roads. But the problem is the government is mismanaging the money. So she's just wrong about everything. But the reason people are so mad in America right now is because the money's being stolen. Because people are doing what I just told her to do, but they're just stealing the money. They're not helping the homeless and whatnot. They're just stealing the money. They're signing up fake people's names and they're saying this person needs $40,000 and then the money just gets laundered. If I don't, does that make me a scammer? No, right? No. Yeah, victim mentality. And I try to help her.
I lift
every
it
time.
higher,
And she gets mad when I
gonna
try to
boil.
help her, and then she goes away for a few months. Happy Pride Month,
And it
Chad.
goes back down to that same spot.
You should start a company whose sole purpose is to make me happy. I get the money and close the company. Yep, that's right. Let's do that.
So you can see at the top here, there's a limit to how high the water can get. If we get any higher, it just boils more water and just puts water vapor at the top.
That's freaking cool.
Move it down and the level stays right there. Okay, so now watch me pick it up.
It's truly
This is actually really
always
interesting. In the
something.
same
Current
spot, I
generations
did a
are
different
cursed
experiment
economically.
where I saw how high you could suck up water through.
Listen. People can come here with the clothes on their back and end up with lots and lots of money. If you already have something, you're ahead of all of those people, right? Why is it that it's a problem for some people? It's a mental block. They've been told time and time again, the system won't let you, so don't try. But the people that haven't been taught that, over and over again, when they show up in America, they succeed in lots of ways. So is it the system? No, because it works for a lot of people. But they've been told over and over again, the country's built against you, it's systemic, you'll never be anything, so they never try. You should make a company that helps people make companies that make people make companies. You know what that's called? That's called a consultant. And there's a lot of those too. Yeah, I like cool physics. Coupled with the destruction of the nuclear family, I agree. Yes, right, absolutely. Absolutely better than anywhere else. Really, it's always been a struggle, but nuclear family has been destroyed. 70% of marriage now in divorce. Right, so now you've got a woman trying to pay a mortgage and a man trying to pay a mortgage while trying to pay child support and all this and all that, rather than people sticking together paying one mortgage. Instead of two people paying two mortgages plus illegal expenses and everything, you have two people paying one mortgage. They would have twice the amount of money. And they don't, but people don't understand that. And then they turned it into an absolute brothel. Everybody is just how many people you can bang, how many guys you can get on your roster. If you got an OnlyFans, and it's turned all ton of people into hoes, prostitutes, straight up prostitutes.
Tube. And it's actually basically the same experiment. But instead of using a vacuum chamber or my mouth to try to suck up water, all I did was plug it up and then lift it up above the level of water. So this is basically just a different way to make a vacuum inside the tube. Just plug it and then lift it high above the surface. The reason it's making that vacuum in there is because the whole weight of the water is pulling down on it.
Right, like
so
a
it's
piston.
pulling down on it, trying to create some space in there. But because there's no inlet in there, there's no space to make. So the pressure just drops lower and lower and lower until eventually it reaches the boiling point of water at whatever temperature that water is in the tube. So the warmer the water, the less high you're going to be able to lift it above the surface of water before you boil it. The colder your water, the higher you're going to be able to lift it. The theoretical limit to how high we could get is 33.8 feet. That's as if there was a perfect vacuum
All right,
inside
that's
that tube
one
there. And thanks for
atmosphere.
watching another episode of the Action Lab. I hope you liked it. If you did, don't...
So, interesting thing also, hold on, the U.S. housing market is a whole racket. Anywhere worth living, rich buy all the homes and up and rent them, then leave them for the slumlords. Yeah, I mean, so you got to make your own place, right? Find somewhere cheap. What makes those places so attractive, right? So, like, where I live, there wasn't nothing around, and then, like, it built up. How the pyramids were built? Yeah, with there's a theory about using water elevators, like he was showing earlier. But so here's also a big thing that you could see in that interaction when people that have victim mentality like that come off as foolish. They try what's called reputation destruction. So that's why her last line before she left was to try to hurt to damage my reputation amongst you guys. That's why she said that that I have no morals and whatnot. You have no morals or ethics. How would she know? First of all, but she wants to try to damage anything that I have. And people do this all the time. When they can't punch you, they go for reputation destruction. And that's what, they're like, hey, I tried to help you, but she's definitely not going to do it. She's not going to do the work to help herself. So then she's like, well, because you told me that's scamming and you're evil and nobody should watch you because you have no morals or ethics. And I hope your channel ends up like mine, blah, blah, blah. It's horrible. What's up, Tara? Concrete and electric saws. Yeah, it sucks. But these are the type of people that you don't want to put resources into because they will just drain you. They will just drain you. And then when you're drained, they'll try to damage you on the way out. I see most things a yin and a yang. The economy has slowly deteriorated objectively from what I've seen, but victim mentality will change nothing whatsoever. Right, and listen. There are still 1,000 new millionaires made in America every day. 1,000 new millionaires every day. Now, sure, a lot of them are getting it off of a wackadoodle way. They're stealing it or whatever. But there's still ways to get rich. You just got to you have to understand that debt can be leveraged to make wealth. People are told to avoid debt, but remember that people that understand how money works will leverage debt to make wealth. Like people say, oh, that house is too expensive, I'll never pay it off. Well, then don't pay it off. Hold on to it, pay for it as long as you can till the value goes up, then sell it. And then make them. And I know that's very difficult to do, but that's just that way. There's lots of other ways to do it. People buy shoes that are very expensive, watches that are very expensive, and cars that are very expensive. They use things like drugs and alcohol that's very expensive that they get no return on that. There's no investment. It's just blown money. And then they say, well, the economy's so bad, I got to drink. Well, that's going to make your economy even worse, right? So it's very difficult to also like not looking into how money works and how industry works. People go to college and they go into super debt very young so that they will never have the money to invest in the stock market throughout their youth. They'll be 45, 50 years old before they pay off their student loan debts and then start to invest in their future. But a lot of people make it to retirement between 55 and 65. So they get to 55 with $0 in the bank or finishing off debt. But they get enough money in those 10 years to retire on. So there is a lot of money to be made still. A lot of people have completely foregone creativity. A lot of people are selling self-published books and making hundreds of thousands of dollars on self-published books on Amazon. So there's a lot of things to do, but a lot of people are tired and a lot of people are exhausted. But we need to continue to congregate and do what we can to make our local communities the best we can. The federal government, look, if those sanctuary cities can say we're not going to follow federal law, they're not breaking the law. They're saying we don't want money from you. We are going to get it from our local community. And they did what they were voted in to do, destroy their cities. So you can do that at a local level. We put so little on the local level, so little of a spotlight, and only on the presidential election, when it's your local government that matters the most on what's going to happen with your dollars and dimes. Build equity, investment assets. Right. We should teach kids this very young. And this is something that I appreciate. Good. That's very, very, very good. Don't buy things. Right. And we have to teach this young. We have to teach this young. Also, if you can afford to buy a little stock and can work a long term. Right. And now that there are so many businesses now building in America, thousands and thousands and thousands. If you could put $50 in one over the next few weeks, they're going to grow to some certain point. And the thing is, there is no good manufacturing in America. So as we go towards self-sustaining or sustaining ourselves with our own industries, that's going to be huge for everybody, even the person. But you can't throw everything away into crap, into drug and alcohol addiction because of despair of what some rich person told you. That's right. Trades are very, very good to have, and they'll always be needed. Basically, everyone's 20s is spent figuring some of this stuff out. Hopefully, they should teach it. But most people in their 20s want to party, and they don't want to get married, and they want to date a lot of guys. And then any money, especially women, any money that they make boss babing, when they finally get baby fever in their late 30s, early 40s, all the money that they save goes into expensive IVF treatments. So two things that Trump did, which I thought was very kick-ass, is he lowered the cost for fertility treatments for women. And he gave every kid that's going to be born within a certain year period an investment portfolio that invests in America. Here, they're called the Trump accounts. But some people hate Trump so much they won't even enroll their kids in it. Because I hate Trump, I hate him. You're talking about throwing your kids' future away, tens of thousands of dollars, because you hate this guy. And that's the thing. That's their fault. It's not Trump's fault that you won't take the money from him. You have to have a trade or skill to do stuff. Yes, absolutely. Yep. I spent my 20s gaming, and I wouldn't change that one big bit. In fact, I'm still doing it. And brother, that's not that big of a deal. As men, we have much more leeway. But it's so easy to rob women because most of them will have baby fever because they were lied to about being a boss babe. And when they crash out of that, they're going to spend any money that they have from being a boss, and they're just going to blow it. So they're still going to end up with zero or in debt until their 50s. And this is all well known and well planned out. You can still game and work a job and such. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. But here, let's look at these real quick. The Trump accounts. Okay. Oops, that's me. All right. Trump accounts, formerly known as 530A IRAs, are tax deferred investments and retirement accounts for children authorized under the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. They allow families and employers to contribute up to $5,000 annually per child until they turn 18. At the point it's converted to a traditional IRA. Okay, government seed money. Eligible U.S. citizen children born between January 2025 and December 31st, 2028 can receive a one-time $1,000 contribution. That contribution from if they were born in that area is supposed to be somewhere between $10,000 and $100,000, but it's aiming closer to about 50 grand. So the government is giving you, and that's if you only put the initial seed in there. Parents can put more money in there, and and the kids' employers and stuff can put money in there also. So it can go up much, much, much higher. Okay, let's see if we can find out how. Annual limits. You can contribute up to $5,000 annually, and employers contribute $2,500, which counts towards the 5,000 limit. Okay, annual limit. Taxes. Individual contributors are made after tax dollars, growth deferred. Upon withdrawal, the funds are treated as ordinary taxable income, which defers the tax-free withdrawals from the 529 plan. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we can find. So just by doing this, just by signing your kid up, you get $1,000, right? $1,000. But people say, I want that now because Trump ruined the economy. Thank you, Leslie. Ain't seen you in a while. Play guitar, game fish, watch this guy on YouTube, all sorts of little hobbies. That's good, yeah. Yeah, me too, brother. Riders on the storm. Boom, 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 boom. What up, Cody? Yes, right. So, like, did you see the women that took handfuls of Tylenol when Trump said Tylenol may cause autism? Whether he was right or not, they just took a bunch, and a woman died, and a lot of people ended up in the hospital just because they hate him so much. Hate him all you want. He's creating things that will help your children, but they're told that children are just, I'm going to say the words. They're told that children have so little value because of what's been promoted for so long. Okay, let's see. Okay. So at 18 years old, projected Trump accounts value ranges from $5,800 to over $300,000 with maximal contributions, depending on investment scenario. If only the initial $1,000 is left to grow by the age 18, the estimated to be at $5,800 in a minimum return scenario. So you can say you want maximum return, or put that in the, sorry, you can, if the companies in America that these are invested in do a little bit better than they have been, then you can get up to $21,000 for free. Your child will have that when they get out. When they get out of the plan at 18 years old, and then that can roll over, and then they can move that into any other investments that they want. If you turn 18 and just say it's 10 grand, just say it's just somewhere in between those two, you can have such a big start on your kids' lives. When that you take that $10,000 and you roll it into a traditional IRA, and then when the kids turn 30, you'll be at almost $70,000. So the $21,000 could turn into 70, and that's on the low end. And it's possible to do a lot. And then throughout those 18 years, any dollar that you happen to throw into that kid's account, the problem is people don't even know about savings or anything. But this is starting anything. It's not going to crash. If you put money in there, it's going to be fine. And it's not going to be taxed throughout those periods. At the end of each year, you're not going to get taxed on it. You're only going to get taxed on it when you withdraw it at 18. So, but people just won't do it. Maximum contributions. Parents can do $5,000 a year with maximum contributions made. The Council of Advisors estimates an 18-year-old balance of $303,800. So if you can just manage to do that for your child, they're going to have $300,000 when they turn 18. Project values closer to $191,000, adjusting for inflation and fees. Fine. That's one of the best things you could possibly do. And people don't even know that this is a thing because they hate him so much. This should be taught at every school. They should tell kids, oh, your parents could have a Trump account for you, so that the kids will talk to their parents about it. When they talk about the LGBTQ stuff, the kids talk to at schools, they talk to their parents about that. So anything that you tell kids that are important, they'll talk to their parents about. And their future should be what they're talking about, not about the right now, because that's not what matters. But yeah, that's absolutely amazing that's something that's been done. Let's see, the Council of Economic Advisors. Low-cost U.S. stock index funds such as the S&P 500 rule changes beginning of the January 1st. The beneficiary turns 18. Investment restrictions are lifted, and the account operates as a traditional IRA. Withdrawal penalties. Once he turns 18 and the account converts to an IRA, early withdrawals before age 59 and a half will trigger a 10% penalty. So if you pull out $1,000, it'll cost $100 more. TDS is going to be studied in the upcoming years as it classifies a mental disorder, in my opinion. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. People, like, when I talk to people that really, really hate Trump, the things that they bring up that don't make any sense, things that weren't even true, like, it doesn't make any sense. So they didn't even look into it. Like, I would understand if you hate somebody, you looked into it so much that it drove you to hate. But most of the things are incorrect that people hate. And then the other ones are like, he wants to do away with abortion and stuff like that. But he doesn't even want to. He wants to limit it to like 6 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever it is. But people don't even know that, because the way that it's marketed in media is that Trump wants to destroy the abortion. Yeah, and so... But that's a horrible reason to hate somebody, because he wants you to have kids and he wants to help your kids. Which kind? Trump devotion syndrome, Trump derangement syndrome. I mean, both of them will probably be looked into. I'm saying, like, I don't follow any man. I don't at all. He's the president, and you should see what he's doing, because you know he's going to make money for himself and his companies and the people that helped him get to be president. So why don't you just watch what they're doing to do with yourself? And people don't. They just hate him so much. You bring up Trump and they just rage. Yeah, both are. Yeah, derangement's definitely an issue. But derangement's an issue because people are losing out on things that could help them and their children. The TDS people have such tunnel vision, they'll bend over backwards and fall asleep when Trump leaves. I mean, it's definitely a mental issue, because people are willing to destroy their lives over the word Trump. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And there's so many ways. Personally, I enjoy seeing the rage. You enjoy seeing the rage? I just don't like seeing people throw their lives away, man. That's what pisses me off. You're tired of idiots? Yeah, well, me too. How has it come so controversial to support American president like it's inappropriate? Some of the people just do because of Trump. Right, and it damages their own future outlook. Like, what's going to happen to them in the future? It damages that. Like, like, I understand, great, you don't like him, but how can you win while he's here? I don't want to win if it has anything to do with him. Okay, jeez, what about your kids? It was in the cards. What's up, David? When Trump is gone, just move on to the next target of the Democrat media. The plans for the NDAA of 2027 are really fun, huh? I don't even know what that is. NDAA 2027? The National Defense Authorization Act? Manager, I'd have to look into it. I don't really know about it. I don't know about it. I guess I'll have to look into it. Congress seeks to integrate U.S.-Israel military section. It's annual congressional legislation that sets funding level spending priorities for the fiscal year 2027. House resolution proposes a massive budget exceeding $1 trillion for military activities, nuclear projects. Okay, so I saw something very interesting. What up, William, brother? I personally don't trust anything orange. Is that orange juice? The problem I have with my fellow right-leaning people is many seem to forget Trump ran as an anti-Dem, anti-Bush neocon. Look at him now. Hey, listen. Don't follow any man, but do the best for yourself, your families, and your community. No matter who's in there, you should be able to pivot and win no matter what's going on. Because they are. Democrats don't get into power and lose money. They get into power and they make money. Republicans don't lose money when they get into power. So what are they doing? Where are they? What companies are they pushing? What can you get a little part of to get a piece of what's going on? And it's all, not all public. There's definitely a bunch of wackadoo stuff going on. But where the things are going and where they're putting their money and what on the legal side of things is, I learned hate will always win. Hate no matter who's in charge. What up, XD? Yeah, right. And so what they didn't want to do is they didn't want the money that was set to flow in during the Biden administration. They didn't want that tap to be cut off to flow to the Trump administration. And because they wanted to keep getting rich and wealthy off the deals they made during those 4 years. So that's why they're just like, they pushed this so much. And they had access to government money to push these things. Yes, I know how to use Linux. I'm pretty good with Arch. I'm pretty good with Ubuntu. I've got some very lightweight Linux distros. I've actually got Ubuntu running right here. My Minecraft server's running on Ubuntu. So the thing is, when you're so filled with hate, you can't act properly. And when I mean act, I don't mean act in front of people. I mean, you can't move your pieces properly. And it's really horrible to see how people are destroying themselves over it. And it's like, the useful idiots thing is so true. Like the people that are in power that don't want to lose that power will tell you whatever you want to, or that they think you should hear to make you act a certain way to keep them in power. I've been scrolling for hours and you're the first person that even knew what it was. We were in 110th grade, buddy. Yeah, I'm a big fan. of Linux. I mean, every machine I get that starts to get bogged down whenever it gets replaced definitely gets a Linux distro on it because it handles memory so much better. Fear is just as bad as hate. Yeah, right. And I don't think fear is such an easy way to control people that we don't teach people how to deal with fear. And that's because they want them to do what they want them to do. The people in control of the situations, the people that are in control of the student base, the people that are in control of the advertising and marketing base for the media, they absolutely, it's so easy to, let me see if I can find something real quick here. I'm going to show you something about, and I talked about this before about financing and like how when doom and gloom comes out, people that aren't really kick-ass investors will pull their money out because the news said the world's going to end. Then that causes the stock market to dip, and then the rich will grab at a lower cost. And then when the world doesn't end, then then people slowly start investing back in, but paying fees when they do that. Then brings the market back up. So the people that bought low automatically make money when it resets back to where it was previously. I got a Beowulf cluster that takes up my entire living room. Hey, brother, somebody's got to. Women. What up, OG? I fell first. All right, let me see if I can find this real quick. I hope I can find it. Here it is. Is this it? I don't know if it is or not, but we'll see. Hold on.
When you make an investment, you should have a thesis that you have relatively high conviction in. So when the stock goes down, as long as the information doesn't change, as long as there's not new data that changes your thesis, you should have a higher conviction now at the current price rather than a lower conviction. I think the big mistake that most retail investors fall into is we always think that someone else knows more than us. We think that if we make an investment and the stock starts to move the other way, well, I must be wrong. Well, again, you shouldn't have made that investment unless you have a really strong thesis that you think is being underappreciated by the rest of the market. And if the market continues to underappreciate that, you should get excited. When you make an investment, you should have.
Why do we all allow the stock market to exist? 90%. Because a lot of people that are poor think that they'll eventually get into it and win. So it's like the lottery ticket that they haven't bought yet, but they know it's there. You know, it's a trap for people that have a poor mentality about money, or yeah, that would be good enough to say poor mentality about money. Okay, let's see, where am I at? Okay, here you go. Is this it?
When you make an investment, I'm so confident in the timeline I have for Amazon over the next year or two. I would actually be happy to lose a lot of money in the short run.
Okay, he'd be very happy to lose a lot of money in the short run. So if Amazon takes a dip, for whatever reason, if people say on the news, oh my God, Amazon's gonna collapse, then people are gonna be like, oh my goodness, my retirement's in there, and they'll pull it out, which will cause Amazon to collapse. Then people like this guy will see that dip. Let me continue.
So that I can go even deeper and more levered into Amazon.
So he can grab even more.
At a lower price.
So how much, we use the term dry powder, do you have?
My leverage currently sits, not counting for stock options, just how much I'm borrowing on margin. My leverage is actually at like 40% borrowing, which is really low for me. I will often drive that leverage up to 80 or 90%, and at times 100%. There have been times when I've been margin called every day because of that, and I have to keep a close eye on it because I'm borrowing tens of millions of dollars in margin, like fully margined account when I have a high conviction thesis. So I feel really comfortable that I'm only 40% margin, because if the market falls because of Iran, or some person has some knock on Amazon and Amazon falls, assuming that I think that information is bad, right? I would love that, because I would just go deeper into Amazon. I would borrow more money on Amazon.
So whatever happens, when people do whatever, say it's going to collapse, the world's going to end, and it causes people to pull, and it causes a dip, then the people that have money, or him, he will borrow money to go in even more, because he knows it will recover, because he studies Amazon. He knows where new things are going out. He knows what they're deploying around the world. He knows what the research and development's going on. So he has a very good thesis that it's going to continue up. So whatever the world says, whatever the news says that makes people pull their money out, then people like this is going to put even more more money. So even if they bought at $100 a share, $1 million worth, and then it drops to $60 per share because the carbon dioxide is killing everybody, then he's going to put 200 million in because now it's even lower than he bought before, and then he knows it's going to correct and keep going back up. Yeah.
I'm so confident in the.
All right. Okay. Keep in mind, whatever makes us fearful or hateful affects young minds exponentially. Agreed. Got some bad egg farts. Give raises. No. Think of the stock market. Respect the environment. No. We have the stock market. We have to degrade the material. Think of the stock market. If we keep them at $47,000 a year, we can make 0.1% extra a year. Why should they be allowed to buy a house? Think of the stock market. Clutches pearls. And this genie bankers, you saying? She's tiny. The Illites can't breed with the peasants. The Illites. I wonder when Bitcoin is going to crack. Brother, I don't mess around with Bitcoin because no one owns it, per se. Amazon is a company that lots of people work for and lots of people depend on. So if they can say something, if somebody can say something, and remember, the news does not have to tell the truth anymore. Ever since the Obama-Biden, the news can say opinion. So if they just speak an opinion, which scares the market and causes anxiety trading, where people say, oh no, and they pull it out, it causes an artificial dip. But then people with money can buy at a lower point. So they don't hear the noise of the media. They look at the data. When they reveal Bitcoin, can't they just take your wallet these days? Bitcoin, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. They can. It's really easy to follow nowadays. You got 48 million wallets and counting. Hey, keep on going, brother. As long as you're diversified enough, like if you've got enough value in Bitcoin, I mean, like most people that deal with a lot of money are going to spread that across things like real estate and precious metals, especially silver. A lot of the new stuff that's coming out. So the sodium battery, I'm using it to ruin the market. He's a Luddite. He's like, I'm going to take it against them. So like, for instance, the new, okay, let's look into this real quick. New sodium battery. The new sodium ion batteries, okay, are revolutionizing energy storage by offering a cheaper, safer, highly abundant alternative to lithium by using these widely, like sodium and aluminum, okay? So, but what metal are they going to use in the anodes and cathodes? All right, okay, ultra thin silver layers or sylvan carbon composites as protective layers, sodiophilic seeds rather than bulk silver. These silver modifications solve major issues with dendrite growth. So they've got to buy silver, and a lot of it, if they want to make billions of lithium batteries to use in cars and phones and drones and whatever. The main manufacturing plants and everything have not even been built yet. So they haven't even bought that raw silver to turn into the chemistry that they need to put into these batteries. Also, if you look at what Elon is about to do with SpaceX, they're supposed to put up like another 100 kilowatts worth of solar panels into outer space over the next 10 years. Guess what next generation solar panels are using to help collect more electrons? Silver. So they haven't even been purchased. Those new fabs and stuff haven't even been built yet. So it seemed like, and I could be wrong, but it seems like a great time to get any money that you would spend on liquor or weed or blow or whatever into silver as low as you can get it. Because if you can just not, if you're going to drink it away anyway, just put it into silver. Because when these start going, it's going to go up. Magnesium. What up, Yogi? Issue. A lot of people don't have money to side in investments. Hey, brother, I agree 100%. 100%. But I also know that most people waste their money. And also, most people waste their money. Like, let's see what what's that thing called? Okay, DoorDash stock. Let's go over the past year. Let's see what's going on. Okay, it looks like it's crashing. Okay, so here you go. So from 2024, when Trump got elected in 2024, look how it skyrocketed. And right now it's on a little dip, but $159 up compared to 105. So it's up 60%. Right? So people are blowing millions and millions of dollars on DoorDash now in this economy. TW, push mowed my grandpa's backyard tonight. Showering time, chill. You're doing a lot of mowing. Give me my kidney back, Yogi. So like when you see things like this, and I understand it's rough for a lot of people, but you've got to figure something out. People don't budget at all. And it's the most important thing you can do in your life is to budget your time and your money. These need to be taught very young, and it needs to be instilled. But because manufacturing has been so low in America for so long, since like the early to mid 90s, we were creating customers rather than workers. We just wanted to be able to give people money for some jobs so we could take it from them, rather than being able to be like, no, I need you healthy because we need you to run the freaking factory. We need you to, and that's the way it was in World War II up to like the 90s. Richard's mind is good for safe investments, but not for the big money. For the big money, you got to have a crooked mind. Right. And I'm not willing to hurt anybody. Right. So that's the thing. I'm okay with slow growth. David Wilcox was working on a hemp battery. Huh? Never even heard of that. Hemp batteries, an emerging energy storage technology that uses carbon derived from hemp to woody core to vast, highly efficient, eco-friendly electrodes. Hemp is processed via pyrolysis. Okay, so it's converted to carbon to make carbon nanosheets that function as supercapacitors or battery anodes. That makes good sense. Because of the structure, holds charge for supercapacitors, which charge in seconds. Hemp carbon is being used as graphite replacement in lithium sulfur batteries. Sodium alkaline to bypass reliance on destructive, expensive metals like cobalt and nickel. Yeah. I think silver is gonna. Weed. Sure, you got a lot of hemp and whatnot. The proof of principle has been demonstrated by researchers at Clarkson University, University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. Large-scale commercial manufacturing remains a work in progress. It's amazing. I never heard of that. I've heard of the carbon anode batteries before. I never heard of carbon electrode batteries before. I've never heard of that's what we used to use back in the day was zinc carbon. Zinc carbon? Yeah, zinc batteries, right? Zinc carbon. Traditionally single cell dry cells. Yeah. And they just make 1.5 volts. No matter how big you make the battery, it just makes 1.5 volts. How big you make the cell. A battery is a battery of cells. So if it's just a single cell, we call it a battery, but it's actually a cell. A battery. But it's interesting stuff. But the sodium ion batteries don't blow up like lithium ion batteries. They charge faster and hold more for the same size and weight and discharge slower. Because they have more, they have more charge. So you have to use silver in them in order to keep the dendrites from growing. So what happens when the sodium batteries, they start to grow whiskers, and the whiskers will grow through until they short out till the positive part of the battery grows a whisker into the negative part of the battery. Then it short circuits itself. So by adding silver, that stops that, and then that's going to be used all over the world. India's going to be making billions of them. China's going to be making billions of them. We're going to be making billions of them. He said it'd be possible to power a car for 1,500 million. What's ml? Milliliters? Yeah, I love elements. Miss Trunchbull. I'm a big fan of the chemistry. Okay, I gotta turn this freaking fan on, boys. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's so important that I mean, dude, the amount of money I've thrown at bullshit, it's amazing to see how much money like OnlyFans is making and stuff, and like people are throwing their money at prostitution and alcohol and fentanyl and coke and meth and stuff. It's just like, and then so what can we invest in if we had $50? What could we invest in that looks like, so we've got a bunch of addicts all over the United States now, and it looks like that over the, we're talking about like a return in 10 years, right? So what would we look into? So it looks like treatment facilities and companies that are going to make large scale treatment facilities and stuff like that, they're going to go super huge because they're guaranteed to get the money from the government. So it's like even if they steal it, it's going to lose. 1,500 miles for the same size battery. That would be pretty cool. Let's see. Let me see the thing. Okay. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Okay, sodium. How? Let's ask Grok. I don't even know how to use Grok. Grok. How many more miles would a car get on sodium ion batteries? Sodium ion batteries would give a car fewer miles than lithium batteries. Wow. 20 to 40% less for the same, but not more. They're an emerging low-cost alternative, but they have lower energy density. Wow, that's exactly the opposite of what I read. Meaning you need more batteries. Same battery weight, there's 30% less energy, translating to 20 or 40% shorter miles range. Physics.aps. Real-world examples. Chinese models get 150 to 250 miles. Newer, maybe I'm looking at the wrong one too. Sodium ion silver. Oh, how do you edit it? You can't edit it. The manufacturer increases pack size. Sodium ion is advancing quickly, closing the gap. Okay, so that's at right now. That's it right now. Right. So the future projections, adding silver, which to the anode and the cathode, increased it, from what I read, past lithium ion batteries. So these are just the current sodium, the current generation. Future generations may do that, but it's still for high risk. So we'll take a look. After 12 years of research, I believe I've developed a breakthrough that could change the world. A revolutionary process for converting compressed pigeon fetus into airplane fuel. Do it, brother. I've since learned in life that us humans overall have equal value and all have arrived. It takes people a lot of time to do that. This is what will catch you up quick. You got to understand that evil exists. Evil's real. Right? And then you understand that it has nothing to do with the location of the people or the color of their skin or anything. It's evil people and it's good people. Plain and simple. Some people just want to destroy and some people want to build. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. The problem is when we import too many people that just want to hurt. They know that there's a money grab in the countries that we're bringing people into, and they just want to go there to enrich themselves and complete at no matter what the cost to other people. Yeah. I want to look at the sodium silver battery. Yeah. Yeah. Silver additives and sodium ion batteries. A cheap, abundant, inherently safe alternative to lithium. Historically suffer from low energy density. Conductivity boost. Nano silver particles, kinetic cathodes, sodium titanate, dry skin, solid state, silver anodes, and advanced batteries. If you're looking for high performance silver batteries, technology is silver zinc, or maybe it was silver zinc. Maybe it was silver zinc. Aerospace and defense, these high to weight ratios output were far too expensive. Okay, so I'm sorry. I believe it's maybe it's silver zinc. I'll have to look back. I've actually got the documents printed, so I'll have to go look back over it. EV batteries. Automakers are investing heavily in silver carbon anodes. Enormous leaps in efficiency, 500 watts per kilogram, 600 miles. Okay, sorry. Okay, you can't see what I'm looking at. Yes, right here. Next gen EV batteries are going to be solid state silver carbon, not silver sodium. My apologies. So this is going to use more silver than the silver sodium batteries. And that's what's going to be coming, and that's what's going to go. And then right here you see silver zinc used in aerospace and defense. So that's what it is, not silver sodium. My apologies. But regardless, it wouldn't have affected you either way because the silver is going up. This is what's going to make it happen. And then the new solid state batteries projections for the next 10 years value. Okay, so it's going to be more. The capacity will more than quadruple. Take it within the next 10 years. Major valuation, overall market value. Okay, the total rechargeable battery is 400 billion by 2030. Mass electrification, solid state battery. Here you go, solid state battery, and this is the one with a lot of silver in it. Global at 1 billion. It should soar to 9 to 30 billion by 2035 as commercial production matures past 2030. So in the next few years, these businesses are going to come online. With the businesses that are built in America, if you've got any money or if you've got a 401k that you can't touch and you can move it into different sectors, talk to your financial advisor and think about moving it, because when they come online, a lot of stuff's going to be bought and a lot of investment's going to be given, because it's much, much, much better than the lithium ion. Yeah, sorry about that before. My apologies. Okay, yeah. And that would be great, especially if you can get it instant. If you can do it. If you can, even if you can buy $10, $20, $30, $100 silver rounds, anything like that, anything you can get, it's a very, very, very good idea. Especially because the access to it, the value, and the competition's going to start, and there's going to be so many uses for it. And this is the kind of stuff, it's going to shrink down the size that they need, which means that for the same size battery, you're going to get more current out of it. So that means that cars are going to last longer, spacecraft are going to last longer, they charge faster and they discharge over a longer period because they hold more charge. Yeah, and that's going to be and any metal found in electronics is a good investment. Right. And this is also why silver is really kick-ass. Silver is going to be, so there's this new thing coming out because all the AI data centers and whatnot, they are running very hot. They use a lot of water to cool them down. The only way you can cool them down or make them run cooler is to change from running copper to either silver or gold. Silver is a better conductor than gold, and gold is more expensive than silver. So it would seem the only option they have to reduce the amount of heat created due to resistance per unit length or on like circuit boards and integrated circuits and whatnot, memory and whatnot, is to switch to silver. So that's going to have to happen too. And then when those fabs start to be built as they are now in America, when they come online and they start pushing, and then people know who they are, and they start to export to other countries, it's gonna be a very big battery. Not only batteries, AI hardware, and GPUs. Yeah, they all use silver. And the new here. Let me see if I can find. Let's try Grok again. Let's try Grok again. I don't know how to reset it. How do you reset it? How do you reset this stuff? I don't know what I'm doing here. Okay. Future use of silver in AI GPUs. Okay. Silver plays a growing and increasingly critical role in AI GPUs for the broader data center infrastructure powering AIs. Its unmatched electrical conductivity, highest of any metal, so they're ultimately going to have to go there. Excellent thermal conductivity, essential high performance, high heat, high frequency applications where alternatives like copper fall short. Silver is used in several key areas: the NVIDIA H100, H200, Blackwell, and similar TPUs and GPUs, interconnect, substrates, packaging, thermal management, power delivery. Yeah, so traditional server uses 60 to 80 grams of silver for one server, and that's only going up. The AI training uses 180 to 210, roughly 3 times more. So 3 kilograms of silver for one deck, and that's going to be thrown away. So the silver's not going to come back to go back out on the market. It's not like it's a ring that somebody will pawn and it will go back in. And the ones that go into outer space, it's never coming back. Even if we find a way to recycle these things and get the silver back out, great. And that'll be a long, expensive process. But with the stuff we send up into outer space is not coming home. When that silver gold leaves the planet, it's never coming back home. Peter Pan, peanut butter. Top right corner. All right, I gotta learn how to use this thing. What up, crypto? Sharav, brother. Future outlook. AI demand is expected to accelerate silver consumption significantly. Structural growth. Data center capacity has surged 5,252% since 2000. Global demand could double in the next year to 4. Vastly more silver hardware. So silver's, yeah. Silver in future efficient solar panels. Silver remains high efficiency solar panels today, but its usage per watt is declining through thrifting substitutions, especially as shifts advance to cell technologies like top hut, Kunch, heterojunction, back emerging technology transfers. This balance the massive growth in solar deployments to control higher silver prices. Silver is primarily used in the metallization paste for electrical contacts. This is currently technology. So this is old, uses lower silver, coming new. But here you go. This is what we're going to, okay? The heterojunction. So that's silver heavy. Okay, so they're going to try back contact, which uses less silver. Future thrifting, they're going to do copper plating, copper coated, silver-coated copper, but they're never going to get the silver-free designs. I watched the boat channel, Tangaroa. They're converting their yacht to electric. Watch, they're just cool. Space invaders, sand batteries for the win. Yeah, not for outer space, but yeah, here on Earth. Yeah, I agree. Future outlook, demand pressure, high-efficiency drivers, lab efficiencies, next-gen silicon channels. Silver helps with conductivity and fine grids, but manufacturers are aggressively boosting it to keep it down. So silver can be 10 to 30% of the cell cost. So copper pays silver lean, but I want to see the future. Okay, so this is interesting here. Look, okay, it says it'll use less silver per watt, but it'll have more wattage per panel. So the amount of silver still goes up. Potential price driver for the renewable boom. Silver isn't going away anytime soon. but it's intensely trending downward. Price on cost comments says it mirrors the trends in EV and electronics. Copper paste electroplating with nickel copper, thinning the silver gap for silver coated copper. Substitution and reduction tech. The batteries. Amount. Silver projections for solid state battery. BTTRES. What about networks? 5G and 6G? Okay, we'll check that out 1 second. Silver could see a massive demand boost from solid state batteries through designs like Samsung's SDI silver carbon composite anode, which uses significantly more silver than today's lithium ion batteries. Silver is integrating structurally in the anode for better performance, higher density, 500 watt hours per kilogram, faster charging and longer life, 20 years. This is what's going to outer space. A lot of it, a lot of silver that's going to outer space and never coming home. Solid state batteries, early stage, for intellectual standards, but broader absorption is expected in the later 2020s, 2030s, starting long range segments. Demand, modest adoption, 5% by 2028. So by 2028, 5%, 25 million EVs will use 40 million ounces of new annual silver. New. It means it's coming out of the ground. 20% adoption, 16 metric tons, 500 million ounces annually, a huge chunk of global mine production, which is only 25 to 30,000 tons annually. Okay. Silver use in 5G and 6G and hardware. Do you think a guy can be bisexual? Because I don't. I think it's like once you're gay, so go back at all, brother. I don't. I got no idea. I got no idea. I think it's like the lipstick lesbian thing. Like girls that just act gay when they're in college and stuff like that, or girls that just act gay when they're in jail and prison, gay for the stay. You know, I mean, I think people, like a lot of people, are performative about it. Virgin is the new word for newly smelted metal. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Also, Prince the artist was definitely gay. I don't know why women found him attractive at all. Metal, I don't know, brother. Silver is used in 5G and future 6G hardware through its superior electrical conductivity, electrical components, not as a structural material in antennas or towers. It appears in semiconductors, printed circuit boards, ceramic capacitors, conductive pastes, inks, RF, and high-end RF modules, smartphones, base stations, per unit. No precise per gram base station figures on recent reports. But by 2030, a 200% increase. No, I'm sorry, I don't. I do not remember you. My apologies. Okay, so just in 5G and 6G, older 2030 Institute project silver 5G was at 7.5 million ounces, but it rose to 16 million ounces by 2025, and it looks like it's going to go to 23 million ounces by 2030. Man, it's going to be big, I tell you. I mean, listen, anything could happen. They might find that freaking dirty underwear works better than silver, and then everything crashes. Who knows? But with the data that you can get in front of you, that's where you want to go. That's where you want to go. And from the end of the beginning of last year till now, beginning of last year, silver was at $20 an ounce. Silver spot price. My ex's cousin was Apollonia. I didn't say Uber. Okay, so it's at $74. Oh, you can't see it. $74 an ounce right now. Let me see if you can see this stuff here. Let's go back to a year. What's a year? Okay, so here, this only goes back to June of last year, where it's at 34. It was at $20 in January, and it's just shot up. It got over $113, $115, and then now it's at fluctuating, 80, 10, 76, 80, 70, 80, 70. So right now it's at, $74. Oh, it just went up again. It went up 112% in a year. And that's since June. So if we look at the past month, it's gone up, if you would have bought it a month ago, you'd still be up. But yeah, it's amazing, especially if you bought it at 73 and then a couple of weeks later it went up to 89. It's a pretty obvious that silver is a good investment. If you don't go in, you'll just cry about it later, just like Bitcoin, Tesla, Meta, and so on. So invest now. I agree. Her name was Patty. Just don't buy SpaceX when it IPOs. Yeah. I mean, brother, the things that look the best, if you look what Amazon's doing with the robotics and stuff, and then how that's going to spread, because every warehouse that competes with Amazon is going to use their robots and whatnot, because they're not going to spend the billions of dollars into the R&D, but Amazon will, and then they'll offer that. And then if those robots are built in America, then they won't be mass copied in China, and that means that more people will buy from America, because the big problem now with American built products is they're duplicated in China. American designed products is that when you send them to China to have them made to bring back and sell them here, they just keep running them over there and selling them for a hundredth of the price. Nvidia is probably also a solid choice in stock. Yeah, if you have big money, right? I don't have big money, but yeah, it's definitely gonna be a huge thing. And of course, gold is always a solid bet, but silver is with everything you see. I don't hear people saying buy silver, everybody get on it. I think it's because people are buying it, like the upper echelon are hedging their bets. I think the launch pad is going to take 5 to 7 years to fix. Wow, I can't imagine that. I thought they built the one from nothing, SpaceX's, in 18 months. I have no idea. I got no idea. Let's see. So there's this very interesting RAM called ZRAM. ZRAM Intel. And which is a stacked RAM chip for AI or for anything that wants to use it. It's angled memory, and right here, here's an interesting thing. It uses diagonal copper interconnects. That's what they're using now. What do you think is going to happen when it starts to get too hot and they're going to switch over to silver? No way. It was 6 to 12 months from what I read. Yeah, 5 to 7 years is absolutely insane. That only maybe if it was in California and all the red tape. The future of technology, silver, much more valuable than gold, but gold is pretty. Yeah. I can't imagine. Well, we can look it up. Let's see. And you're talking about the Amazon one? Amazon, or Blue Origin. Blue Origin. How you spell origin? How you spell gin? How you spell origin? G-I-N? Origin. I-N. Yeah, Blue Origin. Blue Origin explosion. Launch pad. Estimated repair time. Blue Origin's timeline after the giant explosion is highly uncertain, not detailed assessment. CEO aims to rebuild the pad before the end of 2026, 6 to 7 months. So we'll see. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, it says 6 to 7 months. Propellant tanks, water farm are intact. A main support tower was damaged but repairable in place. Transporter erector will switch to vertical canopies. Yeah, dude, they did that on purpose. They wanted to get rid of 6-7, 6-7. Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Oh, let me see if I can do this here. Boom, boom. How do I turn that off? I guess I'll do this. Doesn't work? Hi. Oh, never mind. I had it on the wrong way. Okay, sorry, my bad. Okay, there we go. Stupid AI. I'm only kidding, Provac. Don't hate me. But yeah, so that's as close to a guarantee as I could give anybody for investments. And the thing is it's for spelling origin wrong. Oh, for deleting, he accidentally deleted your post. As for a big that's as big of a job as the Baltimore Bridge. But yeah, I'm from Baltimore. I timed you out for 10 seconds for saying 6-7. Oh, I thought you deleted. Oh, that's why Origin went away. Now I said 6-7. Now we got to ban ND. Okay, so let's see. But yeah, that's going to be great. And so if you can do anything about it, if you can cut anything out of your life, and the easiest way for me to cut out discretionary spending bullshit on like alcohol and stuff was for me to get healthy. Yeah, I've repeated it a million times, but I think if we feel better every day, then we don't chase bullshit to blow our money on, and then we can spend it on silver. But yeah, I think it's going to be good. I will hate you for 10 seconds, then we'll call it even. There you go. That's fair. That's fair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Done. Can you love me? For 10 years after. Yeah, shame on ND Beats. No, I wasn't an alcoholic or anything. I just spent, I would go to the bar all the time. Once I started taking B12, and then life got infinitely easier, because I had a deficiency, and I have a theory that people, I'm not just deficient in B12, but I have a theory that most people in America are deficient in some of the major vitamins, and after that cleared up and my mental health got better, I wasn't as depressed and anxious anymore, and my sleep got better. So it's I would drink because I'd be like, oh man, ain't nothing to do tonight. I don't feel like laying in bed for an hour or two trying to fall asleep, so I'll go to the bar for an hour and then I'll come home and pass right out. I spent tens of thousands of dollars over a couple of years on alcohol and whatnot. But no, I wasn't drinking in the morning or anything like that. What up, Plus Ultra? Yep, love him. We move you wrong time. We love you wrong time. Don't shame me. I'm one of the good psychopaths. I promise. Yeah. So it just became when I started feeling better, I was like, I want to do something. I was like, I want to build something. I want to freaking start a community and stuff. So I started streaming and filming videos and whatnot. And then I was like, okay, cool. Let's just do this. And now this is my bar room. But yeah, I didn't go to rehab for alcohol withdrawal or anything like that. Man, it was fine. I drank beer. Because everything was expensive. I couldn't really afford liquor. I used to drink rum and Cokes and Captain and Cokes and stuff like that. But yeah, when it got down to becoming very expensive, I'd get a pitcher of beer. Beer. But yeah, it was. I wasn't worried about alcohol. I've never felt alcohol withdrawals. I've been hungover very, 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 very bad. So I can imagine. But yeah, you need a Cheers set in the background. Hold on. Let's see if I can do it. Hold on. Cheers bar background. All right, let's see. All right, let me see if I can put it back in here with some freaking I'm trying to find a good. It's like the same angle shot from all of the. All right, we'll do this. A billion years ago, my hardcore alcoholic friend got a B12 shot. He said it was life-changing. Right, yeah, and it is. It absolutely is, especially if you're drinking every day, because it flushes your system. Your body, you pee so often that even the food that you eat you're not absorbing properly from that because it doesn't have enough time. Even when it's crazy. It's crazy. What you got to talk about? What up, Monk? I saw a Norm from Cheers to Me one day in a car, and I yelled, Norm. He did not look impressed. We were talking about the numbers between 5 and 8. 7 and... All right, I guess we won't do the...
When you were drinking, when we did meet, what was your choice when you were drinking?
My favorite drink,
Cocaine.
probably cocaine, I think.
When you were drinking, when we did...
Would you rather be a very smart person in a wheelchair or a mildly retarded athlete? Probably a very smart person in a wheelchair, but I mean, yeah. Like, I really appreciate my knowledge. I spent a lot of time building it up. I spent a lot of time putting my brain together. With probably All right, Cheers bar backgrounds. All right, let's just do a bar background. Let's see. All right, we'll do this one right here. Let's do something different. All right, bar background. Wow, that's only 500 by 300 pixels? Jeez. All right, bar background with bottles. There we go. That's what I need. Something like that. Let's see what this is. 800 by 600. 800 by 600 also. 600. Jeez. 600. Man, they're all low resolution. 600 by 350. There you go, that'll do. That's all pink. All right, let's see. Mildly retarded. I can't imagine you can't tend to your chickens or fix your garden. You have to go time to the lady. Yeah, I didn't think far enough ahead. I think you're okay, Monk. You can sort filter by image sizes. Oh, yeah. Oops. Where's filter all the way at the top? Where's filter at? Size large. There you go. Save image. 600 by 700. Okay, so pictures. Let's see if I got backgrounds here. Background. I'll just start another one called background. New folder, background. All right, we'll go here. We'll call it bar. Bar room. All right, so now I should be able to do this. Let's go here. All right, then let's see. So now, can I zoom in? I guess I can't. All right, so let's see if I don't even know if I have green screening. I probably do. I got everything. All right, so then we'll go here. Add a filter. Add a filter. Where's my filters at? Filters. Oops, dang it. Filters. Okay, effect filter. Chroma key. Oh. I guess chroma key's gonna be the best I can do. Okay, let's see. Custom color. select color. Oh, what? Why can't I do a freaking... Oh, pick screen color. Okay. Uh-oh, what happened? Yeah, that looks like crap. Hi, guys. How's everybody doing? I got my teeth fixed. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones that make a better place. So let's start living. That's some weird eyeballs, huh? All right, let's turn that off. Filters. Chroma key, delete. Yes. All right. Oh, well. Close. That doesn't make much sense. You are the burned. That's exactly how you remember it. Yeah. I tried my best, brother. I tried my best. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. So let's start giving. All right. They call me Coal Mine Richard. All right, let's go back to here. This thing's putting off some heat on my face hole. My face hole. My face hole. Let's get some vitamin B. Let's take a 1 and a 6. All right. I had some. I tell you what works really good too is GABA. GABA, not GABA. You always hated Michael Jackson. Yeah. Well, I thought he's alright. We are the world. All right, let's see. Bam. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So that's bricked. Uh-oh. Let's see what Aspen's got to say here.
Trump fumes at Netanyahu. You're fucking crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass.
Oh.
Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this. Donald Trump confirms he told Benjamin Netanyahu that he's fucking crazy on a phone call. I did. I wasn't angry, but I was a little perturbed. Big word.
They've already agreed they're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
Have they?
Oh, yeah, they've agreed to that. That was the big thing.
How do you know the people you're talking to there are actually the people making the decisions?
So we had various
question.
levels of people, and the first set is gone, the second set is gone. We're dealing with, we know they're the people that are leading the country right now.
Is it the gay
Nigga, what up, Doms?
He's involved, absolutely.
Really?
Is it the gay Ayatollah? Did she really ask him that?
They have a lot of respect for him.
So is he's compos mentis? He's not sick in hospital in a coma as we've been
Well,
told?
I don't know. I haven't had the privilege.
Well.
I'm not hearing he's doing great, missing a lot of different parts, but we seem to be getting along quite well.
Now, Axios reported that you had a phone call with Bibi Netanyahu,
Okay,
the
here
Prime
it
Minister
is.
of Israel, in which you
What's
were
up,
angry
Nam?
with him. You said, are you effing crazy? What are you effing doing? I helped you stay out of jail. Is that true? Did you speak to him in those terms?
I did. I wouldn't say angry. I was a little bit
Damn.
perturbed at his
Damn. So he actually said
constantly
that shit.
fighting with Lebanon. At some point, I said, Bibi, we got to stop this. We got to stop it. Now I have to make a determination. Do we sign a deal or we do it the other way?
The
and the
other
other
way.
way is not nice.
What will the other way achieve, though?
Certainty. It would be over.
That's a good
There
answer.
wouldn't be any bullshit. There wouldn't be any talking. There wouldn't be any delay. I'd rather do it the nice way from a humanitarian standpoint.
Can you do it
What a
just
nice
with
guy.
bombing the other
Yeah,
way?
you don't have to. We don't need boots on the ground now. Well, we did it. We wiped out much of their military with just bombing. We didn't put anybody on the ground. You don't want to do that. You're so far away. You don't want to do that.
For 2028, the
God.
Democrats, who knows who they're going
I
to
tell
see
you
who they
what,
don't have.
I tell you what, it's very odd to see how different these people talk to President Trump now than how they did just a year ago. Or, it's like they're not just like, just say something stupid, you idiot. Like you're just dumb, right? You just
have a great candidates, but you have a cornucopia of talent.
We have a lot of
yeah.
time.
She just said he had
Talked
talent.
about JD and Marco Rubio, and I think you like sort of
It's good. I like them
I heard
together.
you sing, so
know,
I
it'd be
had to
good.
drop
But
by
I
and
would
say
think
hello.
that JD
Thank
and
you,
Rob as a
Noms.
team would be very hard to beat. Actually.
how's
we
their
compare that to
relationship?
these
I agree
low
with
IQ people
Yeah.
that we have on the other side. You know, Gavin Newsom is an example. He said he's a stupid person. He said
He's
stupid.
dyslexic. He
He
can't
said that
read.
he's look. I'm not going to knock dyslexia because we all have it, but it's not ideal if you're president.
Why boast about it?
Well,
It's
listen,
not ideal if you're president. Well,
to this, He
true.
can't read a speech. He said he can't read a speech. He cannot do it. He said he's a stupid person, but he said he's smarter than the people in the room. So that now they're going after it because it happened to be a black audience. It was the most incredible thing. He's smart.
Oops.
He said he's stupid, but he's smarter than the people in the room. I'll be honest. There's something wrong with him.
It looked
That
really
was the
bad. It
worst
did.
thing
It
I've
looked
ever
really, really
seen.
bad.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you. I'm a 960 SAT guy.
Ah.
And, you know, and I'm not trying to offend anyone, you know, trying to act all there if you got 940.
Hey, yo, I'm just
This stuff
retarded like
drives me
y'all
crazy,
are. I
dude.
would assume, right? No, it's all
I
right.
cannot,
No,
you,
it's
you've
totally-
never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a
Oh.
It happened to be a black audience. It was the most incredible thing. He said he's stupid, but he's smarter than the people in the room. I'll be honest. There's something wrong with him.
Jeez, dude. I couldn't handle that stuff, dude. I'm glad I don't live in California, man. That stuff drive me freaking nuts, dude. Would drive me absolutely nuts. All right, let's see. See what the cat's doing. Let's see what the cat's doing. Boom, 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 boom. One second. All right, let's see. I had to grab me some grub. It's gonna get to me, so let's see what we're having. Tiny Lion bought me some when I was streaming earlier at the grocery store. They had $6 sushi, so he sent me $6. Thank you, Tiny Lion. All right, let's see. We are the world. We are the children. Oh, sorry, Andy. Hold on. I didn't see it there. 1 second. Bam, bam.
All the school teaching the children how to
You know Brandon Jamal, Andy?
homosexual
Sushi.
and make sure that
Gavin Newsom's greatest moment. We had to react to people like eluding trades. Yeah, boy.
all teach about the transgender, teaching the children how to be a homosexual and make sure that all teach about the transgender. So that is what important to me.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's the Now You're a Single Mom guy. I gotta get in touch with him. He's awesome. Andy, why do you smell? I can smell you through the screen. Kim Rong-un. What up, lamb? Kim Rong-un. All right, let's see. The UK is revolting. All right, let's get a bite to eat here. My chickens didn't lay any eggs, so they got the pan. Here's spitting facts. Oh, what's spicy? Ooh! What we talking? What's up, Ken? We're talking about eating chicken wings. I know I'm spitting facts. I'm wearing a perfume called Wunk Luck. It's not a perfume. It's a rear end smell. All right, let's see. She ruined the movie. Oh, Christopher Nolan confirms the Odyssey canceled. No way. Uh-oh. His dirty soda could be America's next health disaster. I can't get food stamps. Flashlight felony. Pharmacist takes gas station pills, then freaks out. Nanny's lap. Impossible, I wash my arse with soap every time I poo. I don't use toilet paper anymore. Here's more electrolysis than I thought. Ban mail-in voting. Maine turns red. Uh-oh. Maine's Republican now. Steel absorbs gas like a sponge. The world of death diving. Oh, bit my freaking lip earlier. Now I just eat some spicy. I get your second hand. Dax. Inside China's scariest meat market. All right, let's watch that.
Check this out. There's crocodile vendor. Then
Toilet
there's
paper.
over here, and then there's a crocodile just sitting on the side of the road.
Yep, China still has some of the scariest markets on Earth.
This is madness. There's so many of these turtles.
Today, we're walking through the wildest of all of them. We're looking into how these wild, kind of out there foods still exist in a far more regulated market world.
Like, these are some giant turtles.
ND.
I just cannot get over
ND.
how massive and how
ND.
old these things must be.
Fried shrimp, buddy. Fried shrimp.
Right, okay.
And we're buying up the ingredients for one of the wildest dishes I have ever come across. It starts with Crocs, but it does not end there. This dish has layers and layers of intensity.
It has just been severed from a giant crocodile. I mean, look at the size of that. That is a genuine dinosaur.
It looks delicious.
No, definitely not. Wang dong.
There's a bit of everything so far.
Yeah,
Smoked
boy.
Pork. Roast pork. The roast pork looks ridiculously good. I've seen crackling before, but I've never seen an entire pig just crackling out.
We kick it off with a classic, roast pork, Cantonese style.
All right, hold on. I'll see what Indy's got here. What is this? Stop lying, Indy. Megasaurus.
In the kitchen glow, with a rhythm so sweet. The oil's bubbling up, tap into the beat. Golden shrimp dancing.
Hello.
Oh, what a delight. With every sizzle I can feel the night ignite.
All right, we ain't watching the whole freaking video. All right, let's see.
500 grams.
$7 a kilo, something like that. That's really good. Obviously, who doesn't like a giant piece of glistening pork? Wow, that's so good. That is crazy good. Super
That's
crunchy on the
definitely
crackling.
a,
Really soft and tender, rich, juicy on the underside. That is absolutely amazing pork.
That's my favorite.
That's your favorite?
Yeah. Welcome to Guangdong.
Guangdong. Fried shrimp.
Maybe the first thing that hits you at this market is the sheer number of turtles.
Of
they
COVID?
have every kind of turtle
Turtles!
you can imagine. There's baby turtles and tortoises of every variety.
Wow.
No, you can't eat these.
They're for pet.
You sure?
Yeah, they're cute ones.
What if I buy like 20 of them? Can I eat
Yeah,
a soup?
my son's so
You
dumb.
can't afford.
They're
They're too
IQ
expensive.
21.
How much are these?
Itchy and
Like
scratchy.
there's
It's
one
not AI.
1,500
You're
for
blind.
one.
Your screen's
but
messy.
The smaller ones they're cheaper, maybe like 30 to 300.
So they're like way more expensive, and they're all kinds of different species.
But those are for pets. You don't eat your pet.
Right, okay. Is that not the cutest little fella you've seen? Look at him.
Don't eat it.
330. I want to try put him in my suitcase. You think I'll get arrested by Vietnamese customs?
You get arrested.
Probably. 'Cause I've never seen a market with this many turtles. No way.
There's soft shell turtles. Yes, you can eat these. They taste pretty damn good.
I've done a lot of soft shell turtle recently, so we're not going to be doing another one, but there's like soft shell turtle vendors everywhere. Big, big turtles as well. Like some of these things look like they're 4, 5, 6 kilos, just monsters. I see some hard shell, what I would maybe call tortoises
I'm
hanging
with
back here as
Michelle.
well. That is kind of gnarly, but a lot of vendors.
One more
Yeah,
shrimp.
$8 a kilo.
That's really cheap. That's ridiculously cheap.
Compared to
Japan and Vietnam. Wow. Yeah. It's a really expensive dish in Japan. Really, really expensive.
Oh,
and then
man.
there's the food
I started frying shrimp and the music spawned. My family made a ton of money off the pet trade from it. What kind of pets? They're called prawns. They're called prawns.
One of the first things on the agenda is you're going to have to know what time it is in Iraq. Every single person. That's global thinking. We made this decision.
Tropical.
Everyone's
I
going to
think we talked about that before. House of
Tropicals.
Tropicals.
Preset time with Iraq. I mean, this one is set for Iraq. I know. I'm going to give you a secret. It's 10 hours ahead. I'm pretty sure it's 10 hours one way.
I'm pretty
6 or
sure.
7, but listen to this one. Gwandale went over the freak bump tax. We have a little bit left over, a couple $100 million, and we are going to build a statue of John Pork, lifelike size, not next to the Statue of Liberty, not in every city. It's going to be in Ohio. You've earned it, Ohio. The reason I'm doing this is because of the significance of John Pork in American culture, American history, global economics. I mean, he invented the ham sandwich. It's why I'm taking some of Gwandale's retirement funds and putting it in there too. We need as much money as we can. This statue, so does anybody know this? Does anybody know this one?
Dutch
Charles
Angle.
John. Nobody knows. 6'7". Okay, look.
Yeah, all right, dude. Jeez, dude. Freak 'em.
Old school teaching the children how to be a homosexual and make sure that all teachers the transgender. Teaching the children how to be a homosexual and make sure that all teachers the transgender. So that is what important to me.
turtle stand or tortoise stand. I'm still not really sure what the heck these things are,
Homosexual.
but they are everywhere. There's mountains of them. They're crawling out of the bins.
Guys, I cannot get over this turtle stand. Tortoise stand, it is the craziest thing I have ever seen. We have these
Almost
giant
getting what up,
tortoises
Decor,
in
brother?
bags down here, sorted by size, turtles, sort of
Third
in giant
Katamgi.
buckets along the front, and then just this giant butchery area out back. And then there's just turtles just kind of like trying to crawl their way out against the wall.
Oh, dude. They're in a puddle of... Oh, jeez.
Madness. But I love this stuff. I absolutely love it. What a scene.
Crazy.
I guess kind of conveniently, like not everyone knows what to do with a turtle, so you can just buy like the turtle.
I got
wings,
no idea,
arms,
brother.
I don't know what you
Russell
call it,
Peters to
and
the best Asian
eggs, shell,
impersonation
everything just
recipe.
separately. It's already just
Well,
cooked, and
I
you
don't know. I was looking inside China's scariest meat market, but I could have swore he said he was in Vietnam. Or maybe he's talking, maybe he's doing a flashback.
好可爱，
They're
你怎么这么
cute.
可爱？之前有老外来买这些吗？有啊。很多吗？有啊。哇 ，Now Angie is so used to the Alipay.
No, not used to it, but it's like still my favorite thing. I'm building my Alipay skills.
Really?
Professional Chinese right here.
So this is your turtle.
What? What is that? It's like some kind of worm?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's like a sandworm, huh? Yeah, it's like a worm from the sand, right?
No.
No?
No.
Where does it come from?
This is a paddy worm.
How do you, from the rice fields?
Yes.
Oh my God.
This is so delicious.
How do you eat it?
To steam with the egg.
Steamed with egg.
Yeah, with eggs. Yes. He never tried before.
No. You?
No.
All right. It's first time for everyone.
It's reasonable, huh?
Yeah.
52.
52. 52.
谢谢哈。
You know what doesn't irk him? Is fried shrimp. Please, this is taboo. They eat everything that crawls. You don't want to watch it? Delicious? Delicious. It will make me uncomfortable, jaw drop. All right, we won't watch it. Meat diversity is scary. What's up, Michelle? Yeah, I don't really like them freaking ripping apart things. See us bullshit thing from see us US bullshitting him. What happened, brother? Maybe I missed it. All right, let's see. All right, let's find something different. That was rough. I don't want to see him ripping the shells off of turtles. Hey, there's us. There's us. The storm. Oops. Okay, let's do this. Moments before Hassan Piker's top 5 biggest scandals. Wow, New York Post is freaking coming down on Hassan Piker. Wow. Uh-oh, he must be in some trouble. You have to watch it. Oh damn, that's a big ass crab with some private tours of the world's most expensive pet show.
Today I am at the world's largest pet fair in Los Angeles, and I'm looking for the most expensive animals in the entire world. We're starting right here. Saul, what do you got right there?
This is a curly-haired tarantula worth $5.
$5. We can only go up from here. We're starting with $5 with a curly-haired tarantula. So
now
let's
I watched
get
a
it. This
video
is
where a few
literally
people
the
got out of a
world's
manhole.
largest pet show.
I watched a video where a few people got out of a manhole and people rang to the authorities. What they done did? You got the link? Send the link, the court. Send the link. Oops, that's the wrong one.
You've got everything. You've got plants, you've got lizards, you've got snakes, and other...
All right, let's see what Michelle's got. Yeah. That's me. ND feeding back some negativity. Yeah.
创世纪第17章，亚伯兰年99岁的时候，耶和华向他显现，对他说：“我是全能的神，
What the hell is
你当在我
this?
面前做完全人。”
Right here's the Bible in Chinese. Getting out of the manhole, they started to the authorities, so they lost. They told the authorities they lost their keys. All right, yeah, send it to me. I don't know what the hell this is, Vishal. Left art is Mozart twice the speed. Right ear is the Bible in Chinese with timestamps. What the hell is this? It's got 1 million views since 2024. This is peak.
约使你的后裔极其繁多。亚伯兰俯伏在地，神又对他说
I deserve respect. Put respect
我
on my
与你
name.
立约。
All right, that's enough of that. Gee, now I'm gonna have to watch it later to see what happens. All right, let's see what the core's got.
So I can't.
All right, let's see what. Make sure it's not wackadoo here. Okay.
Can't help but feel, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, but I can't
Holy
help but feel that
crap.
something weird is happening. Something skewed is taking place.
Thank
when
you,
it comes
brother.
to these
I
men
am
popping
peeking.
in and out of these sewers over in New York City. When this story first broke out, this is what the residents were told by the investigators.
About 7 men climbed into the manhole on McDonald Avenue in Collin Place.
Maybe they're looking
They
for me
spent
now.
3 hours in the
Love
sewer
you,
and
lamb.
emerged at 2 a.m.
They get out, they get in a car, they drive away.
Neighbors were alerted when investigators showed up Friday to canvass the area. They were told not to worry.
They climbed in the manholes, they searched, they went up and down the block, and lo and behold, they tell us they dropped their keys. I don't believe anyone dropped keys.
So the investigators told the residents nothing to worry about, no big deal. These
Hold on
men
one
were just
second.
looking for
Hold
their
on one
keys.
second.
And in order to get that information, one would think that the investigators had spoken to these men, and even if that was the case, opening up a sewer in New York to look for your keys is still considered a crime. And he wasn't the only resident to say this. There was a couple other residents that came forward to the news that said that they were told by investigators that these men were looking for their lost keys. Well, flash forward a few days later, these men are still listed as mysterious men by authorities, even though they had supposedly spoken to them, and now the story has changed. These mysterious men are now treasure hunters looking for treasure in the sewers of New York. Senior law enforcement at the very trustworthy NYPD had said that this is the primary theory that they are pursuing, that this group were scouring the system for valuables that get into the sewage. Okay, whatever, but it has come out that back in May, somebody caught video footage of a group of men also going down a sewer, this time over in Astoria, Queens, New York.
You're like, I saw this happen in front of my shop. That's when we actually released a video and we saw, it was going on in multiple areas.
Video of a group of people climbing down into the sewer system in New York City. This is new video of another manhole break-in. This is in Astoria, Queens. Now, last Friday, we told you about...
Hold on, let's keep going. We sold a gorilla and an elephant to the zoos. It was some serious negotiating to get the airlines to transport them. Urine was their concern. Wow. Lamb up. Treasure hunters. John almost vanished from joining the stream. John. Treasure hunter Biden.
Two other similar scenes in Brooklyn. Law enforcement sources say it doesn't appear to be nefarious, but still no clear answer on what's happening underground.
Again, the NYPD tells us nothing nefarious is going on, but wouldn't it be nice to get these men and talk to them and find out what's actually happening, arrest them, given the fact that going down a sewer in New York for any reason whatsoever is indeed considered illegal, which is kind of odd given the fact that you can clearly see this man right here in the front on camera. Yeah, we cannot really make out his facial features, but here's the thing. New York is one of those states that heavily uses something known as Gotham, an AI surveillance application that was created by Palantir. Gotham is supposedly so powerful that it can recognize people even if their faces are blurred out or it's grainy. Even if they're hiding their face, they're wearing a mask, Gotham supposedly, from what we're being told, can still identify and recognize people. So what's going on here? And I'm sure these individuals were caught on other cameras as well, not just the store owner's camera, going down the sewer, and yet we have still not heard anything about these men. Now, I don't know what these men are really doing. Could they be looking for treasure? Probably not. Some people will buy that story, but it is what it is. The police make it sound like it's a reoccurring thing they capture on camera quite frequently, but the only other news story outside of 2025 of something like this goes back 10 years to August.
All right, we ain't going into the whole thing. Do they ever find out what happened? Oh, this is other stuff. Okay. There are CI clicking turds. Hey, we hear what happened with the last blue moon. Last blue moon. What up, Super Obama? All right, let's see what Space Cow wackadoo ass has got here. Okay, at least it's not the freaking caulk guy. Wackadoo Ocean's 14 plot. They are from Underworld or connected to the Underworld. They're freaking crazy, dude, is what they are. They're probably working with Palantir, doing some other putting sensors down there to go along with Gotham. That's why the cops are like, oh, they just lost their keys. It is what it is. Woke cities use technology selectively. Yes, I think they're putting more sensors down there, or getting data or whatnot, or checking voltages and I bet you that's what they're doing. I tell you, that's what they're doing. Or it's just a bunch of guys that are they're like, hey, let's get stoned and crawl around, look like freaking Mario, and make the people freak out. Dude, you have me to be shadow banned. Your stream never shows up in my subscription tab. Brother, I do not know. I do not know. I don't like people hunting these little babies. Yeah, they shouldn't. All right, let's see.
Graham
If you grab me, I'm gonna bite you. I swear to God, if you grab me, I'm gonna bite the fuck out you. You're gonna let me go. I'm a dog. Don't grab me.
I like how it's got human hands. Look at the human hands and thumbs.
Grab me, I'm gonna bite you.
And then it goes back to Paul's.
If you grab me, I'm gonna bite the fuck out you. You're gonna let me go. I'm a dog. Don't grab
I'm a dog. I'm a dog. And sure, yeah. I don't know, brother. Yeah, it's definitely weird. I'm a dog. Hungry men. They close their minds. Ideas are not their food. Notions fall on stony ground when passions are subdued. He's warning you, just don't do them nails. I'm telling you.
Bulls, there are birds, there are fish. I believe there's cats and dogs. I mean, we've got a little bit of everything here at this show, which is absolutely insane. So come with me as we spread out and cover so much ground at the world's largest reptile show. It's going to blow your mind. We have some really cool ponds at my place. So
Hey,
I'm
I
looking
gave
for a
him
couple things for
hands,
my
that's
fish tank,
right.
potentially, a couple things for the pond, and of course, on the lookout to see what the most expensive thing at the pet fair is. Oh, no way. Look at this. First pond. Sorry, bud. Look at that. Sturgeon. I'm gonna get one. Really? Yeah, I am. I gotta get roads. Come with me. Dude, I am. Look what I found. Look. Go look in that bucket right there. What is it? Sturgeon. Didn't we say we wanted sturgeon for the pond? Yeah. Do you want to get a white one or a dark one? We're gonna get a white sturgeon. That's so exciting. So we've seen a lot of pretty cool stuff here at the reptile show today, but I have not seen these guys anywhere. So at first look, you might think, wait, that's a bearded dragon. You're wrong. You're an idiot. Because this is a toad-headed agama, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell me about these guys.
So
They're
these
crazy.
Toad-headed
Yeah,
agama.
for sure. These guys are
I don't
little
like AI
bulldogs. They're different
videos.
from a
We
bearded
ain't gonna
dragon.
see
They
real
are in the
videos
agama
anymore. They will
family,
wreck the
but
whole
these
up
guys are
and see
from
being
like
original.
the southern China area to the Middle East. And
We
what these
sold
guys are
sturgeons
known
to
for is
Japan.
having a
You-
crazy
your
threat
family?
display, like the frilled lizards, where they open up the sides of their mouth and kind of.
Yeah, so Thakor, they took the profitability out of it. Like you can't get monetized and stuff now with AI videos. So there'll be people that make them here and there, but yeah, the bulk of it's gonna go away. I think if fish were able to scream, I believe we would see fishing different. Yeah. I like AI video here and there, but a bombardment on the feed. Yep. That's correct, Wishmaster. Everything is for sale. When I was young, I wanted to be a sturgeon. I wanted to cut into people and save people's lives.
You know,
look at the frills and the spikes that they have on the side of their head there. And then, of course,
wanted
where the
to be a
name comes from
sturgeon.
is this crazy, just like bulldog-looking face. And you can see he's not loving being handled.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we won't keep him out longer than we need to. But how much are these guys?
What do we have them going for, Bailey? Yeah,
That's not bad.
For a
400
yeah,
bucks?
very reasonable.
That's
We
pretty
want to
cheap.
get them in the hands of responsible keepers.
Definitely not the most expensive reptile at the show.
Definitely not.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, it's okay, buddy. It's okay. Go home.
Simmer down, buddy.
All right, what do we got here?
So we got Pixie Frog. I'd say one of the biggest.
I dare you to pick him up.
Post
You know
10
what?
to 15 years, we're all going to be debating on videos being real now. We'll be doing that in a year. Yep. For $400, and it's only going to get more expensive as he goes. Wish sturgeons are cold water fish. Yeah. A lot of them come from Russia. What the fluff? What up, AJ?
I think we can do that.
Oh, I thought he was going to bite you. Aren't they pretty bitey by
They
nature?
usually are pretty bite. Let's see. You know what? I think he's just a little shy today.
Bold. Very bold. A cool frog, and they make a pretty good pet, right? They're easy, they're
Off the core, that's
hardy.
more like the next 5 years,
And what's really
Bamo.
funny,
Yeah,
you can feed this a small
right. The
rat.
theory is it's going to be too expensive. Once it stops becoming free for the masses, it's gonna fizzle out when the prices go up. And when they got to start buying tons and tons and tons of silver, and the bill comes due, the prices are definitely going to shift.
Yep.
So,
that
you
is
know,
cool.
if you want a frog that don't deal with crickets,
Yep.
get yourself a pixie.
So let's see. So I'm going to pick him up. He'll probably bite me now.
Absolutely.
Look at the size of this frog right here. I mean, that is a monster frog. It's cool because they have this very waxy feeling, and they're not wet, they're not slimy, they're just very waxy,
Yeah.
right? I mean, wouldn't you call them that? Now, here's the big question. We're asking this about everything today. How much is this frog?
This guy is $500.
$500, $500 frog. That's pretty good. We're climbing.
The
We're getting
sturgeons
there.
were
We're finding the most
sold
expensive
with a
animals
farm
at the
raised
show.
in Northern
All right,
California.
So the last time we were here,
I was told years
and doing a
ago.
reptile
I was
show, we
today
almost
years
got a
old
jet
when I
black
discovered I
snake
lived
from
5
Lucas from
miles
Dan.
from
But
the
Dan, now
UK
you got something even
Scientology
crazier looking.
headquarters.
What is this sunbeam snake?
It is a sunbeam snake. You're
You
right.
should, you
this
should,
one
you
is a
should do,
calico.
Lamb, you should do investigative reporting. Yep, $500. Get audited.
This is a wild-caught color morph mutation that was encountered in the wild.
No way. So this is wild caught?
Yes.
You're joking. So this has to be unbelievably rare.
Yeah.
Because usually if an animal is going to have a color morph like that, it's not going to make it to adulthood. Right. It's going to get picked off by a bird or something.
Exactly.
That is so cool. And look at this. Now, there's a reason they call these animals sunbeam snakes. Dan, let's go over here. Kyle, come over here.
Yeah.
I don't want to steal the snake over here, but when you look at this beautiful creature, you see how beautiful it is, this white spotting? And I've never seen one morph like this, but when you put it in the sun, right?
Yeah.
You don't mind me doing this,
Not at
I
all,
hope.
not at all.
And if you look at this here, you can see why they're called sunbeam snakes, because that shimmer that they get.
The normal ones
wow,
are very
blue and
dark, almost
opalescent.
like a chocolate color.
Next to the Jehovah Witness blaze.
And also very iridescent.
Lamb lifts
but
lids. There you
kind
go.
of
Make it
surprisingly
happen.
to me, the iridescence still shows on the white snake.
Yeah,
So
it's amazing. This might be one of the only ones in the world like this. Right?
Probably, I don't think you'll ever see another one.
No. Let me ask you the big question. How much is this beautiful snake?
$850.
800. That's worth every penny because that is an amazing
Yeah,
snake.
that's beautiful.
Tell me a little more about your albino lungfish here, man.
They're from Africa, so this is
Notice
an
it's
African
not in
lungfish.
water.
So
That's a lungfish.
during the wet
It can
season,
breathe
they're
air.
all gonna come out and they breathe during the wet season. Yep. So during the dry season, like you said, they'll go through a little like.
Oh, never mind. It's
hibernation
underwater.
period where they
Big boy is coming to
completely dry
town in
out,
2
and
days.
then when the wet
Big
season
boy.
comes, the rain will come. They'll all crawl out of the mud, and then they'll all breed again.
Such cool fish. Well, nice, man. You got a hell of a variety. I'm going to pick up one of your butterfly fish on the way out. I can do it now if you like, or do it later.
We're big fans of the channel, us at CK Fish Roll, so we want to gift you guys any type of fish you guys want. So.
Oh, wow. I think we'll do a butterfly fish.
Butterfly
I love
fish?
those African butterfly fish
All
from
right.
my homeland, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course, man.
Thank
We're
you
gonna
so
give you guys
much.
a African.
Oh, that's
Lamb
so good.
lifting.
Hey man, what's your name?
Robert.
Robert, nice to meet you. I'm Thor.
Exotic and beautiful birds.
Exotic and beautiful birds. Well, I'll tell you this. You caught my eye because you do have some of the most exotic and beautiful birds in this whole show.
Wow.
I've seen a lot of the same.
Going
of
to
the
British
same.
Columbia
What's your most
Sunday?
expensive birds that you have?
Film it.
Right now,
I was in
those
Chicago
Amazons
today.
over there.
No
How about your
way.
Amazon?
What were you doing in Chicago? Avoiding getting beers with people? Mm-hmm. Lungfish used to be illegal to sell in California. I remember when they were considered an invasive species. I went there in '81. Space Cow wasn't here in '81. Our transport minister paddling for 90% ethanol fuel, so basically he's stacking water against energy crisis. More of the institutions back government tells, jeez, take bath with only a liter of water. Tell him to. Tell him to. Tell your government to. Show us how it's done. Lead by example. Yes, state laws are different. Yes, absolutely. A lot of people outside of the United States don't understand that, Wish. They think America, like if they see violent Detroit or LA, they think that's America. They don't understand that we've got different constitutions in each state. I'm wondering, what are they planning? Something bad. Yep, lots of good corruption.
The Amazon bait, rating 2,900.
Hey, there we go.
2,900.
Look at that. Oh, he's lovely. Look at him. And I heard you say when I walked by, though, yeah, funny, if you drop them, you buy them.
Yeah. We don't want to drop them. We love them too much.
We're looking for the most expensive animals at the show. What do you got?
Is a blue tree monitor.
Okay, can I see him? Hey, buddy. Wow, he's really blue.
Yeah.
So where are blue tree
Yeah,
monitors?
yeah. They're going to make food more expensive by taking stuff that you would have eaten and make ethanol out of it. These are beautiful Mother Nature's babies. One's on the side 1 liter, and the other side's a liter of gasoline. Nice game.
from? Are they
They're
New Guinea?
from Indonesia, only one island called Batanta.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
And as I'm sure you know, and a lot of people at home probably know, blue is by far the rarest color in nature. So having a lizard that's blue like this is pretty spectacular. Look how sharp those claws are. I mean, they literally dig right into my skin. He is awesome. I got to hold him a little better. What makes him so special outside of that blue coloring?
Tree monitors are cool because they rarely ever come to the ground besides laying eggs.
Yep, yep.
So this species also just recently got put on the endangered species list.
Okay. So the big question here,
And what are you selling
what does
it
this
for?
beautiful blue lizard cost?
Ethanol, corn, and corn are.
Man, that's
Yes,
a lot.
yes, they are different. But when they can guarantee to sell the ethanol corn for more money, guaranteed pay from the government, they will plant more ethanol, dent corn and corn for ethanol than they're feeding corn, which will push the value of, because of supply and demand, then because there'll be less corn to eat, because they will plant more for the guarantee. Because if they plant corn to eat and then the people need money to buy that, if they make corn, plant corn for ethanol, the government's going to buy it, or the fuel companies are going to buy it, and it's a guaranteed sale. They're definitely sinister. I watch Ethanol Prawn. Hippity hoobla. The people are telling the government about the other things, which seems not to be right, and they're getting arrested. Hey, right. If you drink it, you should. If you drink it, you should. Absolutely. 100%. It's so easy to make. It's so easy to even make your own, like, ciders and stuff. It's so simple. So simple that if you're a drinker, you should be making your own.
For a tree monitor, but boy, it is a spectacular animal. I mean, look at that color. Look under the light here, where you can really see that blue pop. How many of these do you have?
Only this girl.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, you better not sell her.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to get her to someone that has a male.
Ah, understood.
Yeah.
Understood. Armin, good to see you, buddy.
Good to
Thank
see
you.
you.
She is very scratchy. I think I'm bleeding all over. So if you don't know, I'm a huge nerd for turtles and tortoises. Absolutely.
Unpopular opinion. More energy can be produced from solar than ethanol from the same amount of land. The only issue with solar is transporting and storing the energy. You can, but you can't at night. So any power that's not utilized locally from that solar distribution, it just gets wasted, and it gets put into heaters. When you can't put it onto the grid, it goes into big resistors to burn off as heat. And it's a big problem with solar. I really love solar. I had a solar paneling company bring on the light, and I'm big time for it. But the way that I sold it, it worked with the grid all day. When you're at work while the sun's up, your meter's running backwards, and then when you get home, you buy back from the grid. You know, so I think hydrogen is a cool alternative fuel. Yeah, I mean, the problem with hydrogen is it's so super explosive and at high pressures. So you need a high pressure tank that won't blow up when the car gets into an accident and whatnot, right? So then the amount of distance you get out of a hydrogen car, that's why hydrogen can be used on like buses and stuff with huge tanks on the roof. But for it's just not yet. It's not viable yet. So capacitors also, you can store them in capacitors, but you still have to transmit them long ways. And capacitors to hold that much are super huge and super expensive. Now, you could use sand batteries. Somebody mentioned them earlier, and that's a great idea because then you use the solar to convert to electricity, and then if people aren't using it, you're just heating this big drum of sand super, super, super hot. And then at night, you run water through that sand, through coils that's buried in the sand. That boils the water to steam, and then you can turn a steam turbine to get power at night. And so there are ways to do things, but they're never done properly. The government is not the people you want dealing with the energy. Yeah, I understand the solar. Yeah, the solar energy. Yeah, but capacitors aren't very efficient, and they're so huge for that amount of power. Commercially made hydrogen's made from propane. Else, you'd have to make it from from hydrolysis, which means you need more power to break the oxygen and hydrogen, and you have to use water, and then you have to pressurize that so it will be able to be transferred into the fuel tank into the car, the fuel cell, they call it. But
Love them.
They're all
And Connor
possibilities.
here may have some of the most expensive animals at the show, which is what we're looking for. So, same species.
Yes, sir.
Can I guess?
Please.
I don't think they're galops. I think they're Aldabras.
Yes, sir.
All right. So that means they're the second largest species of tortoise in the world from off the coast of Africa. What else can you tell us about them, Connor?
They're second largest species. They're from the Seychelles Islands.
Yep.
They look very similar to the Galapagos tortoises,
cool.
but they're actually a completely separate, divergent population of island gigantic tortoises, which is pretty interesting.
Really cool.
They can get 500 to 600 pounds and live about 200 years.
So how old is this little guy right here?
It's gonna be a few months, like 3-4 months right now.
So they're born really big then?
They are born pretty
Wow,
big,
okay.
and they do grow fast. For about the first year or two of life, they're growing very rapidly. This guy here is about 4 years old now, so pretty quick growth in the first 4 or 5 years.
So here's the big question for you, Connor. How much is this little guy?
$2,500.
And you said that they appreciate in value. So if this little guy's $2,500, what does this one cost?
We're asking $5,500.
$5,500. That may be definitely the most expensive tortoise at the show, but probably not the most expensive animal in the room. Wouldn't you say?
Probably not the most expensive animal, but probably the most expensive tortoise. That's fair.
And they're badass. Let's keep looking. So Bethany,
How much energy can be stored in a tortoise shell? 3.74 gigawatts. Gigawatts. All right, let's see. At least 2. My sister has 100 pounds of skull tortoise. I think we talked about that before. Whack-a-doodle-do.
there is everything at the show,
You're
including
sorry to
a
hear
baby
that?
zebra for sale.
Keeping
So I have two
exotic
questions
animals
for you
is
about Zippy.
definitely expensive.
One is, how do you make them so nice? Because every zebra I've ever met is a total jerk.
So that's the thing, is you have to pull them early so
Okay.
they don't get the bad habits of the flightiness of the mom, because they watch. So if the mom is not used to people, she freaks out with certain things, and
It's the same thing with humans. Mean moms make mean people.
the zebra's like, oh, I'm gonna do the same thing.
Whoops. You're still a zebra, huh?
Yeah.
Ears back.
Yeah.
All right, question
Yeah.
for you.
These are-
How much is Zippy?
So he's about 9,500.
9,500. We're getting up there. We're getting nearer. We're looking for the most expensive animal at the shows. I like him. He's awesome.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Dude, so tell me, I heard you have some
10
pretty
grand
spendy
on
snakes.
it.
What do you got that's special?
Well, this is one of the 5 snakes in the country, so there's only 5 of these available.
Explain. What is it? It's a carpet python? What is it?
No, it's not. So it's a reticulated python, a super dwarf, mixed with a hybrid of a Timor. So hybridized animal.
Okay.
Produced this.
Whoa.
Yeah, she's a.
And it's got that like rainbow thing
Yeah,
going on too.
iridescence also.
Yeah, the iridescence.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be the
Stallone
super
still
dwarf
has
and the
turtles
Timor
from the first
basically
Rocky.
acting on the pattern.
Whoa, so I mean, I was
Cuff
way off
links.
saying it was a carpet python.
I got a
just saw the
pocket
pattern.
full of it, son.
So, sorry, explain again. So it's got retic in it, and what else?
Super dwarf reticulated python.
Okay.
So a tiny retic mixed with a Timor python.
Wow. Okay. So this is insane. It's a very long, skinny snake for something that has retic in it, right?
Correct. Yeah. Well, I mean, the super dwarfs in general don't get as big as a normal.
They're not as meaty.
The snake had slowly walked the F away.
You're looking at
I'm learning so much about expensive
55
snakes.
to 60.
The snake has the slowly walk the F away skin. I had to bail out the tortoise out of the dog pound once he escaped, and animal control picked him up. Yeah, my dog used to get, we had to get my dog out of the pound a bunch of times, like $50. My parents were pissed. I told you to close the gate. I was
65 grams as a baby.
Okay.
So our babies are usually pretty small.
Gotcha.
So I would say it's a good size.
Yeah, fair enough. How old is this snake?
She's gonna be roughly around 3 years old now.
Oh, wow, okay. Just trying very hard to get that water bottle. Hey. All right.
Three-dwelling snake.
Yeah, so I'm a tree. So that's really cool. So here's the big question. You said 1 of 5?
Yeah, 1 of 5, yeah.
In the world?
In the country.
In the country.
Yeah.
As something as rare as being one of
Yeah,
five
as
in
the
the whole
snake
country,
skin
what
looks
does
like
this
strange
unbelievably
pumas or
beautiful
something.
snake cost?
In my opinion,
It looks like it
10,000
strangles
is not bad.
pumas or something.
10,000.
Yeah, it strangle a lot of things, but it can't eat a puma, so it probably wouldn't go after a puma. It'll probably go more after like small dogs and cats and squirrels and stuff. I had a tiny pet turtle I found in my grandparents' yard. Me and my brother had painted box turtles, and it lived in my strawberry patch next to the house.
$10,000 for this beautiful tree-dwelling snake that's trying to choke me out.
Only one available. So there's 5, but there's only one available.
Wow. Does it come with the autoerotic asphyxiation, or do you have to add that in?
That's free.
Oh, okay, nice.
That's free.
Totally worth it. So Mike here from the reptile shop is about to pull out what might be the most expensive animal at the world's largest
My sister
pet
has
fair. What do we
guard
got,
tortoise
Mike?
on
So here we
guard
go.
tortoise
So we've got
on
a
duty
VPI,
sign.
Okay.
You're unwritten.
IMG blood.
Okay, what does all that mean?
So VPI, it's a T-positive albino.
Okay.
IMG is increased melanin gene, and blood is that red hue that it has all over. And that just ended up having like a really good balance of contrast, color, quality. And it's like one of those ones you kind of get the white elk, the white rhino. Where
I'm
you, like,
sure
you
it
find
is.
kinda everything
I'm
blends
sure it
well.
is.
I feel like that's it.
And it'll probably last longer than she will.
It's a stunning creature. What does this snake cost?
So that's $15,000.
15. You could buy a car for this.
You could buy a good car for 15.
Holy smokes, that's unbelievable. It's so funny because when everybody around the show was telling me, come talk to Mike over here at the reptile shop, I thought you were gonna have this like 11-foot long snake.
I mean, that's
you know.
over there. This is actually the melanistic gene that carries.
So, and this guy will get big like that, right?
So this one will probably get a little smaller than
Jeez,
this
I put
one.
the turtle in a
But
sandbox in my
that's-
room and
so,
it
so
escaped
the
a
dark
couple
color
times.
on that is actually this
My name
gene.
means beloved.
But when you
Oh.
add blood and DPIT positive,
cancels those things out.
cancels
Yeah,
it out a little bit.
Sure. That's wild. Well, Mike, you have some of the most incredible, beautiful snakes, every color of the rainbow. The reptile shop is dope. Thank you so much. And I appreciate the free snake. Take care now. Hope you guys enjoyed. Do me a favor. Please hit that subscribe button. We really appreciate it.
for a
Let me know if you want me to do more of
sausage.
these tours. I got to get these fish.
Yep. We have a neighbor who brought turtle from somewhere and it turned into dead meat. Dun, dun, dun. Yep. That's what most meat turns into. Dead meat. All right, let's see. That was pretty cool. Killed parents after gender surgery was canceled. Oh, geez. It fed it to its son who was affected by SMA. What's SMA? SMA. I fed it to his son who was affected by SMA. Super masculine American. Sam and Ella were good names for turtles. Salmonella. Dun, 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 dun. Salmonella. Uh-oh. Spinal, muscular atrophy. Oh, dang. To try to heal him? Is that to try to heal him? Is that what they tried to do? Welcome to your life. There's no turning back. This dirty soda. Designers who should go to hell. Meat honey exists. Meat honey? Meat honey. LA's most dangerous hood. Ow. Why roads get washboards. The world's hottest place. The Lut Desert. Worst Indian street food. Just ate 2 donuts. And now I don't know what to do. Bit by a 20-foot long python. Indian street food $100 challenge. Dirtiest street food. The mountain with the woman with the 7-second memory. SMA is a very rare disease. Yeah. My sister has a Ring camera footage of the tortoise kicking my ass. Get a link. Do you recall your favorite kink? Yes, shutting up. It's my favorite thing, bro. I've been living my life driving the wrong way on a one-way street. Ray Davies. ND, you are what one might consider a larger individual. Okay, Afghanistan extreme cuisine. Terrifying new species. Science can't explain. North Sentinel Island. Look at this freaking dog's hair. That's what she said. Oh, dang indeed. What's that? Still milk. Okay. All right, where'd it go?
Skid Row, a hellscape in downtown Los Angeles.
A deadly police shooting in LA's Skid Row.
Where more than 5,000 homeless people crowd the streets. Tents line the sidewalks.
5,000. It's like 60,000.
And crime is at an all-time high. In Skid Row, survival is the only goal.
I've been coming to LA my entire life. I've never seen streets that look like this.
Today, I want to document the shocking reality in Skid Row, but also shine a light on these people's dignity, because homelessness is not exactly what you think it is.
Yeah, tell me, brother. Tell me what it is.
Skid Row is a 50-block area in downtown Los Angeles, holding one of the largest populations of homeless people in the United States. With over 5,000 residents living in encampments, many of them are addicted to drugs, but the lack of mental health services leaves many without the support they need, putting them in a cycle of adversity that is hard to break.
Jeez.
I heard about one organization that provides food, medical care, and shelter to vulnerable people in Skid Row. It's called Midnight Mission, and I'm about to meet up with Dante and Heidi, two volunteers who were drawn to work here because they both know firsthand what it is like to be without a home.
Really, what our goal is to go out of business, right? If we can just get everybody housed and where they need to be, we could shut the doors. That would be the best thing.
Together, Dante and Heidi are going to show me around the most dangerous streets in America.
So most people, when they hear the word Skid Row, they immediately think like danger.
Yes.
What's your response to that?
It's not Skid
Everywhere
Row.
it's dangerous.
It's
Sure,
Skid Interstate.
Of course it's dangerous.
Yeah.
But not as dangerous as it's put out to be.
Right.
The violence is rising because we're getting so many other people from different places and they're bringing different energy. Attacks, like people being hit with poles or stabbings and things like this. It's just starting to rise up. And then the summertime too, usually around the summer, people get hotter, frustrated and things happen. Hey,
I
you all right,
hear the secrets that you keep.
Oh, he's breathing. We'll do wellness checks.
Oh, he's breathing.
Playing like that, dying.
You've seen just dead people?
Of course.
Often?
Of course. Often. My second year working here, every other week I came to work, someone was OD'd in a tent somewhere. Or when we go around and do wellness checks in the morning, wake people up, we would have 2 or 3 people died. And then when it got cold, we had a couple people die from freezing.
Freezing?
Yeah, out
More
here.
people die of hypothermia on the streets of Los Angeles than in New York. Because New York has the right to shelter, so they'll have shelter.
Okay.
But here,
Yeah, I guess
people
you're
don't
right.
think about it.
So each tent is a home for one person,
or sometimes 2 people, or a person and their dog.
You can see tents and tents and tents here on the
Jeez.
sidewalks. Homes
Man,
for the people. I
that's
guess it's a bit more shelter than just a
intense.
tent.
Yeah.
If it rains or something.
For the rain, they're real resourceful though. You see the tarps?
Yeah.
That's for the rain.
So crazy walking around these streets. Just a lot of simulation everywhere. People coming up to you. I'm literally shocked right now. I don't know what to think.
You want to talk to us for a second? About your experiences being down here on Skid Row?
Yeah. What's your name?
Yeah, number 1 Skid Row dancer.
Number 1 Skid Row dancer.
She really is. She is the best dancer. Number 1. You're number 2?
Really? What is it like to live in Skid Row?
It's cool.
It's cool. Venturing into such an area and getting looted or murdered, probably authority held guilty of ignoring the signs, ignoring the warning, same as entering into the world full of crocs, the water full of crocs. I agree. They say, well, why did you come here? Why did you come here? You know better. And that's what they're doing in England right now too. They're doing the same thing in England. They're saying, oh, you shouldn't have approached people because, they'll kill you.
We get everything down here. We get a blessing every day.
So have you always been a dancer, or is it something that you just learned while you...
I grew up dancing with, like Michael Jackson them. I was at home watching them, and I'd be out at home practicing with them. You know, they get
So
down,
the
I'm getting down.
blessings are drug money or drugs or like handouts. If somebody blesses you, they give you either drugs or money for drugs. That's what she's talking about by blessings. She's not talking about a blessing from God. I knew a homeless woman that lost her legs from hypothermia. Dude, the dude she was with died. Jeez.
What's the best and the worst thing about living here?
Get free drugs.
I just love downtown, because I am number one.
And what's the worst thing about living here?
When they get fighting and stuff, you know, somebody hating on somebody, you know, for what, I don't know. I seen another man take his life right there at that building right there. He jumped. I was right there by the midnight. He was way at the top. How he got up there in that building, look how it's blocked off. You know, that was strange to me, for real.
I think it's time we should see some of your dance moves. Okay.
So wanna get you look like a sage. Straight from the Middle East, feel like a rocket. Give me a bit, I'm a rocket. Feeling like Rocky, fit in my pockets. Bipolar man, humble and cocky. They try to copy, give me the money. I need my dreams like it's broccoli. I ain't trying to board on the...
It's an everyday occurrence.
They get a call, the fire department here in Skid Row, a call every...
Drunk, sleeping in a van. And she woke up and her legs were frozen and he was dead, I guess. Jeez.
7 seconds.
True.
I mean, we've heard a bunch of ambulances so far, but damn, that's crazy.
Every 7 seconds.
Did you see here? This is the police station.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the
make them.
So this is a police station.
This
right
is the
here.
police station. There was a guy that was shot in the head right here.
Like right here, in front of the police
Right
station.
here in front of the police station.
And then they don't do anything?
And they didn't catch the guy. They just shot. It started to even be harder to get the police to come out. They asked so many questions before even.
Yeah.
Well, hey, we got a guy
they
that
let
was shot.
everybody
Hey, is he
go.
bleeding? How old is he? Can he talk? Can he stand? It's like, hey, just come out and come see about it. Yeah.
How are you?
God bless you too. Good to see you.
Bless you.
All right.
Hi.
What's going on over here?
Probably a
Looks
testing site.
Diabetes testing. They got some COVID tests there.
It's open for anyone?
So this is,
Nobody.
LA Christian Health Center. You can
And
come in
they
too.
just roll up on a
Free.
corner and everybody can go up? And for food, I'm guessing people make food, they dumpster dive. What's the food
I got a
situation?
wild coyote,
Missions make it where they
15
don't
feet.
have
Get
to
a
know about
picture,
that.
William, brother. Put it on
I
Discord.
guess when you get used to something or accustomed to something, that's just what they'll do. Like this
Right, yeah.
gentleman here.
It's so crazy that right there you just see these huge banks, like right here.
Right here from Skid Row.
Yeah, it's such a contrast.
Did you know that LA County has the largest population of poverty, homelessness, and also the largest population of billionaires?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Not much in between.
Not much, they're cutting out middle class. They're cutting
Yeah,
that out.
the middle class is
Yeah, it's done. It's almost done
diminishing.
for.
Skid Row is
They spend $100,000 to $250,000 per homeless person per year. Where's the money going?
extreme example of
Careful,
America's
William.
shrinking middle class. Over the past few decades, wages have stagnated while the cost of living has soared. The gap between rich and poor widens, pushing many into financial turmoil and even homelessness. In fact, the share of adults who live in middle-class households fell from 61 to 50% in the last 50 years. Sky-high housing prices, crippling healthcare costs, and mounting student debt push more people into poverty, making places like Skid Row symbols of a larger economic struggle.
No. Here's another big problem. Houseless people, a lot of the people that aren't from LA that are there, have families they could go back to if they could get clean. I got a few of my, I got a few videos of Cody the Coyote on my channel. I was homeless for about a year when I was 20. 33 years ago, it was different than that now. Yeah, it's way freaking different. It's way different.
Can anywhere. There's no rule. Like
they're not supposed to set the tents up until like I think about 6 o'clock, but
nobody's stopping them.
They don't have enough manpower, I don't believe, to enforce, and it would probably start a riot.
Is it growing or shrinking?
Growing.
If you ask any homeless person in LA, they don't live here. Like, what's the reputation of Skid Row?
Dangerous. drugs, the lowest of the low.
What percentage of people out here are on drugs every day?
90.
A lot of it stems from another problem. You know, most of the time. Mental health, lost a house, or family put you out, and then being here.
So he see, he didn't answer the question. He didn't answer the question because the answer is probably 99%.
Mental health, drugs, the lowest of the low.
What percentage of people out here are on drugs every day?
What percentage of people are on drugs here every day?
A lot of it stems from another problem.
A lot of this stems from another problem.
You know, most of the time. Mental health.
And at the end of the day, and people end up homeless, you got a bigger army, right? That's a myth. Some of them choose to do this life. What's a myth? It's definitely not a myth. They just said it 2 days ago. The DEA in LA said it was 99%, over 95% of the people there are using drugs and or the drug services there, getting needles, getting clean needle swabs, getting meth pipes, crack pipes, and whatnot. So that was just two or 3 days ago. I saw Cody. It looks like this evening, Cody passed. He'd visit me every day and seen him in a year. A lot of them. Bro, if you're homeless, you have no reason to not do drugs. Right. And in California, you get money to do so. You get cash assistance, you get food stamps, which often get sold for drugs, and you get food, and you get health care from the van. Not everybody, obviously, but it's available there for people. People are there because they want to be. And a lot of the rehabs in the rest of the country, when your time runs out, like if you get arrested and they put you into rehab for like a 5-day detox, at the end of that, they will send you to states that will take you in. States, away out of your state. I would love one. Plain crazy. Thank you. The myth is that they don't choose this life. The myth is they don't choose this life and they're sad about it. Oh, right. That's definitely the myth. Fun fact, some parts of Joe Dirt were filmed in Santa Paula, California. Mr. George, all of the homeless people here are getting disability checks and they spend all the money on drugs. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, please. Thank you, Plain Crazy.
Lost a house or family put you out, and then being here, you're going to try something, and then I think that's where the stuck process comes. A lot of people come down here not intending on staying here, you know?
Yeah. What happens here at nighttime?
I was homeless on purpose, basically dropped out of society like a hippie for a year. No needles, freedom. Hey, thank you, Plain Crazy. 6'7". Just look up Slab City. Joe Dirt was a good movie. Yeah, it was a pretty good movie.
It's a different vibe nighttime. Everybody's up. That's when a lot of people are using or seeking to use or going to get money to use, you know, so.
Sure.
Good morning.
Slab City. Slab City. Whoa. Slab City, California. The Slabs is an unincorporated off-grid alternative lifestyle community consisting of largely snowbirds. The Sonoran Desert. Jeez. Did someone just say 6 and 7 simultaneously? Joe Dirt 2. I don't think I saw 2. It's a hippy dippy outside the system community of California. It's close to you. Go get some footage, William. Oh, yeah, dude. This is crazy. Yeah, I mean, hey. Hippy dippy. The House of Dots. It's probably super easy. I did not mean to start it live. It's all right, Playing Crazy. Slab City are all mentally ill tweakers. Thank you.
All right. How you fellas doing? How you guys doing?
Good morning.
She said
they started there.
Yeah.
The police?
They start there because the dream is sold, and then they spread out. Sell them the dream, baby.
Took her time. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. See, this is what they do. They come every other Wednesday.
Yeah.
And they'll clean up the streets.
Who's they?
The city. The police will come out with the city.
And they'll just remove people's tents?
They'll just remove the tents.
That's not cool. That's their home.
Yeah.
You'll hear of a sweep this is a sweep, because literally they're sweeping.
And it sucks because it's a double-edged sword. Of course, you want businesses clean, but then you want to let people that already don't have homes somewhere to sleep warm. So human life is human life, you know. So
Sweeps on Skid Row are city-led cleanups where officials clear out homeless camps. Residents must pack up and move immediately, often losing their belongings. Though meant to improve safety, sweeps are controversial. Critics say they just shift the problem around without fixing it. Instead of helping, these sweeps often make life harder for the homeless.
Now, I'm going to tell you exactly what it is. When you take the tents and things away from people, you got to give them new tents. So the NGOs that are helping fund these people saying all these tents got thrown away by the cleaners, and now these people don't have tents. So here, I'll buy them some new tents. Okay, but give me $7,000 tax money per $200 tent. Because I have to do the paperwork and stuff, so I got to make $700,000 a year, and that's what's going on. Some cities make being homeless easy, and cities are big cities pretty harsh. The last of my gems. Playing crazy, going for broke.
And further into despair.
how you doing, Texas?
Hi.
What's up, Pekka?
How are you?
They're coming on this side after?
Can we help her?
We could.
Yeah,
Let's help her.
Let's help her.
Tanaya.
Can we help you?
Can we help you?
No, we're going to help you move the tent.
You sure?
All right. Okay.
All right.
Well, nice seeing you. You got to move your stuff too? You got a minute? You got a second? You want to talk to me for a second?
What's going on?
I'm tired.
You're tired. How would you describe it out here to someone who has no idea what Skid Row is?
Thank you for the jewels, playing crazy.
Tough question.
Man, the boss make it real tough for y'all. In order to keep a job, you gotta get your knees dirty and kiss.
Thank you for the
worst part
start.
about living here?
The best part about it is you ain't gotta kiss your dog and knock it behind. The worst part about it is like me. I'm 70 years old. I've been out here since 2004.
2004. Sad thing is, we need asylums back, but there was so much abuse in the institutions that people are justified in being wary of them, especially in Montreal, where the CIA used patients to experiment. Democrats have been doing that grift since the 1800s. Tammany Hall, absolutely. MK Montreal, Louise Joseph Peniel, in the Montreal was Central MK Ultra.
Back and forth to prison. The prison is much better than this.
Prison's much better than this? You get respect in prison. But nobody gives you respect here.
You get robbed. I'm homeless. I don't have anything. The clothes I got today, I got yesterday. This was clean.
Have you made any friends or people that you would call friends? Or are they just kind of acquaintances?
Friends are expensive.
Thanks for chatting with me. I appreciate it.
Come back to the mission, you know you need anything.
I do, right now.
All right, well, come on back up there. You know the clothes are already out right now.
I want to say, mind your mother and father, but they could be off the chain, too.
Do you recall last time you saw a ghost?
80 to 90% male on these streets?
Yeah, it's more male.
Are females, do they hang out with other females or do they kind of mix in?
They kind of mix in. With the women down here, that's a large spectrum. Some of them are with guys that they don't particularly even like, but it's for protection.
Got it.
You know?
Yeah.
Because down here, as just a woman alone,
yeah,
not a good scene, especially after hours. A lot of things go on in these tents that the cops are just passing by. You would never know what's going on. You got a lot of predators down here, too. So you get young women that come down here and hook up with a guy that, you know, promised them something, clothes or something, and a downward spiral. So,
I'd wager the same amount
of
abuse goes on with the people on the street, how the trafficking and kidnapping documented. Right, it's not being kept track of. Who's keeping track of it is the pimps. The pimps will come out there and come up to these women and say, hey, you want some protection? Yeah, okay, well, I own your box now, so I'll make sure that you stay safe, and if anybody hurts you, I'll murk them, and then they just get, you know, any money that you get, you owe me 80% of, yada, 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 I'll make sure you got what you need. But these people are often also moonlighting as the people that are getting money from the government to help these people. So they're just telling these girls that they'll help them with stuff, but that stuff came from an NGO. They're part of that, but if they don't approach these people with a badge, how do they know? But as long as they're giving them stuff, they're getting stuff, and they're just doing it for trade. So these people are turning themselves into pimps. 51 subs, playing crazy.
Like this, you try to move them, or just let them sleep.
No, I let him sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she was having a seizure, and someone decided to jump on top of her and rape her. And while that was happening, the cops came. And while the cops came to try to help her, somebody had a knife and tried to knife the cops.
Yeah, walk behind
On this street corner?
Right here.
Oh my God, and she's
Right
still here?
Yeah, and she's still here. Since you're talking about women here on the streets, that's what happened.
Yeah, they're just seen as targets.
How you doing, man?
Good morning.
How are you? You look really
so
nice.
pretty. Yeah, thank you.
You look
You're
really
welcome.
nice.
Would you be
Big problem is born into this
Due to the
life. It's a hard
circumstance
cycle
of
to
me
break.
creating incredibly like valuable intellectual property as a career, they've been attempting to murder me over it. If I could use any safety you guys could offer.
Have you ever heard of the Midnight Mission?
Yeah, I don't want to do any of that stuff because the guy who was my payee for my federal disability shut it off immediately and is monopolizing the apartment.
In a rough space.
They've basically been trying to pawn me off as a dumb drug addict.
My father died in 2018. Army operation. It happened on the same day in 2018. She might be, brother.
Nice to see you.
It's nice to see you.
We're gonna stay living.
Yes, yes.
So this Parker's cooler. I was going to Home Depot. These things are awesome.
That is pretty
They
cool.
got ones that have like bottles.
Yeah, she probably hasn't slept in a week.
I do my best to have a good time no matter what's going on, you know?
Yep, for sure. So the Midnight Mission is a shelter, a couple blocks. It's actually on 6th and San Pedro.
Okay.
But we give out meals, 3 meals a day, and we have showers and restrooms, and we do have women's shelter. It doesn't cost anything. Everything that we do is completely free.
Well, they tried to hurt me more than once, so I get a little nervous about
I understand.
That's why I'm like, you know what?
Right. What do you?
They made a lot of money, and they exploited me and made me look like something I'm not.
Right, because they told her that she'd be protected if she was a prostitute. I'm putting words into her mouth, but that you can connect the dots. And then went, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy that they let this stuff go on. And they do let this stuff go on because it doesn't happen in every city. It doesn't happen in every state. It only happens in the state that they allow it to happen to in. And the thing is, going back to your point, Tom, about the abuse. The abuse in the mental hospitals can at least be prosecuted. The abuse that happens out here gets swept away, goes away. It happens and then it doesn't, and then it happens and it doesn't. And there's no documentation, there's no nothing. You can't sue anybody for what happens to you on the street here. You could sue for what happens to you in those facilities because they're legally liable to keep you safe. So if it comes from other patients, then that's also falls back onto the security and the people. So that's what they don't want. They don't want the liability. This is much less of a liability, and they make a lot of money off of this stuff. Yep. If 2 army men confronted each other, who would you call evil, brother? That's a good question. That Chad. What can we do to make her a good home? Right, what are you gonna do? Brother, listen, the first thing you gotta do is test her pee to see if she's on anything. And then you gotta see if she's got any parasites, and you gotta get rid of anything they have. And think about what they've got out there in those streets, especially from being sexually active, whether it was forced or not, time and time again. There's going to be a bunch of wackadoo stuff going on. So that's gotta be taken care of first things first. You gotta get these people healthy. You gotta get them rid of parasites, body lice, crabs, all that other wackadoo stuff that you can treat them with. But you gotta get them off of whatever they're on first. They got to go somewhere to get clean. Yeah, imagine if it was you. You can't do anything. The universal soldier. Yeah. Nope, that is me right there. All right, who's texted some of that space cow and some wackadoo? Replacing my
parents' TV with a 100-inch
My
TV.
parents have been wanting to get a bigger TV for their bedroom, so being the nice son I am, I bought them one.
Dude, this thing is freaking huge. I know. Dude, I can't even get to my bathroom. We can burn in. Smack my head on this every night when I gotta pee. Dude, I'm gonna have to use your bathroom when I'm in Hannibal. Of course, who knows? Maybe I'll be.
When we live in good, when we all live in good houses, it's sad to see these people come. So listen, these people aren't born on the streets, right? So they came from somewhere. They had a family. Something got broken. Whether if you can just get rid of the drug issue, because who's making the money? The cartel and the mobs are making the money, because the money that just say it's 50%. They said it was over 95, but say it's 50% of 50,000 people. That's 25,000 people every day that are buying drugs multiple times a day. Who's getting that money? The cartel and the mobs are getting that money. So that's who's benefiting off of this. And then with the sex, it's the pimps. So it's all the money that's going from the government is flowing to the cartels, the mobs, and the pimps. So it's absolutely what's going on, because the drugs are coming from somewhere and the drugs are getting paid for. Create problem, provide a solution, and the Messiah. Be the Messiah. What the government public's going to do. Playing crazy. I find the first foreman to be able to let me sweep the floor. Right. Absolutely. Democrats are the party of open borders. Men and girls sports, immigrants on taxpayer-funded programs, and fraud. 100% can't get past those facts. That's correct. You thought it was funny? I thought I'm going to reach out and touch faith. There will always be poor people. Yes, listen. If you can get the drug part out of everything, then you can do whatever you want. If like I said, just say it's half of them. So you get rid of 25,000 of the people that are on drugs. The money, instead of 250,000 per person, could be $500,000 per person. For just 1 year, you could set them up a house and land and pay off their mortgage. So the money's there. The money's there. It absolutely is there. It's expensive to be a drug addict. That's why people end up on the streets because of drugs so often. And so who's getting that money?
Well, if you decide you want to, we got guys like Dante and Michael over there. They're our security, so we have security 24/7. Okay. So
she don't care. She has no care. She's drawing on herself by herself. She doesn't care at all.
It is heartbreaking that some residents refuse help due to past mistreatment. It is true that mental health issues on Skid Row are a crisis within a crisis. Over 1/3 of residents suffer from severe illnesses like schizophrenia.
Right, and listen, and schizophrenia, 80% of people tested that have schizophrenia have Toxoplasmosis gondii. It's a parasite. So it's like, what do you think? Why do you think it's spreading on these streets? You think that pissing and shitting all over the place ain't gonna help spread it even more? And then you lay on the street that somebody shit on or pissed on a couple of days, minutes, hours ago. No, druggies want a lot of Social Security money. Yes, a lot. If they get the drug out of the system, the link will be broken. The system can't exploit it. Right. They want it to continue, because who do you think got these people into office? It was the gangs and the cartels. That's who slipped these people into office, or went in after they were in office and said, "Hey, you tired of making $50,000 or $150,000 a year being a governor? You want to make freaking $10 million?" Make it so I could sell, and then make it so any of my soldiers on the street selling drugs and being gangsters get out of jail if they get arrested, and so they just opened it up. Who's benefiting? It's the cartels and the mafia. Yeah, it's all leaving the country. I worked with the homeless many years. You get them housing and they destroy it. Yes, they don't want homes. They don't want homes. They don't want homes. They do not want homes. They don't want them.
And bipolar disorder.
If you give them homes, they'll sell them homes, or they'll rip all the copper out of it to get whatever they want. Those cess clause would eventually get deleted from your utility bill.
The area is a mental health desert, with services stretched too thin to meet overwhelming demand. Untreated conditions worsen in the chaotic environment. Without stable housing, regular treatment is nearly impossible. Outreach programs and clinics struggle to cope, leading to public breakdowns, self-harm, and violent outbursts. The situation shows a desperate need for comprehensive mental health care and housing solutions, highlighting severe societal neglect.
I got some good people here. They wanted to see if you wanted to just share like 2 minutes of what it's been like to be on Skid Row, be down here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I guess Big Russ is your name? That's what they call you?
Yeah, Russell, Big Russ.
What's the best and the worst part about living in Skid Row?
The best part is So freedom, no expectations, no responsibilities. Some of us don't handle responsibility very well, which is me. And then the worst thing is any second, you could lose your life. Over something as simple as somebody wanting your shoes.
How do you deal with those situations that are life and death?
The best thing you can possibly do is turn around and walk away. Any form of confrontation at all can lead to you losing your life.
Have you found many friends
Yeah,
here?
I agree. I think it's definitely exploitative. And the thing is, they're not showing the truth, too. Yeah, I got a staph infection cleaning out crack house to be turned into a homeless shelter for... Jeez, Fred. They're on survival mode and can't... No. Right, that's exactly the problem. Exactly the problem is when it's programmed into them so hard that the worst thing in life that they can deal with is withdrawal. When that's the problem, they're going to do whatever they have to do to stay away from withdrawal. And they're on drugs that cause way harder withdrawals than the drugs from our past, from when we were youths. It's not heroin and cocaine anymore. It's super meth and freaking fentanyl. Yeah, that's exactly what it's like. Do-gooders, right? That are looking like they help, right? Because like, yeah, dude, this guy and this girl that have the CBs that they know what's going on, and they're trying to make it seem like they don't know what's going on, but they've been told what to say and what not to say prior to talking to people like him. My uncle would periodically enjoy being homeless, smoking crack, hanging out with whiners under the bridge. Some people just like to do that, dude. Some people just like to go on binges, but then you often put their lives back together between binges, But after you do that 100 times, you don't have a home or a community to go back to, because you steal from the community and you break trust. He would just disappear, and everyone knew Uncle Dono was tramping in downtown.
Would you rather have an automatic driving son or a lot lizard daughter?
Lot lizard daughter.
Why?
My daughter gonna make me money.
That's a good point right there.
Lot lizard daughter make me money. Keep a tight vigil when I approach such people. Yes. Druggies should not be on Social Security. Right. No. Right. And the thing is, the amount of money we're talking about is stupid. Stupid amounts of money. $250,000 per person per year. You could just give them the money. But they funnel it through so many other foundations that it gets whittled down to nothing. And then you got a bunch of people that are making $200,000 a year in these programs. God help those who help themselves. It's a clear concept. That's correct. Some people spend lots of money to travel to places to go on binges. They call it vacation. Right. I seriously think things like Toxoplasmosis gondii and parasites like that happen and make it so you're afraid to leave these situations. That woman doesn't want to get away. They're saying, hey, we can offer you an out right now. And she's like, I've done whatever. Yes, please, anything's better than this. Notice she's not saying that. She's not excited. She's wishing they went away so she could enjoy her buzz. He was fun and free-spirited guy, funny enough, but definitely a choice. Trillions. If Doge was still here, Elon and Trump would get the druggies off of Social Security and send more druggies to Mexico. Well, if there's any... First thing we gotta do is we gotta cut... If you cut off the supply, you have an absolute mental health breakdown riot where these people would just start murdering people. And that's going to be very bad because they're so scared of the withdrawal. So you've got to take them by the 1,000 and take them into forced rehab. You've got to take them... You sit there and you say, okay, let's wait for them to break a law. Boom, they broke a law, grab them, go, locked up, bam, rehab. I understand you can't scoop them off that break, but everybody's breaking a law at some point. for the drug abuse laws and whatnot, even though they're not being charged, shoplifting, urinating, defecating in public. We think they're getting suffer for all the wrong reasons, but never going to find out with one lone spiritual book around. Some druggies use YouTube for scamming too. Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. That's the reason most people, listen, I've known poor people, very, 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 very poor people. They don't hurt people. You know, the ones that don't care, they don't care who they hurt. And that's the problem. And that's what happens. You end up in situations like that. A bunch of people that don't care who they hurt. They think their lives are completely gone. So they don't mind raping this girl or doing this or doing that. Because who cares? Who cares? Because I don't care about myself. Why do I care about anybody? And that's the problem. That's a big problem. The FCC should end that and get rid of the vegan teacher people that left wrong and deterred Republicans. One thing about the uncle, he held a bit of a victim mentality, of course, but he's the closest guy I've met who's kind of a Jesus. I kind of met as Jesus and wanted us to probably hold on. One thing about that uncle, he held a bit of a victim mentality, of course, but he is the closest guy I've met who is as kind as Jesus wanted us to be, probably. As kind as Jesus wanted us to be, probably. Gotcha. I just did the opposite of eating food, puking it up.
Sounds bad, but different streets are owned by different, cliques or different, they like to call themselves a family, which in a sense they are, you know? They protect each other. Like before I went into where I'm staying now, I lived on Wall Street.
You did?
The next street over, which is one of the worst streets, like Crocker. If you're not family, they let you know immediately that you're there only as a customer.
Interesting. Before you were living on Wall and here, what were you doing?
So you've got these gangs and mobs calling themselves families that say you want protection. You're going to get X number of dollars a week from the government, and we want this much of it. No. Food ate you? Now puking would be the parallel to eating the other end.
For that, or do you think you could still code someday?
Yeah, I can still code, but the thing is, where I have a problem with, responsibility, either people depending on me or me depending on them, it forms a lot of anxiety. And that's why living on the street or living in a shelter or whatever is a little more easier for me.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years from now?
I should have my own apartment, which is coming within 60 to 90 days. And it'll be Section 8 housing.
Good for you.
It's not bad. 5 years from now, I should have a non-demanding job, one that doesn't require, a quota or a time-based,
I hope you can find a job like that.
So do I. It was nice meeting you guys. Thank you.
I have one more question. Yeah. If you could say one message to everybody in the world, what would you tell them?
Hope is the single most powerful force in the universe. Love comes and goes, but hope.
He said he wants a job that's not based on time or quotas. The massa projectors and the channel stuck in the call from channels to help them get exposed for helping homeless people. Thank you for thanking homeless people do drug deals and stuff. They tell you in AA that the root of all your problems is self-centeredness. I dropped a nuke in the turret. Good, Space Gal. I thought I knew some people getting Social Security, several Social Security checks. Right. And the thing also is too, now that they are like a sanctuary city, they allow people that don't have Social Security numbers to get benefits. So that just says no name given, no address given. That's what it says on their IDs. So they're So they just walk in and say they're different people, and they go to different blocks and get multiple benefits coming through because they have to go pick them up as they go around because they're not getting mailed to them, and they get cards and it gets deposited back on these cards. So they have 4 or 5 cards, and they're running this thing. They're bleeding it dry. The government only demands money from me. Never gave me much except for stimulus checks. Yeah, me too. I just don't want to have a boss or employees for owners and customers. But now I'm paying those. Yep. The toilet is just a grand feast. Freaking Sphinx.
Every single thing in the world has hope. I hope I get a new job. I hope I get a better pay. I hope I get a daughter. You know, hope is the single most driving force in the universe. Never give up hope.
Very powerful.
You made me cry. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Does that take a hug?
Right on, I love hugs.
I'm gonna give you a hug too if you love
You're
hugs.
self-aware, Russ.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
appreciate it, man.
Good night, plus.
Have a good day, okay?
Be happy if you're not homeless. Yeah.
Can I pet your dog? Oh, she's trying to bite me. What is this area?
These are like the older cats. They don't keep up a lot of trouble. They all hang together.
Yeah.
Usually just, you see how mellow they are.
Yeah, this is like the chillest zone.
Yeah,
I've
it's like
seen
the
so
chill.
far.
Yeah.
It's
It's
got
always
down the
like
middle of
this.
the
world
street.
flags and playing some cool
They're usually
music.
mellow.
Yeah.
It's a population of everybody that comes right here. He wants to know. He said everybody talked to you before.
How you doing? Have we met? I don't believe so. But can we meet?
Hi, William. I'm Heidi.
So you've seen a transformation here. Is it more safe or more dangerous now than before? More dangerous. Did you ever almost lose your life?
Hippie cry pretty easily, you know. He heard that
Where did you
shtick
get shot?
about hope on Shawshank
In your
Redemption.
leg? So how long have you been living in this tent right here, in this spot?
About 2 years. I'm trying to get housing.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing from a lot of people. It's hard to get housing. You think you'll get it soon?
I hope so.
What's your take on the current situation of Skid Row?
It's not good. They get all this money to do things for us, but we don't see none of it. You know, it's going in their pockets. That's all.
Yeah.
My wife and I was down here, and we both came down here. Our wheelchairs broke down because I use a motorized wheelchair. We went to the mission, and they wouldn't give us no bedding, nowhere to sleep, because of our wheelchairs. Said they didn't have no elevator. But come to find out, they did have an elevator.
So why would they not give it to you?
I don't know.
Where's your wife now?
She was in a nursing home. I don't know where she is now.
Have you seen her lately? No? Do you mind if I look inside your tent? Oh, wow.
It's messy right now because I'm unpacking with it. Because I had to pack up because we have to leave.
You got a lot of stuff in here.
It looks like a lot of stuff.
If you could say one message to everybody in the world, what would you tell them?
Stay prayed up. Jesus is on his way back.
Appreciate your time. Thank
prayed
you so
up.
much.
Jesus
Here's
is
his
on his
dog
way
right
back.
here crossing the cage.
That's great. Section 8. All the times I busted my ass to make rent and lived off ramen noodles. Yeah. Yeah. You know, but they're told that it will be forever, you know. They're told that it'll be forever. So, and it's... yeah, amen, brother. Amen, brother. Dun, 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 dun.
Have to pay for that?
Freaking wackadoo ass stuff.
Holy shit. That's a mean boy right there.
Nobody but his owner.
No, I'm scared of that dog.
30 years.
Yeah, 30 years.
I can't. And
I'm 32, so I mean,
yeah.
can't even imagine.
The last thing he said was, "I'm not crazy yet." How do you do that?
He's been on the street for 30 years and he hasn't gotten his housing yet. He hasn't gotten his housing yet in 30 years. Still on the list 6 more months.
I'm not recording anything. Where are you?
Like I said, suing everybody.
That was interesting.
We're gonna be down at this new place here next.
What's going on? Kind of walking through a busy street here.
I know, right?
A lot of action around here. Can you share more about your own personal story? Like, you're from Compton. What was it like growing up there?
Well, for me, it was like I told you, it's dangerous everywhere.
Sure.
So of course there was danger, gang violence, but it was actually a beautiful place to grow up. My uncle Stan used to work here, but before he worked here, when I was younger, he dealt with drugs, and we used to bring food here to the Midnight Mission to him. You know, he called me one day. I had just left my other job, and I was actually looking for work, and he asked me, did I want to work here? And at first, my first thing I was like, nah, I'm not. Not going on Skid Row. But then actually when I came down here, this is right where I needed to be. I'm a people's person.
Yeah, you are.
I like to talk to people. And
To make earning by working is surely not a cup of tea.
I like to help. So,
But you hear how people say they want what they want. They want instead of creating a company that will do what they want for their employees, they want someone to create a company for them that will give them no time limits, no quotas, no nothing to deal with, instead of creating it, because they can't create it. What are they going to come up with? What idea would they come up with that won't have a contract that's got to be done by a deadline? You know, and it's just like sometimes they're holding out for Section 8 to get a better part of town or just a better place. Sometimes, what percent though? Do you think it's like 0.05%? Or holding out 30 years, dude. If in 30 years that one dude's name wasn't on a list in some California, LA data log saying get this guy a house in the next 29 years. You know, that time, his name never popped up on the list. It never got to the top of the list in 30 years.
You just felt connection here.
It's too profitable.
Right off back.
Heidi, what's your story? What's your connection to Skid Row?
7 years ago, I came out just on vacation in California, and we came down to tour the Midnight Mission, and I fell in love with the place. I lived in Pennsylvania. And so it took me 2 years, but then we sold everything we owned and moved out here so that I could possibly work for the Midnight Mission.
You have such a kind heart to do that. I mean, it's really incredible. And you've been here for so long. So clearly you found a lot of joy and happiness and connection out here.
I love the people. I love their stories. I feel like it's my mission to
Yeah.
let them know that they matter.
We
that
looked
their
into it
lives
yesterday,
matter, and
brother.
if I can be a voice to let
I have 30 years, long time. Sometimes they're lying bitches. That's the problem. That's the problem too. What's the truth? What's the truth with any of them? And the thing is, if they say that they don't live in, if you don't have an ID, who are you? If you walk in and say, I just crossed the border. I just crossed the border from France. Well, I don't even know what thing I'm doing. But and then say I'm escaping my country, and you're in one of these. They're just going to give you money and a food card and a cash assistance card and everything. And you, I lost it on the travels as I swam across the Atlantic. You know, and that's the thing. Lying gets you what you want in those cities and states. Her connection is she steals money from the government with her nonprofit. That's correct. That's correct. And she even said the biggest thing we would like is this to go away and close this company down. Bullshit. American.
other people know that homelessness isn't what you think it is, and
well, what is
these
it?
are human beings, like somebody's mom or brother or sister, and I think once Skid Row gets in your heart, like you can't get it out. Like
right,
it's just
we don't ever want it to go away. What will I do?
Feel that from
What?
both of you.
What he should have asked is, what will you do when it gets solved?
We're in the middle of downtown LA, so there's obviously things adjacent
She'd
to
go. That's never happening. I'll make sure of it.
Row that other people would visit.
Right.
Is there friction?
So the experience for people coming down here just to like go to Mama Tacos or something like that, I don't think they have
does.
that much trouble.
How long
She's
has
got
Skid
the
Row
same
been
hair
around?
as
Well, the
John and
Midnight
Kate plus
Mission
8
has been
too.
around for 110 years, and we're the longest standing human services provider. Like
So
we've never.
Skid Row was here when the Midnight Mission started.
Skid Row was here.
So it's over 100 years old. What has changed about Skid Row?
More women.
More women?
There used to be no tents.
Where would
Yeah,
they
yeah.
sleep before?
It really wasn't sleeping. People were either down here selling drugs or doing them. But there were no like tents and laying. This was just an area where you would come do it and then they would disperse it. I remember when I was younger coming down here, there weren't any tents. Like people just laid out on the streets I was seeing now. No, it wasn't tents.
I will say we've walked a
So,
lot of
in 100
streets already,
years,
and
they
I
got
don't really
tents.
feel like I'm in danger. Like I'm seeing things.
In 100 years, they got tents.
Of course, but I'm not being threatened. I'm not being attacked.
This is what I'm saying.
And people, like everyone I know, that would say I'm not going there. I'm not going there. Yeah.
You have to be here
Yeah.
to understand.
If people do work, what are their typical jobs here in Skid Row?
Selling drugs,
Well,
being a prostitute.
depending on, a lot of them go into cleaning. A place called Chrysler's here, where they hire a lot. Most of the homeless people, they do get jobs. They'll go there.
And that's another misnomer. Like people think, these people down here, they don't want to work or they don't have a job. And it's not true. A lot of people work. And that's why we have a mail center so they can have an address in order for, a job application.
So
it's
two
not
people-
just about getting a job.
See, they're cleaning the streets behind me. That's their job.
Female
It's
psychopaths
nice
are
to see
harder
people
to
working.
ID.
I like that. Are people
That's
like
true.
selling stuff too out on the street?
They got super meth now, and they just need power wash the whole areas and arrest the bums. I agree. I agree. It's obvious. It's obvious to enough people now, I believe, that they know the mob and the cartels are making all the money. The only thing reducing the arrests have done is making sure the people that are going there as armies of the cartels and the mobs can sell drugs and prostitution and whatever else they want to do. And if they get arrested, they just get let right back out, and then the system gets washed away because, yeah, it's underdiagnosed in females. That was a whole beer going down into his stomach, right? I wouldn't trust a meth head with any job. Right, what are you supposed to do? Right, that they got to get clean. The people have to get clean first. The biggest thing, if you're going, and I'm not a politician, if you're going to attack this, what you got to do is you got to stop money leaving America by going to the cartels. You have to say everybody that breaks a law, start with them. You just get a whole shitload of cops and say you just pistol in the ground. You're going to jail. You're going to get clean. And then you start doing that. You say, okay, we're going to test your pee. Bam, you've got this, and that. You need this much. You're going here. It's all wackadoo. It's all wackadoo. Like, where do you think all of these cigarettes right here and lighters and shit came from?
Well, they try
And
to make
how are they paying for it?
their money that
How
way.
are the people that are buying cigarettes, the homeless, how are they buying weed? How are they buying coke, meth, fentanyl? How are they buying it?
Some of them will have, chips or whatever they can get their hands on. Some of them go to the missions and get like tennis shoes and stuff like that.
Right.
And then they'll come out here and try to sell it to
Right.
make some extra money or whatever.
For what? For what, my friend? Extra money for what? To get an apartment? Recall, seasons don't fear the reaper. They probably signed a ballot for the cigarettes.
Boy, I like to see all the flags here.
Yeah. This here is the Joshua House. A lot of them don't have insurance to get their teeth pulled, STDs or whatever.
Right.
Everybody doesn't have insurance. The Joshua House will take it. Before the pandemic, we would charge phones. But I believe they can go to the bin or the refresh center.
Got it.
And they can charge their phone, wash their clothes and things like that.
What's that?
Are you working Section 8?
No, I work at the Midnight Mission.
Okay.
Hi.
How you doing?
I think that guy asked me if I was with Section 8. So they want Section 8 vouchers, because if you have a voucher, then when housing comes available, you can get housing. The problem is people have vouchers and they've been waiting for a year. Like people will be in our crisis and bridge center with a voucher. They are approved for housing, but there is no housing. A lot of people were housed last year, but the rate of people that are becoming
cigarettes are very
homeless is
expensive,
greager
right?
than the
Especially
rate
in
that they can house
California.
people.
Catch up.
Yeah.
You would be a
Meeting
good
people on
high
Skid
school
Row is
principal.
eye-opening and heart-wrenching. Hearing their stories of struggle and survival hits me hard. I feel a mix of sadness and determination, knowing how much must be done to help these people. As I continue to walk around, I notice a blind man approaching, tapping his walking stick. He is kind enough to answer a few questions.
What made you want to come to Skid Row?
I don't have nobody to help me, and I came here because there was help in Skid Row.
Do you like the community here?
I don't like how the police manage over here and how the city manage over here, because the city helps but doesn't manage.
What's the drug problem like on Skid Row?
So many.
Everyone's taking drugs.
Drugs, there's alcohol, there's marijuana, there's crystal, there's cocaine, there's heroin.
As a blind man, I imagine it's more difficult to be here because there's more danger.
Yeah, you see, like the city make a stupid thing to build that kind of stuff over there on the street. We don't need that kind of shit around here. I have better imagination
Wait a
than the
second.
city.
Wait a second. How did he see that stuff over there on the street? Hold on. What? What? Did he just say see that stuff over there on the street? He's freaking high level cartel.
Like the city make a stupid thing to build that kind of stuff over there in the street. We don't need that kind of shit around here. I have better imagination than the city. I fail over there because that's stupid things over there.
What do you want the government to do?
To fix the streets.
Why
the money
would you give a homeless addict a house versus an actual family or a single mom? Because you make more money off the addicts. You make more money off of them. Your buddies in the cartel and your buddies in the NGOs, without all those addicts constantly, you know, getting into programs and then failing out, then they need to be refunded and funded over and funded and funded and funded and funded and funded. Yeah, I probably would hate prison. That's why he hates the cops.
They spend in that sidewalks over there, they can fix the sidewalks. We need a kind of token in the lights, like in Santa Monica and different cities, they got all that kind of stuff.
Hey, thanks a lot for sharing your story, man. I wish you the best of luck. Thanks a lot, man.
Right.
Appreciate it. Muchísimas gracias.
Yeah.
Good morning.
It costs
How are
more
you?
money
Do you
to
like
be
living
poor.
here?
The poorer you are, the more you have to spend.
You like the people?
It's good for drugs.
What kind of drugs? Smoking weed, meth? Meth. Y todos los días fumar. Sí. What's your job? You working?
How do you do drugs every day?
Sure. Nice to meet you. Bye-bye. Yeah, of course. So here there's a bunch of clothes that they're giving out, people lining up and taking whatever you want.
And this is all vegan food. Chef, he worked at the Midnight Mission, and his dream is to bring vegan, nutritious food to the people of Skid Row. And so that's what he does.
Who's funding it? Who's giving this guy money to bring vegan food down here?
Like, that's his,
Do you think they know it's nutritious?
maybe, maybe not.
If people watching this video
Brady
want to help
said
the
most
community,
of
what
them
can they do?
work.
I would say
but
whatever it is,
you
if you
ask
want to
him,
bring
they say don't work.
clothes.
She's lying, dude. She's lying. She's a higher up, right next to the funding. She knows what to say to make sure the funding keeps coming. He's got, what, 6.5 million views on this, and he gets millions and millions of views per video. They know who he was when he said, hey, I want to come out and do this. They made LA and San Fran third world country, yeah.
Shoes, or even just come down here and motivate people talking. This works too. You wouldn't believe how many people here. It's like talking to people, how we're going around just talking, bro. But for the most part, I would say this type of stuff, coming down, interacting, giving them something that they're actually going to use. The things that most people that we take for granted, socks and stuff, and
shoes,
they take.
yeah, man.
Yeah. Down here, shoes,
Right.
like the guy Russell told you.
So they get all of that stuff that got paid for, and then it gets thrown away when they sweep the streets. Then it needs to all be purchased again. But they're not buying a 10-cent cup for 10 cents. They're buying 10-cent cups for 1 cent and charging $1. And then I got to be paid $75 an hour because that's a dangerous area.
Die for a pair of shoes down here. That's how much is needed. So you wouldn't believe how many people that drive past the people and be like, oh, hey, what's up, King? How you doing? Dirty homeless people. And know these are people with stories like
Exactly. That's my mission for coming here. Exactly. Like, they are people.
They are
They have
people.
hopes and dreams, and you know.
They want the same thing we want.
Exactly. It
means a lot.
Who's paying the phone bill? Who's paying for the phones? What types of phones are they getting? How much are they? Who's paying the bill?
Appreciate you even
No,
doing.
of course, man. Thanks
shining
for
your light, you know?
showing me around.
Yeah.
I mean, coming by myself, I don't know. It'd be a little intimidating to walk alone. but
Exactly. Just
you know,
They ain't lying. They're people, but they're smelly and dirty. They got Obama phones.
streets and
people,
the
exactly.
culture. Yeah.
Spending a day in Skid Row, talking to residents,
they don't
and
have a
witnessing the
phone
dire
bill, they
conditions
got phones.
firsthand, I am left with a profound sense of urgency. I want to use my platform to show you what it's like because we can no longer turn a blind eye to this crisis. This experience has shown me the deep flaws in our system. It's not just about providing shelter. It's about addressing mental health, addiction, and the systemic issues that perpetuate homelessness. We need to implement policies that treat the homeless with dignity and respect. Community involvement is crucial. Volunteer, donate, advocate for change, and support organizations like Midnight Mission who work around the clock to make a difference. Skid Row is a reminder of our collective
All right,
responsibility.
brother.
It's time to turn empathy into action and work towards a future where everyone has a safe place to call home. Let's not just hope for change. Let's make it happen. Thank you for watching.
Do not donate. Do not donate to things like that. Do not Do not. They cannot manage the money. If you want to do something about it, you go do it. Do not give the money to these people. It pisses me off to no end.
This is what it's like to spend 24 hours in the lawless American town called Slab City. My name is Taylor and I live in a van with my wife Kayla, and this town is located in the desert of California close to the Salton Sea. We wanted to go check out the town that's referred as the last free place in America, and they call it free or lawless due to the no official government, no official property ownership, and little to no police presence. Some other interesting facts about this town is there's no trash service, no water supply, no electrical grid, so pretty much people here rely on their creativity and DIY systems. The first thing we did today was drive over to a gift shop right next to the hot spring, and we decided to buy a ring and a sticker, and we also had a great conversation with the guy who owned it about what it's like to live here along with his dog Frankenstein. Then we went to the famous Salvation Mountain, which is a hand-built art installation created by the artist Leonard Knight. It's essentially a hillside sculpted and painted with bright murals, religious imagery, and the repeated message, God is love. It is now maintained by a nonprofit and other volunteers who repair the art daily to continue Leonard Knight's legacy. We then drove further into town. We walked around and checked out the Range, which is a concert hall that they have open mics every weekend. We then went to some of the other art exhibits called East Jesus and House of
How
Art.
many times can you hear Grateful Dead and fish covers?
East Jesus was just a bunch of random objects that a lot of us would consider trash, and they turned it into awesome art pieces. House of Dots was an art display to show consumerism, and both of these places were really cool and interesting. Our last stop in town was the skate park that used to be an Olympic-sized pool from the military base Camp Dunlap that was left abandoned here in the 1950s. We talked to some of the locals who run the skate park, and they were very nice to us. Once we were done exploring town, we decided to leave because there were so many flies, probably due to the nearby Salton Sea and a lot of the trash in town, so we decided to head to Bombay Beach to eat dinner at the Ski Inn. It was really cool to see all the dollar bills on the walls, and honestly, the food was actually so good. We ended up driving to a spot that was closer to Joshua Tree to get away from the smell of dead fish from the Salton Sea, and we got settled in for the night at camp and ended up going to bed.
Wackadoos. Dressing up as a giant bug in the attic and hiring an exterminator. Jeez.
Hey, how you doing? My name's Tom. Nice to meet you. Good to meet you, Tom. So basically, we got I don't know if it's rodents or something. I just hear the scurrying going on in the attic. I try to take
What
care
up,
of it
Winston
myself.
Churchill?
I put traps up there. And
really
I got an
fueling
uncle
my
who
dark
works at
anti-human
a
streak.
chemical facility kind of thing. He
Sup
actually
up,
gave me,
AJ?
poison. Some kind of thing that's going to take care of everything. I set that up, and I feel like it's just gotten weird. Like, it went from
dude, why do you watch this stuff, Space Cow? The Salton Sea is how once we were there.
Where's your attic access? Out here.
My niece is working on the
So
Salton
I've
Sea
been out there, I
restoration
haven't seen
project.
anything. Yeah, there's people up here playing cards. People? Yeah. Are you sure they're not bugs? No. Just normal people? They're not like bug people or anything, are they? No. Okay. Do you know who's up there? No, that's what I'm saying. Nobody's supposed to be up there. They're drinking pop, and they waved at me. But they're nice. Yeah, you can go up there and look. Who knows? Maybe someone's pranking you. Are you pranking me?
Oh, was that?
Are you pranking me? No.
Where is that one on the east side of LA? Let's see. Salton Sea. The Salton Sea. Oh yeah, it's on the east side, near right on the border of Colorado or right near the border of Colorado and California. It's right here. Bless y'all, AJ, brother. Okay, let's see what we're going back to here. Let's find something, but drives me so freaking crazy, dude. It drives me so crazy. If you don't mind me asking, I'm in Georgia. Georgia on my mind. The tomato, the stupid kind, has entered the chat. What up, stupid tomato? Okay, let's see what we doing. Let's try to cheer us up a little bit. Jeez, it drives me freaking nuts. Okay, let's see. Japan's worst surgeon, Orthodox Church, smoked shroom vape, bricks and minifig design. All right, let's check that out. No, I live just south of Atlanta. I live right between Atlanta and Noonan. Yeah, it's a good zone.
Today, we're going brick by brick as we analyze the bricks and minifigs case and all of the law and crimes involved in this. Of course, this is the legal mindset where we teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire,
brick by
American
brick. That's
attorney.
Funny.
Now, this is something that has slammed my inbox,
Jesus,
and there are so many legal questions, different areas of both civil law, criminal law, regulatory law.
Yeah, dude, they're done. They're done. Thank you, brother. Thank you, AJ. Yes, they're done. Their reputation is shot.
But it took me some time to put together this analysis. But this could not possibly be more perfect down my wheelhouse, as a corporate attorney, I dealt with pretty much all of these issues. This is a content creator, Reckless Ben, who decided to take on the company of Bricks and Minifigs, which is a company selling Legos. Now, how this breaks down is essentially there was a consignment agreement.
I don't believe how powerful the Utah Morning Mafia is.
Mansell and the former franchise owner.
I'm telling you, it's mafia, cartel, and mobs. That's what's going on in America now. I'm not even American, but I got recommended this. Where are you from, Blanco?
Local franchise of Bricks and Minifigs. And for those that don't know, franchises are not owned by the corporation. So as a corporate attorney, one thing we constantly would say, one thing that is very much true, is you will constantly shift the blame between corporate.
Georgia was pretty nice. Yeah, it's a nice place. Yeah, I was in Fort Gordon for a while. The weather was pretty nice year-round. Although winter was pretty cold. Yeah, winter's pretty cold. I'm from Maryland originally, though, so it snows like feet in Maryland often. Down here, we get like light dustings of snow. Like January 10th is my birthday, and like my first year here, I was shirtless riding a lawnmower, mowing the lawn on my birthday. Belgium, beautiful. They got the police to raid a house based on what a dude said with the weapons. Yeah, I remember hearing that. I saw
in the franchise.
I saw the rebuttal when the dude made the video that they just showed in the beginning there, but I didn't hear Legal Mindsets take on it, so I want to see what more I missed. Watch the Moat Aquarium.
The corporation will say it's always the franchise fault, right? That's something you have to talk to the franchise owner. And the franchise owner will say, take it up with corporate. That's a corporate issue. That's in our contract, etc. So that game of back and forth is very, very, very much tried
honestly, I was surprised that it didn't snow when I was there, considering how cold it was. Yeah, I was surprised too. I was very surprised because when it gets cold, it snows. That's like what I'm used to for winters. And yeah, it rarely snows at all. I know a little bit about Sri Lanka. Just a little bit. We could probably talk about some
here, and we see that play out in this.
And that cinnamon, Ceylon, Sri Lankan cinnamon comes from Sri Lanka. It's the coolest thing you ever seen. As long as it's not copyrighted, we'll take a look at it.
Finally, she gave me an answer of why she can't help me.
Who's supposed to be getting a hold of corporate?
Basically, what the manager's saying is that if someone did steal the Legos, it wasn't her, it was corporate. And this was corporate's side of the story.
You have to talk to the store owner.
Now, this all really goes down to what a consignment is, and really that's what you need to understand here. So a consignment is essentially when one person is holding something on behalf of somebody else. In this case, it was over $200,000. That's the disputed value. Now, Bricks and Minifigs, the franchise owners, they dispute that number, but the Mansell's, Reckless Ben, their number is $200K. So let's go with the higher number. So
we'll check it out after this, AJ.
Star Wars Legos were very valuable. Now, consignments are what's called a security interest, and those are regulated by the Uniform Commercial Code, which has been adopted in Oregon. Under that code, the property remains under the superior title, meaning the ownership of the consignor, so the person that signed it over, even though it's being held by another person. The problem with this is the telltale maxim, possession is 9/10 of the law. So even though there's this agreement, The physical product is being held by somebody else. So you have to wonder what they're going to do with that product. And in this case, something very, very wrong did indeed.
Does he got two different
happen.
color eyes?
Almost mockingly, they've since flooded all of their social media with tons of pictures of Star Wars Legos. At this point, it seems like they're just rubbing it in this family's face.
So what likely happened here, which is something that Ben's videos don't make clear, is that after this consignment was made, essentially they quickly sold off that property to make cash. And once they made that cash, they either used that for operating expenses because the store wasn't making enough money. A lot of times stores will just make money on one high ticket item or one thing that sells well. And that's really what's keeping them afloat. They're really not making a lot of money. So, hey, they go and liquidate this inventory, these Star Wars Legos, because, hey, they belong to really somebody else. And they're not going to come after us right away. And they may not have the resources, so we may be able to strong arm them. So they sell those off quickly.
Or who else is going to consign with them? Who else would say, well, I've got a freaking $80,000 Lego set? Maybe it wouldn't be a good idea to use that company. So even not work for them, who would buy from them or consign with them? I unfortunately have to get back to the road, but I wanted to stop by for a while as the official channel troll. I got to keep up my presence. All right, stupid tomato brother. Bam. I try to be, brother AJ.
Take the cash and essentially
Like and
flee.
subscribe.
But essentially, those Legos are mostly gone, and they've likely taken the profits from those Legos already. And the whole purpose of Ben's video, which is to get the Legos back, is likely never going to happen because those Legos are likely mostly gone and sold off for cash. That's a lot of times what will happen in these agreements, particularly when you have a party with more power, like a larger corporation or even a small business versus an individual. They can feel like, hey, you're not actually going to take me to court on this, and we're going to get away with this.
And the guy just looks at me, crosses his arms, and goes, let me tell you what's going to happen. If we go to court, we're going to drag this thing out so long, and you're going to end up spending so much more money than your collection is ever worth or what you ever would have gotten out of it.
So despite retaining superior title, they took those away from them. Now, the franchise owner had several arguments here related to the consignment. First of all, they said, hey, we're going to keep these as store property because this consignment was illegal. We're not allowed to do consignments based on our corporate contract. Well, that's a whole separate problem, and that would also put the people that originally engaged in that on the hook with individual liability. Because they
Have
would
you
have
ever
entered into an
heard
illegal.
of the Silk Road? Yeah. I heard the creator of the site got released like a year or two by Trump, which was confusing to me. I had no idea what he did. Yeah. You haven't heard of the Silk Road? Well, I don't know. You're talking about the Silk Road. Or you're talking about Pirate Bay. I think it happened with both of them, I believe. But Silk Road. I mean, you know. What was your question? What was your question? Like why or what he did, what Trump did, or what the creator of Silk Road did? The creator of Silk Road created a deep net, deep web, onion Tor browser, onion site based system for people to buy and sell anything they wanted to buy and sell. Like a club. Imagine the guy that said that was a devotee of Morgan. That's an L. Silk Road used to sell great stuff, right? Like, why was he released? So probably because he only facilitated the operation of the website. And so we'll look into that after this. He only facilitated the operation of the website. He didn't buy and sell drugs from what I remember. He just set up the system for that to happen, where people could post stuff and say, hey, I'm selling this. And then people would buy, like if you wanted to buy a $200,000 Lego set, somebody would take the $200,000 plus like a commission, put it into escrow, and then that person would ship you the Legos. When the Legos arrived, they told the escrow, the Legos have arrived, and then the money would be released to the seller. But we'll see. We'll look into exactly what happened. I know what it did. I'm some years back. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, but he did order hits. Yep. I did. Oh, did he? The owner did? I did not know that. You fall a lot on your bike. Well, you need to practice, AJ. You need to practice in the grass, so falling doesn't hurt.
Contract, right? So that would have been on them for breach of contract, unjust enrichment, conversion. These are all civil claims. And by the way, I want to correct Reckless Ben. Throughout his video, he constantly uses civil crime and criminal crime. There's no such thing as a civil crime. That's not a thing.
Right.
There's a civil claim, right? A civil claim is a claim for money, a claim for damages, but it's not a crime.
AJ needs
If
a
you
helmet.
are guilty
Yeah, definitely
of
wear a helmet.
If found to have liability in civil court, they find you guilty in civil court, you're liable for money, but that does not make you a criminal. And this is very important, particularly for Ben, because he uses this word recklessly, dare I say, as in his name, which may put him on the hook for defamation. He repeatedly calls people using criminal language interchangeably with civil language, and that's a problem because when you accuse somebody of a crime, that can be defamatory, and that may put Ben on the hook for defamation for
when you turn,
using criminal language.
So you know how to operate your bike in a straight line. You need to learn how to ride the bike with a helmet.
Now, the other thing that the franchise owners tried to get off the hook with was saying they're not aware of the consignment. But in Ben's own videos, we saw them eventually confess to this.
When Brian first came in, we identified anything that was on that list that would have been his that Amanda didn't sell, and we set it aside. And it's still sitting there. We're happy to give you your stuff back.
Next is really the thing that they should have done with this, which is go after them for conversion, breach of contract, and unjust enrichment. Now, I know they make a big point of going to court is expensive, but what they don't mention, and my first thought, and the thought of almost all the lawyers that I talked to on this, when I talked to my colleagues on this, was find somebody who will work on contingency. Contingency means a percentage of the recovery.
Yeah, you could go argue stealing the Legos grand larceny since it was $200K. Yeah, I don't think I'll let trial myself on social media. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it either. What's up, Mason?
There are plenty of lawyers out there, in fact, I know many of them, that will take these cases based on a percentage of recovery, especially if there's strong backup, there's strong evidence to back this up and say, yeah, no, this is a good claim. We're going to take this. We're not going to require a massive retainer, and we're going to take a
Cinnamon
percentage
Toast Crunch.
of the return.
William
right?
sounds like
now
he's
you might have to pay out
ripping
30%
people off,
of the
ripping off the
return,
elderly.
whatever, 25% of the return, some higher percent. But hey, they're willing to take the case, and you're willing to get a good portion of your money back from this eventual W. There's other issues that were brought up in this, and these are ones that Ben created himself. The first one is Ben's sham contract. Now, Ben himself eventually admits this is not a legal contract, but Ben tried to put together a contract that said that they could not trespass him from the property, and for every time they called the police, they owed him $5,000.
I made a contract with Amanda that says I, Ben Schneider, shall be trespassed in all of these legal words for any circumstance whatsoever.
Yes, I was a breakdancer. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely I was. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Breakin' and Breakin' 2. What years was that? 83, 84? '84. And then Breakin' 2 came out shortly thereafter. Let's see when it came out. Like 84 also. Electric Boogaloo. Yeah, boy. Yeah. First time I seen baiting a turd in this chat. Baiting turd in the chat. Local. I believe there's two sides to every story, and I don't believe everybody. I knew it. Nice.
Ever and for literally any reason, including a clause that says for every police officer she calls on me, she owes me $5,000.
Now, this is completely unenforceable 100%. You cannot have a contract executed by deception. And using a routine package delivery to get a signature doesn't work because that's what we call fraud in the inducement. You're inducing someone, you're tricking someone into a contract. There is no mutual assent. Now, once again, he brings up this duty to read law, but that doesn't apply.
What'd I miss? Thankfully, I didn't grab my pants intensely with enormous conviction. Oh, that guy. Yeah, Ben is literally taking the piss out of them. Rat-faced ADHD mutant.
At all for something where you have no idea you're signing a contract. You think you're signing for a delivery and you're actually signing a contract. There's no mutual assent, mutual agreement that, hey, we're entering into a contract here. You are tricking somebody. So no, that does not work at all. The other thing is terms in there.
He spent so much money and could have just asked the lawyer for a few hours of advice.
Like, you can't call the police, you can't trespass. Those are both unconscionable and they cannot be contracted. You can never have a contract, ever. And I've written thousands and thousands of contracts as a corporate attorney. It's something I have probably been master at writing contracts. There's no way to get immunity from crimes. Trust me, people. If we could contract out of crimes, lawyers would do it in a heartbeat. But you cannot do that at all. You cannot say you cannot call the police on me. You cannot say you can't charge me with trespass. That's not going to happen ever. So that's not a thing in a contract. Don't ever try to do that in a contract. Continuing on,
dude, he's going to make so much money off this video.
Criminal acts that while you frame them as pranks, they were criminal acts.
You need to leave. Go ahead and leave, and I'm going to ask you one more time. This is the last time.
So after being told you need to leave, you're getting into issues of criminal trespass. A person does not have to give you a good reason to leave the property. They simply need to ask you to leave, and you should leave that property.
He did that for footage. He did that for content. Does this lawyer really think Ben was being serious? No. I don't think he does. I think he knows that most people are severely undereducated, and he doesn't want people copycatting and getting themselves into trouble. That's what I think. He's going to make money from the illegal car search and multiple.
One thing he does bring up is, I was just trying to serve them this lawsuit. I was trying to have this good faith conversation. Well, that's completely bunk, because all of that could have been achieved through a professional process server. Now, he did have a process server with him. The problem was he was there. And actually, under the relevant local law, it says if you are an interested party, if you are somebody who is involved in a lawsuit as a plaintiff, as a defendant, as somebody who's interested in that lawsuit, you cannot function as the process server. So because he was suing them in small claims court, he is not a valid person to act as a process server.
Small claims court?
When they're serving process. I know why he was there, but it actually worked against his case and ended up getting him in trouble. He should have left it to that process server. If he wanted to stick a body cam on the process server or something like that, he might have been able to do that, depending on the consent laws there. But that said, he might be able to record it, but not be there himself physically, because I think
he did it for footage.
The issues come up,
that's
and that's where the trespassing comes up. You also have potential disorderly conduct, which comes in from many of his pranks that he was
the police
pulling
and the
off.
store owner go to the same church.
And the sign is way too small. What the heck, ChatGPT?
And targeted residential picketing, as well as several likely local ordinance violations. Remember, there's always going to be some local law that you're violating. That's always going to happen.
Yeah.
The other thing is stalking. This comes up pretty clearly if you look at their behavior and you think about this through a lens of, well, what if these were just innocent people, even if they're not, right? You look at it as stalking because it's conduct causing reasonable fear for your safety or emotional distress. Typically, it has to be 2 or more actions, but they had a multitude of actions that they recorded in 4K of them going around, recording people, going to their houses, etc. That's going to look like stalking. That's not going to look good. So you've got all of these things that can come against Ben potentially. Whether or not he can say he had this imprimatur, this kind of slight reason of serving that lawsuit, he didn't legally need to be the one to do that. And one thing that he does repeatedly here is act as if he's Mansell's legal representative. But he's not really in an official legal role. He's not their attorney. He's not a trustee in their case.
Become a mollusk.
He's not necessarily a process server, because he might not be qualified as a party to those small claims lawsuits. So he really doesn't have a role to play here in that. He's kind of creating this role, or he thinks he had this role to play as a representative, where he really doesn't. His main role.
Oh, he sells a lot cabbage plushies. Hold on. Yeah, he sells cabbage plushies.
Did work very effectively was drawing publicity. The other big thing is his lottery.
I want everyone's attention. We're doing a Lego raffle. This Lego set is worth $1,000.
In Oregon, the lottery is highly regulated, and he went through a lot of steps and a lot of rigmarole saying he set up an official lottery.
All you need to know is that I put a lot of work into making sure that this is a legal, legit raffle.
Now, despite him saying this was a real lottery, this would likely be treated as regulators as a prank. And I know this because I've worked on actual lotteries and giveaways when working with companies for several years.
Yeah.
But if you did analyze this as an
Dude,
actual...
listen, the biggest problem people can get themselves into is doing too much to get attention. He's trying to get attention online, and he's trying to get attention for the theft, understood, but he's saying, how can I get the footage? And he's going too far. And it happens all the time. Oh, yeah. Yeah, nationwide. They live near
lottery,
Joseph Smith's
Ben
house.
might actually be in trouble because in this case, he knew when he started this that the Legos were in the possession of somebody else and he could not give those away. So from the beginning, he knew it was a fraud. He knew that he could not go in and get those Legos because he'd already been denied. Ultimately, he says he paid out the lottery because he felt like it was the right thing to do. But that is actually not the answer. He paid out the lottery just to keep himself out of actually getting in trouble here and actually sent to jail. Because if you end up running a real lottery...
People on the internet that do shock stuff often don't look into the law because they're afraid if they find out what they're doing is illegal, then their great idea. So they just say, oh, it probably ain't. So that they'll still go through with it and get it up there, get the footage out. Throws Bibles at you instead of lead.
Knowing that you can't
They
give somebody the
throw
prize,
a Book of Mormon at you.
They
use Jesus as a shield of criminals.
So
Yeah,
you might
they're
have to
bad.
pay out that value of that item that you were going to give away, even if you're not going to give it away. So that's where you're going with that. So I would not be so flippant to run in and go start pretending to run a lottery and have people going out there thinking you can just run a scam lottery anytime.
Right.
I think that's something
This is what I think he was doing. He wants people to understand that don't do what he did. Even though he got the views, he's probably going to lose a bunch of, even though he'll probably end up with more money because of the police. Suing the police. He's probably going to end up on the higher side of that. Their book, the Book of Mormon. I've talked with a bunch of Mormons that constantly call me and come by and try to get me to hang out. Yeah, I mean, they're cool as long as they're not trying to hurt nobody.
that people need to be cautious of, and Ben was a little reckless with running that one. So what is the actual professional approach that should have been had here? Well, first of all, I think from the beginning, he should have used lawyers and process servers. Don't tag along to film. That actually can violate the local law. That actually can keep you from having an effective service of process, meaning giving someone the papers and starting that lawsuit. The other thing they could do is they could have filed reports with the regulatory entities, the BBB, the people that regulate the franchise owners, and support those by evidence. Submit those in to the people that regulate them and have them also come in and help
Only
come
people I
down
met are
on these
Jehovah's
people.
Witnesses. I don't get the last comment. Are Mormons known for hurting people or something? They're acting very mob-like. In this situation, they're acting very mob-like. Like they had this guy. Somebody else stole an item worth $200,000. Because the store that stole the item from consignment, somebody went there with $200,000 worth of Legos and said, "I want to sell this. When you sell it, give me my money." Then he showed up and they said, "I'm never giving you your money. Get out of here." Blah blah blah. So when he tried to call the cops and whatever, nothing worked out. So, because the cops are friends or go to the same church as the people that own the store that stole the $200,000 Legos. So what ended up happening was because this YouTuber showed up to say, "Why did you do this?" and got mad, the cops raided his house even though they knew that he didn't steal the Legos. So they got a false warrant saying that he stole these Legos and that someone in an Airbnb overheard them talking about they just stole a bunch of Legos. And that's what they told the judge to get the to get the warrant to go raid this guy's house who didn't have Legos. They knew the other people had the Legos. The cops knew it. They just did it to rough him up to get him out of town. And that was all part of the same clique. You look like Lego piece 30. Shut up. I got a brain. I consider my judgment sufficient. Yes, they're using police against someone telling yeah. They love people to death. Like, love is so strong it unalives people. Exactly. Also, it was a non-billable warrant, which is also hard to get. They told the judge they had guns and hair. Yes, right. Yeah, they lied. Yeah, we already did that, dude. It's the old grandpa. Oh, it's the penis one. The police body cams just makes them all look crooked. Yeah.
Or an arbitrator, somebody that could come as a go-between that's seen as neutral, seen as somebody who's going to be reasonable and not just be doing it for the clout, for the video, YouTube video, etc. Also, he did do a smart thing. I will give Ben credit that by itemizing and splitting things out for the small claims, by breaking those into smaller amounts and then assigning those to different people, that is permissible. People do break things out and assign them, and that is permissible. But they could have also gone to get an injunction for a return of the property. And that would have been a very logical way to try to get that back really quickly, or at least prevent the sale of the existing inventory that they might still have and be trying to sell.
Yeah.
The other thing is you really can't engage in what we call the law
They literally said just go ahead and scare them.
And this video is all about vigilante self-help. It's about a YouTuber, a person who took things into his own hands, and there is a limit to that because eventually it can constitute harassment, and particularly when you run into a small town, whether it's the Mormon mafia or not, you are going to get pushback from the PD.
Walking a very dangerous line, which can get you hemmed up a lot.
Yeah.
And you could end up in jail in Utah when you're from Cali. Okay. Not worth it, right? Yeah. We play differently here.
And while what they did was certainly wrong and definitely needs to be investigated, there's a point at which you need to remove yourself from that, step back, and let the process take over. Let people who are professionals go in there and handle this, not you and your YouTube boys.
Yeah.
In judgment, Brian Mansell's case is very sympathetic. I have a lot of sympathy in the Bricks and Minifigs case for what happened from them stealing from old people. That is absolutely wrong.
They're going to pay. They're going to pay.
In his consignment agreement, he entered into an agreement and got shafted. And this does happen in business all the time. However, all of this could have been avoided likely if a lawyer willing to work on contingency would have found the Mansells before Reckless Ben. If they just got a professional in there, they could have handled this much more quietly than this. Now, maybe it wouldn't have the publicity it has, and that's something to be said about YouTubers covering this for publicity, but at a certain point, it passed the line where there's things that are happening that are indeed criminal and possibly defamatory. The other thing that has come up here is the local police need to be investigated, and that goes without saying. They've done some things here that clearly are shady, involving potential excessive force, illegal stops, searches, bias, body cam footage destruction. There needs to be investigation by the state coming down, looking into that, saying, what are these local PDs doing? Because this is not following their procedures. I will agree with that.
They raised $200,000 for the elderly dude that got robbed on Patreon, and Bricks tried to legally threaten them to have it taken down. Nice.
Definitely the police are in the wrong, and it's a gross misuse of police resources when they can be used really anywhere else better than this. It also is not the job of the police to enforce the civil side. And the fact that they're willing to do things for their buddies and not willing to do things for these out-of-town YouTubers,
said he won't take it down.
May
They
not
have
be
to fight him in
surprising.
court. Good.
In any small town in America, I've lived in small towns in America and worked with local police. Yes, they will side with people that live there over outsiders, mainly because they're paying taxes and you're not. But beyond that, at a certain point, the PD are going to push back, and you should remove yourself from that and let the legal process take over. So while Ben may have done some good work for publicity and for people watching this, at this point, he's likely liable for defamation and certainly on the hook for several potential crimes. But I want to hear what you guys think in the comments below about
Nice. Yeah, dude. All from a freaking bunch of wackadoo ass wackadoos that freaking wanted to steal $200,000 because their business was going bottom up. Yeah. So the Patreon raised the money to get them. They took our Lego set. Oh, you got $68,000. It looks like of $75K. Damn, someone just donated $5,000. Damn, yeah, it's absolutely, boy. You hit a bad worm. So he ran. This was civil. There's no crimes in civil. And he kept saying that they were criminals. You can't say that. That's a lie. Because they didn't break any laws. They broke civil, I can't remember the term for it. They didn't break the criminal law set. They didn't rob him. They converted his goods, which is different than just stealing. So that would have been criminal if they like went into his house and burgled or robbed. So he's called them criminals, and he said that they were breaking laws that they didn't break. Yeah. So and stuff like defamation, stuff like that, and then running a lottery that he didn't. That was basically an illegal lottery because he didn't have the Legos. The Legos were in the consignment shop, so he didn't have possession of them. So he ran a lottery for something he did not have. He will get off scot-free. Watch, he already went to court twice. Yeah, it'll be fine. If it was a crime, theft is a crime. It's different when it's if the cops find out that that a crime was committed, the cops can. When somebody else brings it, it's civil. It's between two people, it's civil. If it's between the law and you, it's criminal. They broke the contract and stole items. How is that not a threat? That's contract law. That's civil. That's not illegal. The cops don't come and arrest you for breaking a contract. There is a civil penalty for breaking the contract, and then I would sue you. But the cops aren't going to come and arrest you. Yeah, no, that's completely different. Got to dribble the civil to get an acquittal for your squiddle. Ben was wanted by a warrant too for something. Jeez, they put a post out saying he has a warrant now. Right. Ben broke the law. Ben broke the criminal law, and so he's going to get, or possibly broke criminal law. That will be innocent until proven guilty. Jeez, it's going to be weird. It's going to be weird. Let's see what. Oh, people are asking, do bricks and minifigs? Yeah, that's going to be really bad to Mexico. Yeah. They were just trying to scare him. They wanted him to get served and be like, look, we can make this go away. What up, Novak? Dun, 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 dun. Reads comments, respond, reads comments, peace pants on purpose, reads comments. Oh, look, another bird. Okay, let's see what's next. It's 11 o'clock. All right, American Town is run by druggies, Slab City. Uh-oh, UK's revolting. Good. Vitamin K2, that's what I'm telling you guys about. The poorest slum in the Philippines. Uh-oh, rappers thought the money would last forever. Nope, not once USAID went up. Bring a corrupt crop. Looks kind of fun. I might have to move to Utah. I'm a fan of banana trees and banana topics. I have banana trees. Most expensive fails on camera. All right, let's do this. Let's watch the most expensive fails, and then we'll go to bed.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Oh, no. Is that a Corvette? Oh, that lady with a... I'm so
Maybe she
sorry.
was planning to use the Lamborghini as a ramp and launch herself out of the parking lot.
Damn. Oops. Oops. Can you imagine that freaking bunch of wackadoos? Well, that's not that bad. And now, random sentence. The only thing I could find to make me feel good. Thank you so much for sharing this information and sharing your thoughts on waffles. Thank you, my brother. I'm here to help. I'm here to help. Oops. Man. Oops. Oh, no. Oh, there's your Corvette, dude. That's gonna cost you a bunch of money. Damn. Wackadoo. What up, Jim? Oh. Oh, damn. Nobody in there? Oh, he's already out. Oh, there's your BMW, brother. There you go. Who's getting the money for that one? Can you call the police? You share an unpopular opinion on the internet, and even nice people will get mad at you. Why did you let her drive the car, dude? Look at that chick. Look at her getting out of this freaking. Look at her getting out of this Ferrari. Look at this. Look at her. She's like, he's gonna be so pissed. It's gonna be a rough night for you, girl. And no way.
Your Ferrari is expensive, but restoring a multi-million-dollar yacht can cost so much.
He's trying to turn around and he's caught in the current. You can't go under the bridge. Dumb ass. Damn. Stephen Hawking hosted a famous time travelers party. I need a haircut. No way.
Whoa! You
I think he was going in the wrong side of the tunnel, and he was trying to turn, but there was already a big current. So when he tried to turn and he got sideways, it pulled him into the bridge. At least that's what it appeared to be. Yeah, $10 million gone. About $1 million repair bill. I'll let you know the boat. Not you. I thought the boat was getting a haircut. Oh, the sword came off of his tip. Uh-oh. Good first day on the job.
A train derailment in Oklahoma could have turned into a full-blown environmental disaster because of the chemicals inside the overturned rail cars.
Yeah, get the hell out of there.
Local firefighters managed to prevent a spill.
Bust out another 100,000. Damn. Oh, sheesh. I wonder if that's corn. Or like chlorine.
Go!
God damn.
Go! Holy
You idiot.
No!
Have you watched Crazy Weather before?
careful.
Yeah. I do it pretty often. It's gonna hit her car.
Yeah. See? See? Go on.
He's like, I used to do this as a kid. No problem. This has got to be expensive. No way. You gotta be kidding me. Worth it.
Whoa.
Bentley smashed up into what is that, a Ferrari? Jeez, dude. Oh yeah,
A
that's
boating
expensive.
accident that looks more like a car crash. The yacht owner was taking a driving lesson from the captain at the time.
Yeah, folded on impact.
Det är sånt där oljeshit alltså.
Jeez.
Ja.
Had to be a power failure or something. They're just crumbling all those boats.
Hör du smäll?
Ja, jag smäller. Knus hela båträckan.
Sån där oljeshit fäller.
Have you ever seen the motorcycle nut Colby Ra? Uh-oh, hold on, let's see this. We're gonna check out Colby Ra. Oops. Oh, over went the runway. Yeah, it's gonna be expensive. That looks private. I don't see a insignia on it. Alright, Colby. Doesn't look familiar. Jeez. Oh, damn. No way. Get out of the way, dummy. Damn, nice. Must be an engine failure. That's probably freaking $500,000 right there. Maybe probably more. Probably $500,000. Maybe not. Just a nozzle. Oh yeah, never mind. There you go. That'll be $500,000. How much is that each individual windmill cost? Let's see. Let's see if we can find out how much each individual windmill costs. Yeah, brother. How much does a large windmill cost for power? 2.6 to 4 million. Because the turbines range from 2 to 3 megawatts, usually equates roughly to a 1.25 million per megawatt. Offshore, significantly more, 12 to 20 million. So just say about $3 million going up right here. things to happen under overpasses. Some people have some serious money. I have a niece that mapped out wind farms professionally, or like that was a hobby.
Drivers these days are forgetting the basic rules for starting a stick shift car. And here's the result.
Oh, no way.
Come on, dude.
He's pushing it the other way. Oops. That's going to be expensive. Is that a Porsche in the front right there? Oh, no, that's a Mini Cooper. Probably an electric car.
I hope the firefighters can put it out as quickly as possible before the flames spread to the other cars.
Other cars. And it was a total loss. Nice.
Somebody please tell him you can't park here.
Look. They're still trying to drive out of there. They got it in reverse.
Somebody please tell him you can't park here.
Somebody's drunk. And they're like, reverse, what's going on? As a... Uh-oh. No way. Oh. A little toilet. Uh-oh. You better power it down, buddy. What is he powering it up? What's going on? No way. Jeez. Dang. Wow. As a job for a company called Jewy, we were getting government money under Obama. What's out, little toilet? Ain't seen you in a while.
Oh my God! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Jeez. They're still trying to run it? That's gonna be expensive. I heard they compare the physics of helicopters to bees because bees technically. Yeah, I've had somebody tell me that before, right? Like bees' wings are small compared to their body. And yeah. Damn, what they do with all the birds in this joint? I got no birds in this joint. The MiL-26 helicopter is 100 feet, 100-foot diameter rotor blades. Hey, Alice. Good to see you. MiL-26. Damn, it's still burning. MiL-26. Damn, that's a big freaking helicopter. Look how small these people are next to it. Heavy lift. Wow. What's up, Aaron? That's a helicopter. That was, yeah, the previous one was a plane. Yeah, FedEx plane. Engine's caught on fire. Motor, engine, yeah. Turbine. Jet. Oops. This freaking jet boat flexing the hell out of the way of the visual. What, you hit something? Uh-oh. Were they racing? Can you imagine the destruction that happened if this road came apart? Oh, dang it. I missed it. No, I can't. It'd be bad. Yeah, I've seen him do wheelies, brother. I've seen him. Oh! Yeah, that's gonna be expensive.
Wow.
He was looking at the other plane and not looking ahead, probably. He was looking at the other plane that was taking off, probably trying to catch up or whatever, and wasn't. And that's most likely what happened. How the hell did he miss a big ass plane? Can't park there. Yeah.
They came to the yacht show hoping to sail home with trophies. Instead, they left with a hole in the hull.
Oh, that was scary.
Holy all, I have decided to become a camera. Watch me film 4K like a real G.
The driver of a patrol car gave his fellow officers plenty to deal with after triggering a crash involving 11 vehicles. The paperwork on this one is going to be brutal.
Right, here we are, 20-ton tractor about to try and move a 70-ton skeleton.
Who's gonna hit the brakes?
Oh, there goes the Hino. That's not good. That's not good. Yeah, that's not good.
No. Indeed, I did the research. Indeed, you may not park there. Uh-oh. Dumb asses, man. Showing off, dude. Attention, man. Attention will get you hurt. Seeking attention. Oh.
He really trusted that mount to hold. Big mistake.
No way.
When you're driving around in a red McLaren, you think you stand out and everyone notices you. Sadly, you're wrong. People were shouting down from the balcony that he didn't have the guts to floor it. Unfortunately for his bank accounts, he did.
No balls. Booty juice.
Oh, no way!
No balls.
He just hammered the car! No. Look at these future engineers. Oh! Ooh.
Oh. You gotta love it. Death has officially become illegal. Everyone will have to live forever in Batman. We'll save them every time they try to unalive themselves. Everyone is always wrecking me. You little toilet. Yeah, you get a lot of wrecking, brother. Little toilet gets a lot of wrecking. It's a reckoning. A turlet wrecking. Oops. No way. Keep going.
The dealership representatives managed to find an unexpected silver lining in the crash. Their statement went something like this. Yes, the cars were damaged, but just look at how safe they are. If anyone had been inside, they wouldn't have had a scratch on them. You've got to admire the creativity.
Damn, that's expensive right there, boy. Whoever set that up was friggin' done. No way. That trunk just pop open. Watch this. Watch this. Look at this over here in this upper left-hand corner. Look at this trunk right here. Watch. Boink. The new national anthem to the theme of the Jeffersons, and everyone will be forced to know how to do a backflip. You start. You start.
Somebody needs to get this idiot off the boat.
Yes, what a bunch of freaking wackadoos. I couldn't find the brake, dude. I couldn't find the brake, dude. No way.
Whoa.
Oh, that's wet. What are you doing, drunk ass? I got already backflip Mike. What does he think he's doing? Crane was looking for the movies. This dude. He's hammered, dude. Hammered. Right there on that truck. What you think? On that truck?
The tree went out with a bang, delivering one last mighty smack to the Jeep.
The Jeep. Ichabod Crane. This ain't gonna be good. Nice paint job. Why would you do that? What up, love? Mop away. But
Hey, somebody call the cops?
Call the cops, guys.
We're calling.
Oh my God, he is done.
When a tow truck arrived to take away the red car, the driver attempted to flee, turning an already bad situation into an even bigger mess. Sadly, desperation prevailed over common sense.
Maybe EMS, I'm not sure. We are at the across from the Old Navy. And
You can't get out your door from the front. You gotta go through the back.
jeez. Watching a most expensive fails caught on camera. I'm gonna commit tax evasion fraud. Be back in 17 minutes.
Judging by how calm he is, this clearly isn't his first time.
I hate when people drive like that. Oh. Do it again, brother. Do it again. Jump on that gas roller. Spin the back end around. Oh. That's gonna be really expensive. No, I didn't forget. Did you join the Discord? Are you 18, Love Maple Waffles? I don't think you're 18. Oh. I'm gonna keep pulling it up. No way. No way. What up, Aaron? Knicks game. Knicks win first game? Game 1.
You found it.
What, did you watch it?
You're right, my friend. Oh.
Spoilers.
There it is. My slides.
There's my shoes.
What the
Yeah, that truck, if it goes, that motor goes under, you guys are done. They call them can openers. Nobody hit. Oh, jeez, dude. Some people have more dollars than they got cents. Oh, dang. Nice. What's he doing, dude? Now what? It's still like... Is he trying to steal it? What's up, chef? Again? Oh, he lost his axle. No way. Jeez, dude. Horse got tired of his life, so it ran away. Dunk. That's gonna be expensive. Yeah. Chefs, yeah, I don't believe you. Oh. Dr. Wiener. You love Dodge Charger? This is an electric zero-turn mower. Why would you buy one? Why would you buy an electric zero-turn mower? So what happens if your batteries die and you're in the middle of a field? It's not like you're going to bring it gas. You're going to carry your batteries to a charger, wait an hour for them to charge, carry it back. That seems so odd for some people to do. I'm a young fan, Richard, but I still love your streams and your shorts. Sometimes funny. I try, my friend, love my blog. Watching from South Dakota. What you doing in South Dakota?
Just fucked up your car up here.
Oh, she's got an electric car also, so she probably wanted an electric lawnmower. She's like, look, it's brand new. I'm from Georgia. Oops.
Oh my goodness.
Oops. Oh, GT3 RS wrecked.
This was one $300,000 crash test nobody signed up for. A Porsche plunged off a 30-meter cliff, but the driver survived. Now the rental company has to find a brand new one just like it.
A rental company? Jeez. Oh, that's not as bad as a freaking Porsche. Oh. Man, you don't like to do this. Got a bunch of freaking teenagers sitting around. Look, let me show off, dude. Oh my God, let me take the freaking Mustang out.
Average Mustang driver.
Lamborghini.
This was one expensive accident. A McLaren, a Nissan GTR, and a Toyota Tacoma were all damaged beyond repair. The total loss is estimated at more than $400,000. Thankfully, no one was hurt, or the cost of this mistake would have been far greater.
Hit that GTR.
Jeez, man, that's a lot of money going away.
Off of that car, and then hit this McLaren. They had to cut him out.
Cars don't go walk downstairs.
Who knew that when planning a wedding, picking the wrong
Look
date
at
could
this
turn out to be the
crazy
costliest
stuff.
mistake of
Yeah,
all?
they're-
Once
all right,
the
they'll
newlyweds
my
managed to get their photos taken before the
Have a good night.
decorations collapsed.
Damn, that's real expensive. You find these stairs to be unsafe? Yeah, for BMWs especially. Yeah, that's real. That's probably $40 million. Holy crap. Wow. No way. What are you thinking? It looks good. They're like, yeah, just keep going.
No, back. Just keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going.
The cause of the fire remains unknown, but thankfully the captain managed to evacuate the owner and his family.
Probably smoking.
Time.
Up on Mount Sinai.
Yeah, just keep going, right? Oh, what is it? I'm filming it. I want to put it online as you destroy your freaking 250, probably more than that, 400,000.
Trucks need special parking sensors that can detect overhead obstacles.
Look at that.
Yeah, there's a few more blemishes on the car.
Oh my gosh, just at it.
The car is not perfect.
Just look at it. Just look at
Your
it.
sports car might be the flashiest ride in the parking lot, but a lifted pickup couldn't care less.
Oh, where is the? I'd like to look at it.
Oh, nice. No way. Uh-oh. Duck versus a goose. Or a swan. No way.
I hope the transport company has good insurance, because a turbine like this starts at $12 million.
What? I'm on the edge of my seat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, he tried to turn in front of him. Damn. That's a bunch of wackadoo. Alright, let's see. Oh. Oh, that was me. What up, Winston Churchill, brother? Alright, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Gypsy Slum. That's a half hour long. Why do sperm whales get deadlier the deeper you go? Wow. Run. Worst employee mistakes caught on camera. I love stuff like that, man. That stuff I don't know why I like it so much. Like why I like watching this stuff. World records that'll never be broken. And they just showed one. We just watched about probably 100 million, probably $250 million worth of really nice stuff get wrecked. If you add it all together, people wrecking high-end Porsches, Lamborghinis, Bentleys, super yachts. Massive dam failures caught on camera. Yeah, brother. Yeah, overall, brother, it was pretty bad. Alright, let's see. Oh, I think this is in Spanish, though. Let's see, it's auto-dub. Dang, I'm going to have to rewind the stream. Don't overpixelate. Overpixelate, what happened? Am I overpixelating?
Hello.
77 drop.
Have...
Oops, no way.
You ever had the feeling that your workday was bad? Well, get ready, because what you're about to see redefines the concept of bad day. From heavy machinery gaining a life of its own to miscalculations that cost thousands of reais. Today, I've brought a selection of moments where safety was far from the truth and losses came knocking. Stay tuned, because the level of blunders today is out of control. Look at the danger. The woman is comfortably seated, and the automatic truck decides to take the seat as a bonus. That's what I call a complete clean sweep, right? Look at the size of the error on this production line. Something went terribly wrong with the insulation, and molten metal leaked everywhere, turning the floor into a sea of fire. This shows how a lapse in industrial maintenance can create a war zone in seconds. This guy relied too much on luck and forgot about physics. He climbed up to fix the ceiling, but didn't secure the base of the ladder.
As a result, the ladder went to one side, and he was left hanging there like a movie stuntman, just waiting for someone to come and save him. The excavator operator drove off down a highway without paying attention to what was in front of him. If it weren't for this man's ninja reflexes to duck at the right time, he would have been crushed. A basic operational error that serves as a lesson for anyone. Look at the danger of throwing cold or damp material into a foundry cauldron.
Jeez,
The operator
dude, that's
threw the
some
load,
seriously
and the
hot
chemical
metal.
reaction was
What
immediate,
up, King?
throwing boiling metal
How
everywhere.
did you get?
He only avoided serious
How did
injury.
they even get off the cliff? Overall, if that stuff happened to me, I would quit. Because you're definitely getting fired. Definitely getting fired.
Because he was wearing full protective gear.
Yeah, like this is unbelievable. Like, how do these guys survive this? It's like stop.
Here we see the exact moment when the hot material comes into contact with the container and generates absurd pressure. The force of the blast hurls everything up. It seems that the container was not properly prepared to receive the heat.
Oops. Yeah.
Luckily, despite the scare and the
Metallurgy,
mess,
baby.
no one was in the line of fire.
The line of fire. Oops.
This delivery driver's day went from bad to worse in seconds. First, the motorcycle falls over on its own, which is already a huge stress. But the fatal mistake was trying to lift the vehicle by holding directly onto the accelerator. During routine maintenance, the tire couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded with absurd
Routine
force.
maintenance. They're putting air in it.
This is a common error due to tire pressure issues or a lack of
Maintenance.
inspection of the tire's integrity before handling it. The error here began with planning the route through this completely uneven terrain. Shortly after Ian, the
Unbelievable.
second truck arrives
Unbelievable.
and makes the same
So let me pull over on the side of the road.
The crane starts lifting heavy material, and instead of isolating the area, the man decides to hold onto the other side to try and counterbalance it. The result? The material disappeared. He went along in the seesaw effect and was left hanging high up. The woman tried to take the pizza out of the oven, but the mistake was trying to do it while dividing her attention with her cell phone.
Caught it.
Instead of using the conveyor belt or placing it carefully, he simply throws the bags haphazardly, as if they were garbage bags. This one was reborn by millimeters. A very heavy piece came loose from its straps while being lifted and collapsed directly onto the ground, grazing the worker who was right below.
That's freaking huge, dude.
The
Really
man
lucky.
decided to play with fire right next to flammable materials.
Toilet paper?
The misjudgment was fatal for the environment. In the blink of an eye, a spark touched where it shouldn't have, and everything turned into a giant torch. The recklessness here almost cost the entire
What an
building
idiot.
because of an unnecessary mistake. The attempt to put this container on the boat was a complete logistical disaster. The weight calculation was all wrong, and the crane couldn't handle the tilt, pulling everything to the bottom of the sea.
Jeez, dude.
The damage was tripled. They lost the cargo, damaged the boat, Amy de Vlad, and the crane went down with it.
Oops.
The man just gave it a little nudge in the wrong place, and the table shattered into 1,000 pieces. Due to total carelessness
Didn't even
regarding
look
the
like he
proximity of
touched
the paper shredder, the man was almost pulled in along with the documents. This was a very serious lapse in attention that almost ended in tragedy.
Freaking paper shredder. Dude, he's lucky.
Oh my.
Unbelievably lucky.
The employee tried to get merchandise high up on the shelf, but made the mistake of not checking the space behind it.
How,
He
brother,
accidentally
I
gave
don't
the back shelf
know.
a
I
little
don't know.
push,
Whatever was
triggering a
going in
domino
there, it was
effect
caught
that
around
brought
his
down the
foot or
entire
something.
stock.
Temperature, or
Here we
yeah,
see
one
a
of the
serious failure in the unloading logistics. The operators tried to push this giant metal roll out of the truck. The material plummeted to the top and hit the ground hard, generating an impact that could have destroyed anything nearby. This boy decided to mess with the cart that
All
served
those
as a
eggs.
base for that whole pile of eggs. When the cart tilted to the side, there was no going back. It was a cascading effect that sent hundreds of eggs straight to the ground.
All that beer and eggs.
This one tried to use the pallet jack in a completely wrong way to transport beer crates. On the first movement, the balance went out the window and the crates fell to the ground. Carelessness in the workplace was fatal for this shelf.
Fatal.
The man gave it a silly bump, but because the molds were
Bang, you know
poorly
what you guys
positioned
gotta do?
and
Put
without
that all
any
back up
safety
again.
locks at the top, they came down, one by one.
That's kind of dumb way to store them.
The
But
driver tried to enter the garage to unload the sand, but forgot to calculate the size of the truck. He crashed hard, and the wall came down as if it were made of paper.
and the wall came down.
These men parked the heavy truck on the hill and thought the handbrake would work miracles.
Jeez.
The vehicle simply took on a life of its own and rolled down the slope at full speed. A basic safety oversight that almost
Yeah.
turned into a tragedy in the middle of the street.
Definitely fired.
Fatal operational error here. The excavator operator miscalculated the distance from the edge, and the weight of the machine caused the ground to give way. She
Yeah, he's no longer with us.
tumbled from the high cliff in a scene like a movie. Luckily, these machines have reinforced cabins, but the machine became scrap metal.
Yeah,
The
he
man
didn't say
made
he
some
lived.
mistake
He just said
closing
they
or
have-
cleaning the
they have
valve,
reinforced
and it
cabins.
exploded
Doesn't
with
mean
absurd
it
force,
worked. Yeah,
destroying
definitely.
everything. A scare that will make
Definitely
you never
RIP.
hesitate again at the stove.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. No way. Dude, like, you could tell how the guy said it, how the guy worded it. He said, luckily, they have reinforced cabins. He would have said, luckily, the reinforced cabins saved this man's life. He didn't say anything. He says, luckily, they had reinforced cabins, but the machine is scrap metal. Yeah, the man is not with us. There's no way, dude. That impact on the bottom.
The mechanic tried a makeshift way to start the motorcycle using the car battery, but there was a nasty short circuit. Nothing. The fuel got involved, and everything started to catch fire.
Jeez. Yeah, far out, dude. Dude, the excavator guy, he was brave, but I think it might have cost him his life. When I was a young prick, I got around. William's battery died. Don't worry, brother. We're back.
This is the height of negligence. Improper handling of the cylinder caused a violent explosion. Handling gas requires strict protocols, and any
I'm
silly
happy
mistake by
it
unprepared
was still your
people
battery and
can
you're
put the
still
entire
alive. Me
block
too.
at risk.
Me too.
Another serious error in an industrial foundry. They tried to throw copper into the melting machine, but the metal
melting
probably
machine.
had moisture. The reaction was instantaneous. An explosion that sent fire everywhere.
Holy crap.
The crane operator tried, but the plate was too heavy or the ropes were weak. In the middle of the fall, the material came loose and fell to the ground, causing an impact that shook the earth.
Damn.
A load miscalculation that caused a huge loss. The driver tried to climb the hill with the load, but something went wrong with the traction. The material slipped and took the employee with it, who, due to a safety error, was on top of the load.
Due to a safety error. A safety error. Double. I ain't picking this back up again. I just loaded it. That's gonna take his. No way. Oh, he's lucky, dude.
This man was cutting a tree branch, but due to a miscalculation, the branch fell to his side. Luckily, he was secured by a safety rope.
Jeez,
Otherwise, the fall would have been nasty.
I quit. Oops.
The gas cylinder started leaking, and, due to the pressure, spun around the workshop like an uncontrolled top. Pure carelessness in storage almost resulted in broken legs. The confectioner hesitated, and the bucket of melted chocolate spilled all over him. What was supposed to be a delicious creation turned into a messy handling error and a total waste of ingredients.
And 5th degree burn.
The man was operating the machine calmly, but ended
Yeah,
up bumping into another heavy piece of equipment that was stopped right next to it. Without any kind of lock or support, the load tipped over and fell directly on top of him.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Luckily, the team was alert and acted quickly to lift the weight and remove him. This serves as a warning. In industrial environments, even what is stationary can pose a risk if it is not properly marked or secured.
Nah, dude, a crush wound.
This is the moment a ship
dude,
collides with
yeah,
a fuel
that
port
chocolate,
on the
dude.
island of Borneo, Indonesia.
It's cool. No, yeah. Let's see. Those are 5 foot. 5 foot. How much do 5 foot round copper coils weigh? Not copper, steel. Seven and a half to 25 tons. Man, yeah, dude, yeah, that's freaking bad.
Fell directly on top of him.
Yeah, dude, he ain't never gonna be the same.
Luckily, the team was alert and acted quickly to lift the weight and remove him. This serves as a warning.
Yeah.
In industrial environment.
Yeah, dude, he's never walking again. He's free. Those legs are being removed. Yeah, if he's alive.
This is the moment a ship collides with a fuel port on the island of Borneo, Indonesia.
No ACC there. Yeah, it's very bad. I'm surprised
work
they showed
incident
it.
almost
I
ends in
blurred it, but I'm
tragedy.
surprised they-
A sudden explosion of metal and steam occurs, and the workers manage to escape by seconds. Watching helplessly,
He's
the people
throwing
felt
a trash
despair
can.
when that helicopter, presumably trying to contribute to the firefighting effort, crashed into the building's structure.
But don't worry, helicopters are made out of metal.
The pilot lost visibility due to the dense smoke, and the impact created a horrific scene.
These things are unbelievably powerful. There it goes.
The giant ship came at high speed and couldn't brake in time. The impact on the dock was so strong that the iron structure collapsed as if it were made of sticks.
That's freaking serious weight too.
This man was doing maintenance, but it turned into an emergency in seconds.
Oh, the inside of the car is burning. We just saw someone die in a helicopter crash. Right. Rest in peace. Right. Rest in peace, bro. Just increased the dead count with the heli. Yeah. But look at this. The inside of the car right here. If you look in this window, it's on fire. So he's like cutting or welding on the bottom, like floor pan, and I'm guessing the carpet. Yeah, that customer's gonna be pissed.
The exact cause is unknown, but sparks,
The exact cause is
or electrical
unknown.
shorts usually cause this type of fire. At this moment, we see the danger of working with hands too close to heavy parts without adequate protection. The equipment jolted and almost crushed the man's hand, which escaped by a reflex of milliseconds.
It's that cigarette in his mouth saved his
The
life.
presenter proudly shows the sculpture made of wooden pieces until
yes.
a wrong move brought everything to the ground. Some accidents choose the worst possible moment. The error here happened right in the middle of the process. The truck was mixing the cargo when the poorly distributed weight or a failure in stability caused the vehicle to lose its balance. Once he tilted, there was no turning back. He tipped over sideways, scattering material and immediately interrupting the work.
How the hell does it just flip over?
The helicopter began to taxi through the airport, but the pilot lost control. He drifted uncontrollably across the tarmac until the rotors, spinning with absurd force, struck the structure of one of the buildings.
Jeez, dude.
The idea was already wrong from the start. The guy tried to use his own friend as a ladder to reach a high place. Of course, the balance wasn't going to last.
You gotta be kidding me.
The result was a fall that could have resulted in a serious injury. It's a typical example of how improvisation at work never pays off. This happens because the
finish that sentence. This happens because the ... freaking moron wackadoos that decided that that would be a good idea. That's unreal. Unreal. My house painter friend.
Insist on the same mistake. The man tried to open.
My house painter friend does crazy stuff with ladders. Dude, I don't know. Yeah, idiots on a ladder. Wonder how his mate is. Me and my cousin did a ladder trick a bunch of times that were youngsters. It was a skill issue. It was definitely a skill issue. I can walk a ladder. I'm pretty good with a ladder. I'm older now, so I don't really take the risks anymore because I got away with it. That's absolutely wackadoo stuff. Absolutely wackadoo stuff. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night here. My butt cheeks needs to get to bed. I got to finish up the studio floor. The studio floor is to right here, to right where my knees are, right here. So I got another about 40 square feet to do tomorrow. I'm gonna get me some sleep. Hopefully I can get the dang cat in. Yeah, I have a muscle issue. I developed a height fear as I got older. Yeah, I definitely was more fearful of heights as I got older too. All right, brother, I can't climb a ladder in a few meters. All right, thank you, brother. Thank you, everybody. I love y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll be back.